Driving a taxi in the American comics world. Chapter 1: The Grim Reaper driving a taxi. Hey, taxi! A man wearing a suit that is most common among New York office workers waved to stop an oncoming yellow taxi. After the taxi stopped, he quickly opened the door and sat in the back seat. Go to Stark Company. Take me there in 20 minutes. I'll give you $100. It takes at least half an hour to get there from here. The driver wearing a peaked cap shook his head helplessly. Speeding will be fined, and I have to risk having my driver's license revoked. Sir, it's difficult for me to do anything for you with this little money. $500. This is the highest fine for speeding. I'll give you another $100 as fare. The man took out 6 large bills and handed them to the driver. He was naturally very clear about the time and cost required to get from here to Stark Company, but it was too late. He had to catch up with the meeting that was about to start. The editor-in-chief can reimburse the travel expenses later, but if he can't catch up with this important news, his job will be gone. Wow, how can I put it? Money is God, isn't that right, sir? The driver took the 6 big bills, glanced at them and put them in his pocket, then took off his cap, revealing a face that was good enough to make a name for himself in Hollywood. His tone and attitude changed instantly, and he smiled and gently reminded, "Happy cooperation, please fasten your seat belt, sir. Welcome to Hades Taxi, the fare for this trip is $600, I wish you a pleasant journey." Hurry up, don't waste time, otherwise you won't get a penny. The man urged Hades impatiently. Although he was a little surprised why such a good-looking man would be a taxi driver, he was most concerned about his work now. Okay, Hades smiled kindly, and then reminded again, "Please fasten your seat belt." Fuck. The man angrily pulled the seat belt beside him and put it in a hurry. Are you satisfied now? Hurry up and leave. Okay, please sit tight. Hades still smiled kindly, and then his next words were drowned in the harsh sound of tires rubbing against the ground quickly. Welcome to the death taxi. In the car, the man in a suit was frightened and screamed in panic. Everything was normal, the taxi was driving normally on the road, and was taking him smoothly to his destination, Stark Company. Well, maybe there is a little abnormality, and the word smooth may need to be discussed carefully. At least, in the eyes of the man in the suit, the scenery outside the window that was so fast that it was a little blurry, and the other cars on the road that were about to hit but were avoided in the next second, and even his body that almost staggered or even flew up even though he was wearing a seat belt, all of what he experienced was not so normal. Sir, actually we don't have to be so anxious, the speed can be a little slower. The man in the suit took out his big heart as a reporter, forced himself to calm down a little, and tried to persuade Hades to slow down with a trembling voice with a tingling scalp. The man in the suit just barely glanced at the speedometer. The speed was at least more than 120 miles per hour. If it was on the highway, it would be nothing. The problem is that this is the city. Or the downtown area of New York City at noon. Anyone who dares to drive at this speed here is either crazy or crazy. This is no longer a question of whether to fine or revoke the driver's license, it is a question of whether he can survive. The man in the suit trembled, trying to soften his tone and persuade Hades, who he thought wanted to take him down with him, to change his mind. Although this job meant a lot to him, he could find another job if he lost it, but if he lost his life, it was really gone. Don't worry, sir, I took so much money from you, so I should give you the service that matches it. Hades smiled kindly and turned his head. His tone was still very gentle, but in the ears of the man in the suit, it sounded like the call of the god of death with the same name as him. Don't worry, I will definitely get you there on time. Will my body be delivered? The man in the suit roared inwardly, and was about to continue to gently persuade Hades, but he realized several things. First, Hades turned around and talked to him. Second, Hades was the driver of the taxi he was riding in. Third, a normal person could not see the road ahead like this. Fourth, this taxi was driving at a speed of more than 120 miles per hour in the New York City at noon. A rational analysis. Look at the road, look at the road. The man in the suit widened his eyes and shouted at the top of his lungs. What gentle tone and patient persuasion were no longer possible, because he saw the car in front of him that was about to hit him. Don't worry, generous sir. Hades calmly turned the steering wheel to the right and successfully avoided the Mercedes that was about to hit him. His tone was still very gentle. I can assure you that there will be no safety issues. Even if we collide with the president's car, we will be safe and sound. Well, the man in the suit was a little dazed. After hearing what Hades said, he confirmed his inner guess and began to miss the beautiful past of his life. Mom, I miss you so much. A sharp sound of tires rubbing against the ground sounded, and the Hades taxi successfully stopped at the entrance square of Stark Company with a beautiful tailspin. Generous sir, it took a total of 14 minutes, you even have some time to tidy up your appearance and solve your physiological problems by the way. Hades seemed to solidify the kind smile on his face, and his tone was gentle as if he was expressing his inner love to his beloved girl. Thank you for your $600, I look forward to your next visit. The man in the suit smiled foolishly, and it took him a long time to wake up from his memories. After looking around, he saw Hades' kind smile, and then he reacted and shrank back suddenly. I'm not dead. What are you talking about? How could I let my generous guest die? Hades smiled, took out a pill and a card from the side and handed them to the man in the suit. Since you are so generous, this is motion sickness medicine, and my business card. Welcome to take my taxi next time. The man in the suit took the medicine and card handed over by Hades with trembling hands, and then tried several times before pushing the door open, and walked towards the trash can with unsteady steps. After a while, there was a vomiting sound there. In fact, the speed is not that fast, but this is in the city, there are many vehicles. In order to avoid safety accidents, of course, you have to change lanes frequently, and the man in the suit is sitting in the back seat, which makes it easier to get dizzy. With a kind smile, Hades watched the man in the suit enter Stark Company, and then he breathed a sigh of relief, rubbed his face that was a little stiff, restored his expressionless expression, started the car and moved. Chapter 2 I am Hades, the god of death, and now I am a taxi driver. Death Taxi number 666. Task Normal, maintain a professional smile and a gentle conversational tone, and send reporter Sis Diane to Stark Company in New York City. Task Status, completed. Task Coefficient, 6%. Please select the bonus physical fitness and skill types. In order not to increase the word count, all data calculation methods are placed in the author's words in this chapter. Please pay attention to it. If you think the author's words are small, you can also go to the previous works related to read it. P.S. I am so conscientious, why don't you give me a recommendation vote and collect it by the way? Hearing the voice in his mind, Hades finally showed a satisfied smile on his face. At this time, he had parked the taxi at the parking spot on the side of the road. After hearing this, he put the seat back, lay down flat, and closed his eyes, as if he was taking a lunch break. However, in fact, he was choosing the task reward bonus in his mind. First, choose physical fitness. After Hardy looked at the physical fitness of the reporter Sis, he decisively chose the slightly higher 63 points of physical fitness. Hades is not very clear about how his system evaluates physical fitness. However, from the fact that among the more than 600 passengers in his past, even soldiers did not exceed 100 points, 1 to 100 points is the range of ordinary people. 63, not bad, barely passing. After all, as a reporter, he still needs to run around and exercise his body. Then, Hades looked at Sis's skill list again. First of all, of course, all the first level ones are excluded, and the second-level ones are directly looked at. Soon, Hades picked the second-level calm thinking with the highest points and the more useful ones. Well, no wonder. The highest score of calm thinking is only 250 points. No wonder he is so restless and so excited when riding in a car. Hades thought secretly. After selecting the added physical fitness and skills, Hades' own data panel also changed. Death God, Hades. Physical fitness. Body, 832-8284. Intelligence, 653. Magic, 99. Skills. Level 5, driving a vehicle. Level 4, none. Level 3, calm thinking. Level 2, cooking. Level 1, golf. Hades has learned a lot of information after using the system for so long. For example, the item of physical fitness increase will have a bracket, the skill list will show the most recently updated item each time, and the ellipsis indicates that there is more than one and they are not listed one by one. Yes, so far Hades has only one level 5 skill, which is a novice reward given by the system. However, after completing the task of taking a professor to the airport, Hades seeing that the professor's highest skill, physics knowledge, was only level 3, Hades had a vague standard for the skill level grading, and at the same time realized how terrifying his level 5 skills were. Level 1 Mastery, Level 2 Proficiency, Level 3 Expert, Level 4 Movie Protagonist, Level 5 God. This is Hades' own understanding of the skill level, and why Hades is so confident in his driving, because in terms of driving, he is a god. Hades, the god of death. Well, now I'm driving a taxi. Ahem, driving a taxi, Hades said he was helpless. Who made this a rigid requirement of his system? If it weren't for the fact that only by using this taxi to send guests to their destination can you get rewards, Hades would have quit long ago. Although this system is an artificial retard, it only knows how to passively issue tasks, never answers questions asked by itself, and does not explain anything, so that I can only slowly explore and speculate, but its rewards are good. This is the same as I am never moved by money, but he gives too much. As long as you complete the task, you can choose a physical quality and skill from the customer to add to yourself. Although due to the low task coefficient and the ordinary nature of the customer, the physical quality can only be added a few points each time, and most of them are just 1 point, but after more than 600 orders in the past 2 months, Hades has accumulated physical and intellectual skills many times higher than ordinary people. After Hades tested himself, he came to some conclusions. Physical refers to the physical body, including a series of comprehensive and coordinated strengthening of strength, speed, reaction, etc., and intelligence refers to thinking, accelerating learning speed, thinking ability, memory, etc., and the magic. So far, it is still the 99 points that Hades started with, and it has not changed. He guessed that this should be the ability of spells. It's not that Hades doesn't want to add points. The main reason is, first, he doesn't know how to release magic at all, and it's a waste to have high magic. Second, among his customers, he has not seen a customer whose magic is more than 10 points. Most of them are 0 points. Hades quickly understood through his own calculations that his system had a mechanism of rounding up when adding points and calculating task coefficients, but he did not think that when the points were 0, they would be rounded up because he had tried it once and the system prompted that it could not be selected. Well, what can I do? Hades is also desperate. However, this is the Marvel world, so I will definitely meet magicians in the future. Wouldn't it be nice to let magicians like Strange take my car at that time? So now I should accumulate physical and intellectual strength first, improve my strength to prepare for the chaotic era that is about to begin. Hades's little abacus was clacking. Hades, who was reborn in the Marvel world, was a 20-year-old student in the original world. After dying in a car accident, he was reborn here as a primary school student. After hearing the story of Captain America, he confirmed that it was the Marvel world, and then Hades worked hard to study hard, wanting to strive to become a successful person who can immigrate to the distant ancient country in the east or settle there. Before the standard cheat codes of the internet, China was the best choice for both the nostalgia for hometown and the safety of one's life. It's better to take a 50% chance than to be in this country where superpowers are everywhere and mutants are as numerous as dogs, and there are happy gunfights every day. Besides, didn't the Avengers resurrect all the people who were scattered by the snap of their fingers? However, just when Hades inherited the nicknames of Ultimate Academic Bully and Girls' Dream Lover and skipped grades one after another, became a dazzling new star at MIT, and obtained several doctoral degrees and graduated, and was planning to get some technology to immigrate back, his cheat code arrived. Yes, at this time, Hades' cheat code arrived. The death taxi system is starting up. Bind the host death, Hades. Reward, death taxi. Level 5 skill driving vehicle. Please complete the registration as soon as possible, become a taxi driver, and complete the initial task. Hades. Taxi driver? With the attitude of giving it a try since he has the golden finger, Hades secretly registered a taxi company, modified the internal information of the administration, and quickly obtained the operating license and operating vehicle license for the company, and then tried to run a business on the road. Well, I am Hades, the god of death, and I will be a taxi driver in the future. Chapter 3. It is very hard to attract passengers. It has been 2 months since Hades became a taxi driver, but he has not figured out some things until now. For example, why the system calls him the god of death when he has the same name as Hades, the god of the underworld. Is there any problem? For example, why must he be a taxi driver? For example, what task will it be if the normal task becomes special? However, Hades believes that he will understand these reasons one day, and with the current events in the Stark Industrial Building, this process will only get faster and faster. Some time ago, newspapers and TV news were full of reports about Tony Stark was kidnapped and missing, and now this reporter rushed to Stark Company so anxiously, so there is no doubt that a certain playboy who is changing has returned here and is going to hold a press conference that will shock the whole United States and even the world. Of course, compared to the subsequent press conference that symbolized the official opening of the entire Marvel Universe story, this one seemed a little insignificant. But who knows? Hades opened his eyes and put his seat straight. He had heard the noisy inquiries and flash photos of reporters in the distance. Tony Stark. How can I get him to sit in my taxi? Hades thought very seriously, and began to think about what plans he could arrange. Force is definitely not an option, so the only thing he can do is let the guests come up on their own initiative. But Tony's own cars have already filled up the garage, not to mention that he rarely rides in a car after he got the Mark armor, and it is even more impossible for him to take a taxi with his status. Isn't there a special car to pick him up wherever he goes? Hades said that as a taxi driver, it is really hard for him to pick up customers. Mr. Stark, are you serious about the decision to close the weapons manufacturing department of Stark Industries? Mr. Stark, have you considered the possible impact of this incident on Stark Industries? Mr. Stark, what prompted you to make such a decision? A bunch of reporters pointed their long guns and short guns at the man in a suit with a bandage on his right hand, and followed him to move out of the encirclement. From their questions, we can clearly know the identity of this man. The third question made Tony, who had been ignoring them and walking out quickly, stop. You, say it again. Tony pointed to the man who asked the third question, who was Sisdian. Mr. Stark, what prompted you to make such a decision? Sis had almost recovered. After hearing Tony's words, he barely suppressed his excitement and immediately repeated his question again. This is Tony Stark's designated question. It can get him a promotion and a raise. The meaning of life, Tony said in a low voice. He recalled his experience in the cave, Ethan's death, and the many people who died under his weapons. It made me completely sober and made me realize that I can make more meaningful contributions to the world, not just making some weapons that can only explode. This is why I decided to close the weapons manufacturing department of Stark Industries. After that, Tony walked towards his private car again. Several bodyguards quickly separated the reporters. Tony's personal bodyguard Happy, who was also a full-time driver, immediately opened the door for him. After Tony got in the car, Happy also got in the car and started the car and left quickly. The show is about to begin, Hades smiled, then started the death taxi, intending to take 2 more orders to go home and rest. Sis waved his hand with pride, trying to stop a passing taxi. He was very happy when he thought about the promotion and salary increase he could face after returning. Then, a taxi slowly drove towards him at his wave and stopped beside him. Opening the car door, Sis, immersed in his own fantasy, did not notice the strange look Hades gave him, because he did not look at the driver's seat at all, but directly opened the car door and sat in the back seat. Go to Kling Building, meter. Death Taxi number 667. The mission is normal: maintain a professional smile and a gentle conversational tone, and send reporter Sis Diane to Kling Building in New York City. Task status: unfinished. Hades. System tasks have been released. If you fail or give up, you will lose a bonus. Wow, generous sir, I am so happy to see you again. This is really God's arrangement for us to meet again here. After receiving the mission, Hades had to adjust his facial expression to a professional smile, and then said again in a gentle tone, "Please fasten your seat belt, sir, welcome to take Hades taxi again. In addition, do you have any time requirements this time?" Sis. Hearing this voice, Sis's body was a little limp. Because the ride driven by the owner of this voice was undoubtedly the closest Sith had ever been to the god of death in all these years, just like the name of his car. After raising his head and confirming that the owner of this familiar voice was indeed Hades, Sith subconsciously put his hand on the switch on the right and pulled it. The door was not opened, but was still tightly locked. Once the mission begins, unless Hades voluntarily gives up the mission, the death taxi will be directly locked and no one can open it. Hades narrowed his eyes slightly. You want to make it difficult for me, Fat Tiger, to cross out Hades, the god of death? But then, Hades remembered the mission requirements and had to immediately restore his professional smile. Sir, can I get off the car? Sith was frightened by Hades' and shrank back, forgetting for a moment that he should be on the right side. Relax, generous sir, you see, I'm not a bad guy, don't be nervous, Hades argued to keep the mission, I just drove so fast last time to fulfill your request. Think about it, right? This time, as long as you don't have a time requirement, I promise not to speed and will definitely take you there safely. Really? Hades's appearance, coupled with his gentle tone and sunny smile, was still very convincing. Sith calmed down and thought about it, it seemed to make some sense, and he put down his worries a little, promise not to speed. Of course, Hades, never lie. Chapter 4 Hades's life is not easy. Goodbye, Mr. Sith, Hades waved and smiled as he watched Sith leave, you are welcome to take my taxi again next time. On the way back from Stark Industries, Hades played to his appearance and linguistic charm, and drove very slowly, in full compliance with the requirements of laws and regulations, so that Sith could relax and talk to him, and finally successfully guided him to give him a fare of $150. In fact, generally speaking, it only costs more than $50 to go from Stark Industries to Kling Building. Of course, there is another reason for this. That is, Sith suddenly remembered that if Hades had not sent him there in time, he would not be able to attend this press conference. Not only would he lose his job, but he would also not be able to get Tony Stark to answer questions later. There would be no way to get a promotion or a raise. Thinking of this, coupled with Hades' sunny appearance and gentle tone, Sith instantly felt that Hades was not easy. He obviously has the capital to find a rich woman to be supported, but he has to do such a hard job, and there is such a dedicated work attitude. Isn't this a typical example of hard work and not eating food given out of pity? Sis, who sympathized with Hades, gave him a little more money, thinking that he had done a great good deed and gave a young man the belief to continue to persevere and struggle. Maybe one day when the young man starts from scratch and makes a fortune, he will remember him and help him to enter a rich life. Sis came out of his fantasy, pressed the elevator button, and prepared to report the travel expenses to the editor-in-chief and mention the promotion and salary increase. How much should I report for the travel expenses? In order to let the driver speed up and get to Stark Company in time, it cost $800, right? Watching Sis enter the Klin building, Hades moved his face, then took out all the money in his pocket, opened a small gap in the storage box of the co-pilot, and stuffed all the gains of today into it. If he didn't do this, the pile of money inside would burst out. Ah, it's almost full again. Find time to give it to the dean tomorrow. Hades scratched his head, and at this moment, the system in his mind began to speak again. Death Taxi number 667. Task normal, maintain a professional smile and gentle tone, and send reporter Sis Diane to the Klin building in New York City. Task status, completed. Task coefficient, 2%. Please select the physical fitness and skill types that will be increased. The choice is naturally the same as before. Hades looked at his physical fitness and nodded with satisfaction. In the future, non-important skill upgrades will not be listed, and only the physical fitness that has been strengthened will be listed. The author will try not to water the word count. It's 3 o'clock, well, I'll go to the Institute of Science to pick up another order and go home. Hades glanced at the watch on his hand, and then started the car again. Hades wanted to strengthen his intelligence during this period of time, because his intelligence and physical fitness have already differed by 180 points. Unbalanced development is wrong, so he plans to go to the institute to see if he can squat on a few professors or something. Not to mention the coefficient of the bonus, of course, the higher the base number, the better. Professor Smith. Hades was lucky to meet a professor, who happened to be an old customer he had taken before. Where are you going this time? Ah, Hades, what a coincidence, the white-haired Professor Smith sat in the co-pilot's seat. Just take me home. I have guests coming today, so I have to go back early. Really? Hades smiled. For old customers, that is, people who have triggered the task more than 3 times, the task does not require a professional smile and a gentle tone, so Hades' tone is very normal now, just like joking with an old friend. So, faster. No, my body can't stand the tossing of your car. Professor Smith shook his head quickly. Normal speed is fine. Professor Smith had experienced Hades' driving speed. He was also rushing to the airport at that time, and was almost scared to death by Hades. The most amazing thing was that when he came back from the airport, he still took Hades' car. It's fate. Well, actually Hades hacked into the airport's information website, and then monitored Professor Smith's information, and just met him when his flight arrived and he was leaving the airport to take a car. As a doctorate holder in information security at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology School of Computer Science and a world-class network information security engineer, it is too easy for Hades to do this without people noticing. And the reason why Hades cares so much about Professor Smith is obvious. Of course, it is because of his 363-point intelligence and level 3 physics knowledge skills. Among so many passengers, Professor Smith has the highest intelligence Hades has ever seen, so of course Hades keeps a close eye on Professor Smith, the point master dad. But it would be nice if I could take myself, Hades thought silently, just like stepping on the left foot and going to the sky with the right foot. After arriving at Professor Smith's residence at normal speed and receiving a reward of $100, Hades watched Professor Smith enter the gate before leaving. Go home, going home is the best gift. There was no one in the car. Hades was in a good mood, humming a little song, and started driving home. On the way, according to the original plan this time, Hades chose Professor Smith's intelligence and physics knowledge as bonus items, and successfully increased his intelligence by 4 points to 657 points. Hades himself already has a doctorate in physics, so now the accumulated knowledge of physics is still at level 3, and it will take a long time to break through to level 4. Soon, Hades came to a high-end villa area and drove in without any obstacles. "Are you sure it's right?" In the guard room, a new security guard asked the older security guard, who was leisurely beside him with a confused look, "But it's a taxi." "Of course it's right, this taxi belongs to a resident here," said the older security guard. "Remember the license plate, don't make mistakes in the future." Why would a resident in such a high-end villa area drive a taxi? The new security guard was a little confused. Who cares about him? Rich people always have some quirks. Maybe they just want to drive a taxi for fun. The older security guard shook his head helplessly. "Let's take care of ourselves and don't make mistakes." Chapter 5 Research Record. Hades certainly couldn't like a poor life. Although he lived in poverty for a long time after coming to this world. After being able to control his own economy, he successfully entered the ranks of the rich. In this world, Hades grew up in an orphanage since he was a baby. But it's okay this way. Hades doesn't want to call other people his parents, so under his deliberate performance, he has never been adopted, and he has not looked for his biological mother and father in this body. However, the Dean has indeed treated him well since he was a child. After Hades got money, he has been donating to the Dean regularly, and now he still donates the money he gets from driving a taxi to the Dean. As for where his own money comes from, even when he didn't have the golden finger, Hades, who was already talented, could easily get money, and all of it was through formal channels. With his knowledge and way of thinking in the 2020s of the 21st century, plus his own advanced knowledge level, he could make some small inventions and patents, invest in stocks, and occasionally help some companies design firewalls or do some research. There are many ways to choose from. It's not too easy. Although it's nothing compared to Tony Stark, it's at least among the ranks of multimillionaires. It's okay as long as you don't lack money. Too much money will be another kind of trouble. It's okay to meet the needs. Hades is very clear about this and implements it very well. He drove the death taxi to Villa No. 012. The camera on the gate of the villa detected Hades and his vehicle. The program that had been set long ago started and the gate opened automatically. When Hades' vehicle drove in, the gate closed automatically, and the garage door also opened automatically. In the garage, there was nothing else except a pile of strange tools and another car that Hades used daily. Hades drove the death taxi into the garage. After the garage door closed automatically, he got out of the car, hummed a little song, walked to the side, and picked up a small notebook. He opened the small notebook and skimmed the previous pages with a lot of words such as bat hitting, electric drill, 7.62 bullet rifle shooting, aquaregia corrosion, alcohol spray lamp fire roasting, liquid nitrogen freezing, sulfur dioxide gas interaction, etc. Hades turned to a new page, picked up a pen, and started recording. After many experiments, it is preliminarily concluded that the surface material of the death taxi has the properties of being resistant to impact, strong corrosion resistance, fire resistance, and low temperature resistance, and the internal environment of the vehicle seems to be completely unaffected by the external environment, whether it is temperature or gas. The preliminary conclusion is that the death taxi, which is on par with the level 5 skill reward, has high defense, but due to the limitations of experimental conditions, it is impossible to conduct further experiments on the anti-penetration coefficient, shock absorption coefficient, and explosion-proof coefficient. Hades raised his head and looked at the pile of used experimental equipment, then lowered his head and wrote, "Before you have the resources to conduct further experiments, don't worry about ordinary shooting and ordinary collision accidents. You should be careful to prevent special bullet shooting, explosions, and high-speed collisions. Hades originally wanted to get some armor-piercing bullets to try, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. This kind of thing must be strictly controlled. Although he is confident that he can get it, there is no need to risk exposure for it. After putting this small notebook away, Hades took out another small notebook and began to record. Strength test, the third time. After a burst of hitting sounds, Hades started recording again. The specially modified force measuring device is enough to withstand my current strength. The straight punch force of a full-strength punch reaches an average of 2.34 tons, and the upper limit is 2.53 tons, which has obviously exceeded the limit of ordinary humans. The conversion method of body points to force is still unclear. It is not clear how the system converts and determines. Perhaps more tests on reaction speed and body coordination should be added. And analog experiments and the number of experimental groups should be increased. Hades paused here, thought about it, and then continued to write. What kind of changes will occur after the body breaks through 1000 points? I have a vague feeling that it will be a breakthrough in the life level. Perhaps the answer can be found from the Hulk or Thor, but the Hulk is too dangerous. Before finding a way to calm his emotions, he should try to avoid it. It is better to take Thor as the first target. After writing this paragraph, Hades shook his head, put away the small notebook, stretched his waist, and entered the house from the garage passage. As Hades entered the house, the lights in the house automatically lit up, and the curtains automatically opened, let the afternoon sun shine in, dyeing the house with a layer of golden color. "Master, welcome home." A gentle and pleasant female voice sounded. Hades fell on the soft sofa, sighed comfortably, and then said in a lazy voice, "Luo Shen, delete today's violation record." "Okay, Master." A gentle female voice sounded, and then, in the records of the Vehicle Management Office, the violation record of Hades's death taxi disappeared without a trace. Luo Shen is a quasi-artificial intelligence that Hades tinkered with himself. It can complete some simple commands, from controlling the gate garage door, light switch, and air conditioning temperature adjustment to entering the corresponding system through the back door preset by Hades before to delete the violation record. It can do all these. The reason why it is a quasi-artificial intelligence is that it can only act according to the voice commands preset by Hades. If compared with the artificial intelligence of Tony's Jarvis, it will be instantly turned into slag. However, the reason why Hades designed it was just to facilitate life, and he did not strengthen its functions or invest too much effort in designing it. Functions need corresponding hardware foundations to support them. Others, such as Jarvis, can make it so powerful because there are so many satellites in space for him to use. Hades can't just build a satellite for upgrading Luo Shen, right? Let's not talk about whether there is so much money. Even if there is, Hades has no need to spend it. What's the point of making Luo Shen so advanced? Falling in love with artificial intelligence or fighting with Jarvis? In general, unless it is necessary, Hades has always adhered to a principle, that is, enough is enough. There is nothing wrong with pursuing necessary things, but if you still pursue unnecessary things, it is greed. Chapter 6 Hades is a talent. Just like this villa, Hades can actually buy a large manor to live in, but is it necessary? The place is small, just clean it casually, but if you build a manor, housekeepers, cleaning, water, electricity, food and other troubles will follow. Therefore, a villa that is comfortable enough for one's life is completely enough. Luo Shen, turn on the TV. Hades changed his posture so that he could face the TV. Okay, Master. Luo Shen immediately turned on the TV. There is no doubt that what was reported on TV was the shocking remarks made by Tony Stark at the press conference today. You know, Stark Industries is essentially a military-industrial enterprise, and it is the largest military-industrial enterprise in the United States. 95% of its turnover comes from the U.S. Department of Defense. other U.S. federal agencies and foreign military. All of a sudden, Tony closed the weapons department of Stark Industries in one sentence, which can be said to have directly cut off one leg of Stark Industries. Although Stark Industries' core businesses include aviation, electronics, information technology, aerospace systems, etc. in addition to weapons, there is no doubt that weapons account for the largest proportion among them. When Hades was watching the host on TV with great interest about Tony's evaluation of the news that the weapons department of Stark Industries was closed, his mobile phone rang. "Hello." Hades picked up the phone and saw that it was Professor Smith, whom he had picked up before, so he answered the call. "Professor Smith, what can I do for you?" When Hades picked up the phone, Luo Shen turned the TV to mute. "Hades, this is it. My friend and I want to go to the Institute of Science at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning," Professor Smith said cheerfully on the phone. "If you have nothing to do tomorrow, can you pick us up?" "Of course, no problem." Hades was willing to do this kind of good thing. 9 o'clock in the morning? "I'll be waiting for you downstairs of your building at that time." "Okay, that's troublesome, goodbye." Professor Smith hung up the phone after he finished speaking, and then said to a man in his 40s or 50s next to him, "Done." "But you obviously have a car," the man asked curiously. "Why do you still need someone to pick you up? Is the car broken? Don't you always want to see that genius?" Professor Smith smiled like an old fox. "That's him, he is Hades." "What?" The man widened his eyes. "He's driving a taxi?" "A man with more than a dozen doctoral degrees is driving a taxi." "Taxi? I just found out about it not long ago." Professor Smith was somewhat helpless. The information shows that he is an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. As for why he drives a taxi, it may be because he is short of money. "Lack of money? Are you kidding me?" The man looked incredulous. The scholarships he received when he was in school and the prize money from those competitions are definitely more than a few million. Not to mention the offers from a bunch of big companies and high-end research laboratories. He can take any one of them with an annual salary of millions or tens of millions. "I know that too," Professor Smith shrugged. "The problem is that he is driving a taxi now. In addition to the reason of lack of money, is there any other reason that can be possible?" No, I have to persuade him. Such a talent actually does not continue to play his brilliance in academic research, but instead becomes a taxi driver. This is a great waste," the man said with a glare. "Maybe others are experiencing life and preparing to write some poems." Professor Smith shook his head speechlessly. "Don't forget that he has a doctorate in Chinese from the Foreign Languages Department. Maybe he is interested in some kind of sentimentality and wants to find inspiration from daily life." "It seems so," the man thought carefully and suddenly felt that it made sense, "but it's really a waste. Others have nothing to do with you. What others like to do is none of your business." Professor Smith shook his head helplessly, and then the smile of an old fox appeared on his face again. "I tell you, I have a way, maybe it can succeed." "What way?" "I remember you had a scientific research this year, the one you mentioned about the wonders of the sky. In which state?" "The one in New Mexico." "Yes, aren't you going to bring your student with you?" "There's another student from another college. I think your student seems to be pretty. I tell you, you can use this to seduce him, you know. Isn't this not good?" "What's wrong? Does your student have a boyfriend?" "No. She loves research. Her previous boyfriend seems to have broken up recently." "That's it. According to my information, Hades doesn't have a girlfriend now. As long as you let them spend some time together, they will fall in love with each other. After they are together, Hades will naturally be pulled back to the path of academic research." "What if my student is forced to drive a taxi?" The man was a little worried. "Professor Smith. Are you serious?" Under Professor Smith's gaze, the man shrank his neck, and then explained weakly, "Think about it, Hades is such a smart and talented genius, and he inexplicably drives a taxi. There must be a reason that makes him think that driving a taxi is more beneficial than other things. What if my student is also forced to do it after knowing it? What you said seems to make some sense. Professor Smith blinked and found that what the man said was indeed reasonable and could not be refuted. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. But this method can still be tried. The man said. Professor Smith. So what did you say so much before for? Why are you willing to do it again? Professor Smith covered his head. He felt that he seemed to be a little confused about his old friend's train of thought. Hades is a talent, the man said as a matter of course. Think about it, a talent like him, even if he is driving a taxi now, he can't always do such things in the future, right? Anyway, there is no harm for my students to be with him. Professor Smith. Why didn't you say this before? Are you really not afraid of being beaten to death by the readers? Failure diary. I have been waiting from morning to night, but I have never come to the signing station to short. Could it be that the writing is too bad and was rejected by the editor-in-chief? F. Chapter 7 Jane and Daisy. Hades naturally couldn't know that the two middle-aged professors were calculating how to pull him back on the right path, and they had to use the honey trap. If he knew, he would definitely accept it. After watching a lot of reports about Stark Industries and some experts on TV, Hades turned off the TV. It was only about 7 o'clock in the evening, and Hades couldn't go to bed now, so he planned to go to the bar to have some fun. Although he had to pick up Professor Smith and the others at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, Hades was not worried at all. With his current physical fitness, he wouldn't get drunk even if he drank all night, and he wouldn't feel tired for a few days without sleep. More than 800 points of body strength brought too much enhancement to Hades. After changing his clothes, Hades leisurely came to the garage, took out the key and opened another car in the garage, the silver grey AMG Vision Gran Turismo, headed outside. In theory, you shouldn't drive after drinking, but with Hades' current physique, there is no difference between drinking and drinking water, so it doesn't matter much. And Hades didn't go to the bar to drink, his main purpose is known to everyone. This car is the car of Wayne in the movie Justice League that Hades watched before, and Hades has liked this car since then. Nothing else, just handsome ears. Jane, why are you still studying your thing here? Daisy, this is not a thing, this is my life's work, all my research results are here. But this is a bar. Why are you doing research here? I didn't want to come here in the first place, but you dragged me here, okay. In a booth in the bar, a beautiful woman holding a thick little notebook said innocently to the big fierce beautiful woman with her hands on her hips in front of her. Please, Jane, don't be like this. It's his loss if that guy leaves you. Daisy naturally knew why Jane was like this. She sighed and put her hands on Jane's shoulders. You deserve better, but you have to focus on your daily life instead of those celestial research. Okay, Jane reluctantly put the little notebook back into her bag. What should I do now? In the bar, of course, you have to look for handsome guys. Daisy said excitedly, come on, I'll take you to Yan. Daisy pulled Jane out of the booth, and just a few steps, Daisy stopped. What's wrong? Jane asked in surprise. Look at that. The one wearing a white jacket over there, that one. Daisy pulled Jane over with shining eyes and quietly pointed at a man in front of a bar not far away. That man is so handsome. Yes, he is handsome. Jane looked in the direction Daisy pointed, and after seeing the face of the man in the white jacket clearly, she gave a decisive conclusion. And the clothes he is wearing are worth at least tens of thousands. Daisy recognized the brand of the man's clothes with excellent eyesight. He is definitely a rich young man. Then go quickly, Jane smiled and pushed Daisy, who was drooling. What are you waiting for? No, I came here for you today, you should go. Daisy swallowed hard, then shook her head, and pushed Jane instead. Go quickly, such a good piece of meat will be snatched away by others if you don't eat it. I am not in the mood. Jane shook her head hesitantly. You should go. Oh, what's so good about that scumbag? Why are you still thinking about him? Daisy stamped her feet anxiously. Look at this guy in front of you, he's more handsome and richer than him, why are you still thinking about him? Go. I'd better forget it. Jane lifted a strand of hair and forced a smile. Oh, go quickly, don't worry about me, okay? How can you let me go like this? Daisy rolled her eyes. Okay, let's go back and drink, okay? Hey, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have dragged you out today. I should have gotten drunk with you in the hotel to sober up your mind. Can drinking make your mind sober? A very attractive male voice suddenly sounded next to him. Of course not, Daisy replied subconsciously. Of course you will get drunker the more you drink, how can you be sober? After answering, Daisy realized that something was wrong. Whose voice was it? So, Daisy and Jane turned around together. It was the very handsome and very rich man in a white jacket they mentioned, that is, Hades. May I have the honor to treat you two to a drink? Hades said with a smile. Hades's hearing is very good. His body strength of more than 800 points allows him to hear the discussion between Daisy and Jane even in the bar. In addition, the two of them are very good looking and have good figures, which fully meets Hades' standards, so he came over. Astrophysics expert. As they chatted, the topic suddenly seemed to change direction. Hades asked in surprise, "Who are you? Why, don't you look like it?" Jane blinked. "That's not the case," Hades shook his head, "I just didn't expect to meet colleagues like this." "You too?" This time it was Jane's turn to be surprised. "No doubt." Hades smiled and turned on the pretentious mode, "That's one of my degrees." "One of them?" Daisy asked in surprise, "Do you mean you have many other degrees?" "I had too much time in college, so I just read a few more," Hades said inhumanely. "If you don't believe me, you can test me." "I don't understand, I'm just an ordinary student majoring in political science." Daisy shook her head decisively. "Jane, it's time for you to show your talents. You can apply for an independent internship as a doctoral student in astrophysics." Daisy was still giving assists. Jane was naturally obliged to do so. A qualified scholar would become very rigorous in matters related to his or her major, so naturally he or she would not tolerate people who had no ability bragging about it. She decisively asked the question, "Another name for Einstein's Rosen bridge?" "I was just thinking about it, I'm too lazy to find it, don't spray me." Hades, wormhole. Jane, tools commonly used by theoretical astrophysicists. Hades, analytical models, computer simulations. Jane, theoretical pillars of the Big Bang model. Hades, general relativity and cosmological principles. Jane, the basic principle of general relativity. Hades, the principle of equivalence and the principle of general relativity. Daisy, gurgle gurgle. They are all speaking words. Why can't I understand anything? Daisy thought with some worry, and then began to drink to relieve her sorrow, and kept drinking. Failure diary. I was finally noticed by the editor at 10 o'clock in the morning, but there is no news about the next step until now. Could it be because it was too floppy and was cut? Chapter 8, Killing the Number 1 Hades. The situation after that has always been like this. Jane, what is XX? Hades, XXXX. Daisy, gurgle gurgle. Jane, what is triple X? Hades, XXXXX. Daisy, gurgle gurgle. This went on for a while. After Jane confirmed that Hades' academic level was not fake, but was real, the two began to discuss some academic issues. When Hades and Jane stopped to drink a glass of wine to moisten their throats, they found that Daisy had fallen asleep on the side. Ha ha ha. The two looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Has she always been so straightforward? Hades asked with a smile. Almost. Jane tilted her head, thought seriously for a while, and nodded, causing Hades to laugh again. We've been talking for so long, but it seems that we haven't officially met yet. Hades laughed for a while and shook his head. My name is Hades, what's yours? Jane Foster. Jane subconsciously said her name, and then reacted, wait, Hades? Is that Hades? Well, that depends on which Hades you are talking about. However, I should not be Hades, the god of the underworld. Hades made a joke, raised his eyebrows, raised the wine in his hand, clinked it with Jane, and drank it all. Hades did not have any special reaction to the name Jane Foster said by Jane, not that he did not know what the name meant. Since he confirmed that he came to the Marvel world, Hades used a small notebook to record most of the plot characters and events that he could remember, so that he would try not to forget them. Of course, in fact, Hades later found that he did not need to do this at all, because he was born with a photographic memory in this world. As for the reason for his photographic memory, when Hades saw his initial 500 intelligence points after completing the system task for the first time and got the bonus, he understood. This also explains why he has always been the first in grades since he was a child. When a person has superhuman talent and knows how to work hard, success will certainly always favor him. So, Jane Foster, Thor's future girlfriend, is the female Thor in the comics, and even the new Valkyrie of Asgard later, but what impact does that have on Hades' actions? If you are a step late in picking up girls, don't blame others for taking the initiative. No, 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 you are Hades, Hades. Jane was already a little drunk, but she still drank the glass of wine, and then said with a smile, specialize in killing Hades, the first place, ha ha ha. If I knew you were there, I would have let you go. Hades naturally understood what Jane meant, shook his head and smiled, maybe, we can tie for first place. It's not surprising that Jane knew who Hades was, and it's not surprising that she knew how powerful Hades was, because since Hades started school until he graduated, he was the first in all the competitions he participated in, no matter what the competition was. In addition, his name is the same as Hades, the god of the underworld in Greek mythology, so among the students at that time, his title of Hades, the god of the underworld who specializes in killing the first place, has always been circulated. It means that as long as he participates, the life of the first place will be harvested, so, except for Hades, no matter who it is, it can only be second at most. At the beginning of this foreign, the appearance of the nickname was inevitably mixed with some malicious psychological factors such as jealousy and excuses given by the weak, but after a few years, now, this nickname has become an honor. Facts speak louder than words. People who really have ability will never be frustrated because of some malicious public opinion. When Hades proves himself again and again, others will naturally feel awe, that is the awe of the real strong. Well, drink more at this time, Daisy on the side said in a dreamy voice, I want to drink more. Sorry, I had a lot of fun chatting today, but I have to take Daisy back. Jane looked at Hades apologetically. If she were alone, she would not mind spending a wonderful night with Hades, but now that Daisy was here and she was drunk, she would of course take care of her good friend first. Besides, Jane felt that if she continued to drink, she would also pass out, so now that her brain was still in a rational state, she decisively chose to retreat first. You can't just leave Daisy here to be picked up by others, right? A wise choice, Hades smiled. There are at least a dozen people paying attention to this place, and I was going to remind you. So many. Jane widened her eyes. Do you have any misunderstandings about the charm of the two of you? Hades spread his hands helplessly. By the way, can you take her away by yourself? I'll try. Jane tried to move the unconscious Daisy. But even if she tried her best, she couldn't move Daisy, no. It seems that you need a little help. Hades was not surprised, and decisively extended his helping hand. Let me do it. Soon, Hades easily picked up Daisy and walked out with Jane. The other men in the bar who saw this scene all showed envy and jealousy in their eyes. Hades carried Daisy and followed Jane to the hotel where they lived. "I'm going to the bathroom, wait for me," Hades handed Daisy to Jane. Soon, Hades came back, picked up Daisy again, and followed Jane to their room. "Is this here?" Entering the room, Hades put Daisy on a bed and asked. "Yes, that's it." Jane nodded and put the bag in her hand on the cabinet beside her. "Thank you, Hades." "You're welcome, it's just a small effort." Hades carefully covered Daisy with a blanket. After the brief conversation, Hades turned around and looked at Jane with a smile, but didn't say anything. Jane didn't know what to say, and the room fell into silence for a while. In this silence, an emotion called ambiguity continued to rise. "But if you insist on thanking me," Hades said as he slowly walked towards Jane until he pushed her against the wall, then whispered in her ear, "It's not impossible." After a natural hug and kiss, Jane panted lightly, her eyes were as charming as silk, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "How about another day? Daisy is still here." In fact, Hades took out a card from his pocket and showed it to Jane. "I just booked a room next door. Failure diary. I mailed the contract today. I suddenly felt heartbroken when I saw the courier stuffing it into the envelope rudely. Will it be rejected because it is wrinkled? NT. P.S. In this chapter, the author said there is a reason why he chose Jane. Readers who have a bad feeling about the character of Jane can read Chapter 9, What to do if the beauty of the beauty trap is eaten? A lot of this chapter has been deleted. I dare not change it for fear of being blocked. Please bear with it. Or you can join the Book Friends group, 6097175504. Hades. Why? Hades had already stood up and wanted to leave. After hearing this, he pressed back and looked at Jane closely, breathing audibly. "Are you uncomfortable?" "It's just too comfortable." Jane subconsciously recalled the several peaks of ecstasy last night. She even had no memory of how she fell asleep in the end. Her face flushed instantly. "You are too good. I am still a little painful now." "Well, this is understandable," Hades tilted his head. Any man would be happy to hear this, so he would naturally not be an exception. So he generously let Jane go. "My business card is on the table next to you. You can call me if you have anything." After that, Hades touched Jane's head and went out. Before leaving, he carefully ordered 2 breakfasts for Jane. The other one was naturally left for Daisy next door. Hades left naturally for the pickup he had agreed with Professor Smith yesterday. It was 7 in the morning, and he had to go home to take a shower and change clothes. Soon, he drove his car Vision back home. After getting everything done, Hades went out at 8:30, drove the death taxi, and arrived at Professor Smith's door at 8:55. "Hello, Professor Smith," Hades called Professor Smith after arriving. "I'm at your door." "Yeah, okay," Professor Smith nodded, "we'll be down right away." After hanging up the phone, Professor Smith shouted to the bathroom, "Eric, people are here, hurry up." "I'm coming." Eric was washing his hands, and when he heard Smith urging him outside, he opened the bathroom door and jumped out without caring that his hands were all wet. "Hurry up." "Good morning, Professor Smith." And when the two got in the car, Hades was about to say hello, but halfway through he realized that he didn't seem to know the other person. "So this is your friend, Professor Smith?" "Yes, he is Eric Shavig, you can just call him Eric," Professor Smith said casually. "Ah, I know you, Professor Eric, a master in the field of physics," Hades said with sudden realization. "I have always admired your academic achievements." No, I am not a master," Eric waved his hand quickly, "you are a rising star. I always thought you were accepted by some secret organization, so there was no news, but who would have thought you would be here?" Eric is not someone who can stand beating around the bush, or in fact, most of the real academics are straightforward, so the first sentence he said almost said what he meant. I just won a few small awards, it's nothing. Hades immediately understood what Eric meant, and quickly changed the subject. So, Professor, if you are ready, can we set off? We started chatting as soon as we got in the car, but the car hasn't started yet. Okay, let's go to the Institute of Science. Professor Smith nodded, and at the same time signaled Eric to persuade him slowly on the way. Death Taxi number 669. The mission is normal. Send physicist Smith Klein and physicist Eric Shavig to the PGO Institute of Science in New York City. The mission was successfully released. Hades received the news and quickly started the car. On the way, Eric tried his best to persuade Hades to get back on track, but Hades was always unmoved and talked about other topics to distract him. Then, under the hint of Smith who couldn't stand it anymore, Eric finally remembered the plan they discussed last night when the car arrived at the door of the Institute of Science. I was invited by one of my students to go to Old Bridgetown, New Mexico in October this year to study a sky phenomenon. It won't take long, just a dozen days. Eric took out the photo he prepared with his students last night. Look, the contact information is behind the photo. If you are interested, please contact me when the time comes. Hades took the photo and looked at it carefully. What if the beauty of this honey trap has been eaten in advance? Do you still want to take the bait? After using this trick, Eric found that Hades still did not respond. He had no choice but to sigh helplessly, pay the fare to Hades, and then push the car door to get off. Wait! Hades, who received the system message in his mind, decisively stopped Eric who was about to get off. Professor Eric, I suddenly think a car trip is also very good. Hades showed his most brilliant smile ever, and his voice was extremely gentle, as if he was afraid that a little louder would scare Eric away. So, if you choose to take my taxi to go there, I will go with you. How about it? Failure Diary. There are different opinions from readers. Very good, I think I'm going to be cold again. Degree. Chapter 10. A friend comes from afar. Hades originally I don't want to go. However, when the system message came, Hades changed his mind instantly. Death Taxi number 669. Mission normal. Send physicist Smith Klein and physicist Eric Shavig to the PGO Scientific Institute in New York City. Mission status, completed. Mission coefficient, 2%. Please select the physical fitness and skill type to be added. Then, Hades saw the line of data that seemed out of tune with the other data. Physicist Eric Shavig. Physical, 64. Intelligence, 15,432. Magic, 0. Skills. Level 4, Physics Knowledge. Hades. In order to confirm that he was not dizzy and saw it wrong, Hades carefully read the numbers one by one, and then again. Intelligence, 15,432. The explanation of Eric's intelligence is in the author's words in this chapter. So, Hades's previous attitude changed drastically, his tone was gentle, and at the same time he asked Eric to take his taxi and go with him. Eric suddenly felt that Hades's gaze towards his head was a little greedy. He subconsciously shrank his neck and quickly shook off this strange feeling. He was now focusing on what Hades had said before. As long as he took his taxi, he would be willing to follow him to study? What kind of strange cause and effect is this? However, thinking of what Smith had said before, Hades might have become a taxi driver because of the so-called inspiration from learning. Eric seemed to understand a little. On a whim, he would drive from New York to New Mexico, witness the scenery and experience life on the way, so as to gain inspiration from life and create great modernist works. So that's it. Eric said that he understood. Hades is worthy of being a talent with a doctorate degree in Chinese from the School of Foreign Languages. He knows how to find inspiration so close to life. However, before that, he still had to ask first. It's possible, Eric said after thinking about it, but, Hades, the distance between New York and Old Bridgetown, New Mexico is still very far. If I drive this car there, will it be too tiring? Considering that he is already an old man in his 50s and almost 60 years old, Eric has to think about his body. That's not a problem. Hades' eyes seem to be shining. We can leave in advance, and I can modify my car to ensure comfort. Okay, since Hades has said this, Eric had to nod, then it's settled. I promise to contact you in advance, Professor Eric. Hades nodded decisively to finalize the matter. With the sunniest smile, he watched Professor Eric and Professor Smith enter the institute. When they were completely out of sight, Hades drove home decisively. Hades had figured out the calculation method of the system. He understood that after choosing Eric's intelligence as the bonus, it would be at least 100 points of bonus. The previous bonuses were added a few points at a time. Hades didn't know what the consequences would be if he added hundreds of points at once. It would be bad if he fainted or had a more serious reaction, so he decisively returned to the villa, which was the safest for him at the moment. Parking the car in the garage, Hades hurried back to the villa. Lo Shen, turn on the defense mode and raise it to the highest alert level. Hades said while dragging a medical box from under the bed. The highest alert level of the defense mode is ready to start. Please tell me the answer to the second safety instruction. The voice of the goddess of Luo sounded, a friend from afar. Even if he is far away, he must be killed. At home, Hades has always used the middle and Luo Shen to communicate, and Hades is very sure that no one in the world except himself can answer this answer. Those who don't understand will naturally be confused, and those who understand will basically not think of this answer. The security order has been passed, and the highest alert level of the defense mode has been activated. As Luo Shen's voice fell, more than a dozen hidden infrared cameras around Hades' villa began to work, monitoring all aspects of the villa within 50 meters without blind spots, and checking the information of every life form within the alert range to confirm the threat level it may cause. The curtains were automatically drawn, and pieces of special defense steel plates fell inside, completely protecting the villa, and at the same time passing a deadly electric current. In the corners around the villa, more than a dozen laser weapons that looked like guns revealed a hole from the buried ground, ready to attack at any time. Hades was very confident in his transformation of the villa. As long as it was not a missile-level attack, the place where he was would definitely be safe, and if it really didn't work, he could escape through the secret passage in the basement. Hades breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little relieved. In a place like the Marvel world, no matter how careful you are, you can never be too careful. Steady is the only prerequisite for sustainable development. Especially at this moment when an unprecedented strengthening is about to begin, Hades seems to be cautious. Well, Hades, put the medical box aside, connect some equipment to yourself to check your physical condition. When necessary, Luo Shen will directly call the emergency number if he finds that he can't bear it. The emergency number is a nearby hospital invested by Hades, which is safe and timely. I'll start. Hades is so well prepared for a reason. After all, his system is an artificial retardation, so he has sufficient reason to suspect that the system will instantly strengthen himself regardless of whether his body can bear it. It would be best if there were no adverse consequences, but at present, when nothing is known, of course, it is necessary to make the most adequate preparations. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Choose to add wisdom, get 309 points of bonus, and start adding. After choosing, Hades felt his brain swell a little, and then there was nothing else. Looking at his wisdom again, it was already 9666577309. Is that it? Hades. Although I expected such a result, I still felt a little unhappy when it really happened. Failure diary. Very good, no recommendation today, a week without recommendation. F. I want the recommendation votes from readers to warm my wounded little heart. Chapter 11. What a coincidence. Remove the defense mode. Hades waited for another minute, confirmed that it was not a sequelae of delayed outbreak, shook his head, took off the instrument probes connected to the body status, stood up and said, "The defense mode has been removed." Luo Shen said, while controlling the infrared camera outside to stop working, the weapons to be retracted, the special steel plates in the house to be powered off and retracted, and the curtains to be automatically opened. Well, there is no special feeling. Hades carefully felt his changes, and it seemed that there was no big difference. However, he also knew that his thinking speed, learning ability, etc. must have been comprehensively and greatly improved, but if he wanted to know how much he had improved, he would need a series of precise tests. Compared with the simplicity and ease of the test body, it would be a waste of time and energy to test something more abstract like intelligence, and there was no need. Knowing your combat power is to accurately judge whether you can deal with the enemy, whether you should fight head-on, guerrilla warfare or run away directly. What's the use of knowing how smart you are? Invite others to do the same test as you, and then despise others from the perspective of wisdom? So, Hades did not do anything unnecessary. Decisively chose Dr. Eric's physics knowledge as a skill bonus, and found that it still did not rise from level 3 to level 4. It was just that the understanding of some physics knowledge in the brain was deepened, and Hades did not care too much. This is very normal. After all, the task coefficient is too low, and the bonus is naturally not much. In addition, Hades himself had level 3 physics knowledge at the beginning, so it was even more difficult to upgrade the level. This is also the reason why Hades must ask Eric to take his taxi to New Mexico, because a long journey brings a considerable fare, and corresponding to this, it is an extremely high task coefficient. In this way, Hades can get a lot of point bonuses. After reorganizing the medical kit and putting it under the bed, Hades scratched his head and decided not to go out to drive today. Originally, he planned to improve his intelligence during this period to match his physical fitness, but who would have thought that his intelligence would be higher than his physical fitness? In the past, when he was a student, Hades always played a lot when he had a big exam, played a little when he had a small exam, and didn't play when he didn't have an exam. Now that the exam has been turned into a point increase, it's almost the same. Besides, the money in the car is almost full, just right to give it to the dean. Hades thought so, then changed into casual clothes, went to the garage, took out the money from the storage box on the death taxi with a bag, and then drove his Mercedes Vision to the Green Orphanage in New York. What? Jane, who had just arrived in the PGO Scientific Research Institute, looked at Eric, who was smiling in front of her, with a confused face. Hades? He wants to participate in my research observation internship project. Yes, it's a great surprise, right? Eric said happily, Teacher, I spent a lot of effort to persuade him to agree this morning. With his help, your research will definitely break through quickly. After saying this, Eric lowered his voice again, as if he was afraid that Hades was nearby. I tell you, Jane, you have to seize this opportunity. I have seen Hades. He is handsome and has a good temper. You also know his academic achievements. If he is willing to take this path, his future achievements will definitely be limitless. The implication is this guy is good. I am optimistic about him and suggest taking this opportunity to win him over. Jane. What a surprise! I not only know that he is handsome, has a good temper and has high academic achievements, but I also say that I know that he is definitely a top-notch teacher in terms of physical fitness. Do you believe it? Thinking of what Hades said when he left in the morning, I have a feeling that we will meet again soon. Jane blinked and silently held her forehead. We will really meet again soon. What's wrong? Eric asked in a strange way. Didn't you always say that Hades is the person you admire most? Yes, that's right, it's true, Jane nodded. I'm jet-lagged, so I'm still a little dizzy. Oh, that's right, I just came from England the day before yesterday. Eric nodded in sudden realization. Then why don't you not attend the orphanage event later? No, we have to attend both at the same time to get the grant." Jane shook her head decisively. She didn't feel uncomfortable because of jet lagged, it was just some sequelae of the intense exercise last night, and I don't feel very uncomfortable. I'll just go back and get some sleep after the event. Soon, Jane and Eric came to Green Orphanage to participate in a more formalistic event. Many politicians or companies that need fame sometimes invite some celebrities to participate in such charity events to gain some fame bonuses. This is a normal thing, and as a reward, they will give the invited people some funds, just like Jane and Eric. No one will refuse the best of all three. So, naturally, the two people who thought they would meet again in a few months met again just a few hours later. Jane. Hades. Jane. Hades, vs. So, you are the physicists who came to participate in the charity event, as the dean said. Hades took Jane to a slightly quieter place. What a coincidence. Yet, Jane walked beside Hades. I didn't expect it. I thought I would see you again in a few months. Did your teacher tell you? Finally, we came to the small bridge with few people. Hades stopped and leaned on the railing beside him. To be honest, I was really shocked when I saw that it was you in the photo that Professor Eric showed me. Yet, he told me this morning, and kept saying that we should seize the opportunity and so on. Jane curled her lips and leaned on the railing as well. Who could have thought it would be such a coincidence? So do you want to seize the opportunity? Hades turned his head to look at Jane, with the same smile on his face. Can I understand that you are confessing to me, Mr. Hades? Jane rolled her eyes. Come on, we have only known each other for 1 day, 1 day. Failure diary. It is clear that the collection is 100 per day, but the recommendation votes are still pitifully few. After asking the editor told me that. That means it is a dead collection, useless. F.N.T. Chapter 12. Only the body is gone. After a long time, the lips parted. I think the result of considering this matter in this state is more credible, Hades whispered to Jane in his arms. What do you think? Okay, Jane panted softly, and after looking at Hades for a while, I think I need to confirm it again. Again. I think you need to exercise your lung capacity. Hades licked his lips with a smirk on his face. Astrophysicists also need to exercise. Have you thought it through now? Yet, Jane leaned dizzy in Hades' arms. The lack of oxygen reaction and the secretion of some hormones made her feel weak all over. Her face flushed. I think I have thought it through now. I thought your thinking through meant to seize this opportunity. Hades was a little confused, but you actually said no. Yes, you heard it right. Jane nodded. Why? Hades was very curious. Come on, Mr. Hades, I know who you are. Jane rolled her eyes. Your gossip has spread to the next school since you were a kid, and you change girlfriends every few days. You are a typical playboy. Do you think I can agree to you? Hades was stunned. What you said seems to make some sense. Besides, if anyone becomes your girlfriend, then... Jane blushed when she got to the main point. I mean, you are too strong and I am afraid I can't stand it. Hades looked up at the sky speechlessly. Is it wrong to be too strong? So, Jane said after thinking for a while, we can maintain this kind of relationship, that is, more than friends but less than lovers. You know what I mean, right? I think I understand. Hades blinked. Only the body, not the soul. That's it. Jane nodded decisively. Jane knew very well what kind of person Hades was. At least she knew about his romantic affairs from what she had heard about him in school. Jane didn't think she could tie Hades down after becoming his girlfriend. She felt that she couldn't do it either physically or mentally. Would mental restraint make a playboy like Hades fall in love with her wholeheartedly? Although Jane was very confident in her appearance and figure, she didn't think she had that much power. Charm. Jane wisely chose to give up the method of physical restraint. A kiss can last so long that she almost suffocates, and he is still like nothing happened. If it goes further, won't I be unable to get out of bed every day? However, when Hades didn't have enough money and status, he was able to have so many romantic deeds, which also shows his excellent conditions. In other words, Hades is definitely not a good candidate for a boyfriend, but he is the best candidate for a lover. In addition, Jane prefers to study science and astrophysics, so she doesn't want to waste time dating or anything like that. You know, her ex-boyfriend left her like this. So, Hades is it fully meets Jane's psychological conditions and physical needs, and is the best candidate who only takes care of the body but not the mind. Hades roughly understood what Jane meant, which made him look at Jane with a hint of surprise. This is really the first time that Hades has met a woman with such a novel way of thinking. However, Hades had to admit that the decision she made was really wise. Hades has a clear definition of himself, a scumbag, a playboy, and Hades never hides this. Well, Hades tilted his head and stared into Jane's eyes. The two looked at each other. It seems that I have to find a suitable name for this relationship. What do you think is more appropriate? Well, good friends are fine, Jane thought for a while and replied, others seem weird. In fact, this relationship itself is very strange. Hades spread his hands helplessly, don't you think so? Okay, don't dwell on this kind of thing. Please, Mr. Hades, you have to face this matter squarely. From a normal perspective, it is obviously you who took advantage. Jane spread out her palms and counted one by one. First, you got a stable girlfriend with top appearance, figure, and knowledge level. Second, this girlfriend does not prevent you from having a good time or doing other things outside. Third, this girlfriend will not look for other men. After counting 3 points, Jane widened her eyes. I've lost a lot, okay? I didn't even ask you for mental damages. Okay, if you put it that way, Hades laughed, it seems I got a great deal. What else? Jane looked up at Hades angrily. Well, if that's the case, Hades smiled and pinched Jane's nose, then, I'll make it up to you tonight, how about that? Jane. What if I made things worse? Waiting online, it's urgent. Did you grow up here? Jane and Hades, who had just established a rare and special relationship, walked side by side on the grass. Just now, Jane remembered why she met Hades here, so she asked him and learned the reason why Hades came here. Yes, Hades nodded and said, from the beginning, when I was conscious and could remember things, I was here, and until I grew up, I was familiar with everything here. Speaking of this, I am very curious, Jane asked, you are so outstanding, from childhood to adulthood, doesn't anyone want to adopt you? Of course, Hades said, but I didn't want to leave here, so I found the dean and communicated with him. I was shocked at the time, a voice interrupted, I was still wondering why there were children who didn't want to be adopted. But under Hades' repeated insistence, I had to agree. Jane turned her head and saw a white-haired old man. She knew this old man. He was the dean of Green Orphanage, Anderson Kaplan. Hello, Dean Anderson. Jane greeted him quickly. Hello, Ms. Jane, Dean Anderson said with a smile, what a coincidence, you and Hades know each other. Jane is my girlfriend, Hades smiled and put his arm around Jane's slender waist. Dean, is the event over there over? Yes, it's just a formality, Anderson nodded, my old bones can't stand too much tossing. Failure diary. It took me almost a day to write this chapter today. How did those big guys do it? Chapter 13. You are greedy for her body. Wait, Dean Anderson said this before reacting, what did you just say? Ms. Jane is your girlfriend? Yes. Hades nodded. Yes. Jane saw Dean Anderson's inquiring eyes turn to herself, so she nodded to confirm. Although the relationship is a bit special, it is still considered a boyfriend and girlfriend, so there is nothing wrong with saying this. Hades, come with me. I suddenly remembered that I have something to tell you. Dean Anderson did not smile happily, but pulled Hades aside with a gloomy face, leaving Jane standing there with a curious look. What's wrong? Hades followed the Dean to a corner. Any questions? Oh, are you stupid? Dean Anderson knocked the ground with his cane excitedly. That Jane is not the girl you usually pick up in school. Her identity is different. Her teacher is a big shot in the physics world, the top one, you know. I know. Hades nodded, a little confused. Then what? So you can't just play around with her like you usually do with those girls. Dean Anderson blew his beard and glared. Listen to my advice, either quickly cut off your relationship, or you stay with her seriously. If you offend her, her teacher will say a word. How can you survive in the academic world in the future? Well, actually I'm driving a taxi now, so I shouldn't have anything to do with it. Hades replied weakly. Then you're going to drive a taxi for the rest of your life. Anderson glared. After you've had enough fun, you have to do what you're best at. Yeah, okay, Hades had to smile and nodded. I'll pay attention. He couldn't tell the Dean that he might really have to drive a taxi for a long time, right? Dean Anderson can be said to be one of Hades' closest people in the world, not only because of the Dean's care for him from childhood to adulthood, but also because in the past, every time Hades got into trouble, it was the Dean who helped him solve it. Give a favor and return it with a plum. A drop of water will be returned with a spring. This is why Hades has been coming back regularly to visit and donate money to the orphanage. The reason why he doesn't come back often is that Hades doesn't want others to think that Dean Anderson is very important in his mind. Hades will definitely participate in those extraordinary events in the future, so those villains will naturally pay attention to him, such as Hydra. Hades himself is not afraid of those villains. He has already made sufficient preparations, or he is confident that he has enough strength to face those villains, but others are different. Then those villains will come to deal with those who are closely connected with him under the premise that there is no effective way to deal with him, so he must make the relationship between himself and Dean Anderson more distant and ordinary. Hades never hesitates to speculate those villains with the greatest malice, and never underestimates their methods. What is shown in the movie is undoubtedly beautified, and there are many that are not reflected. If he was really so stupid and soft-hearted, how could he sit in that position, manage so many people, and become a member of such an organization without being exposed early? It's impossible to imagine. However, Hades was not so naive to think that this was enough. He also asked Luo Shen to monitor Dean Anderson's phone calls and daily activities at all times. Fortunately, Dean Anderson basically stayed in the orphanage and didn't go anywhere, so it was very convenient to monitor him, and it didn't take up much of the running memory of the server that Hades configured for Luo Shen. A laptop alone certainly can't support an artificial intelligence. In order to allow Luo Shen to work normally, Hades equipped Luo Shen with a complete set of facilities in the villa. Of course, it was made in secret, just like when the villa was modified. What are you paying attention to? Don't I know you? Anderson shook his head speechlessly. You just want her body. Ahem, Hades' face didn't even turn red, he coughed twice, and had to reveal a little bit. Dean, think about it, Jane must know my reputation, so she must also know what kind of person I am. We have agreed that we will only talk about the body, not the feelings. Really? Anderson stared at Hades with a suspicious look. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Hades said. That's right, Anderson nodded, and after thinking for a while, he said, then you should be careful. Don't make others angry. It's not good for you. Okay, Hades nodded quickly. Dean, are you tired? Do you want to rest? I'll help you back to the room. Go, and accompany me. I'm very strong. What a joke to ask you to help me. Anderson tapped his crutches. Remember to be careful. Okay, no problem. Hades patted his chest. Who am I? Don't you know my limits? Okay, just don't flip over. Anderson turned around and wanted to leave, but then he remembered the amount of money Hades had brought over. By the way, remember to take less next time. We are not short of money here. You can save some for backup and don't spend as much as you have. Don't worry, I can make hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars just to help others with a project now. Don't worry about the money. Hades once again said what he had said every time he came before. You should save it. Anderson said with his eyes wide open. Okay, I will save half. Hades had no choice but to surrender, at least verbally. That's good enough, Anderson muttered, and left with a cane. Hey, Hades couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but when he heard Anderson's whispered words, he immediately didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No wonder, I was wondering when this kid was so shameless that he actually messed with a decent woman. This was what Anderson said. Fortunately, I didn't hear it. Hades' mouth twitched. If Jane heard this, it would be so embarrassing. What did you mean you didn't hear? Jane saw Anderson finally left, so she walked over. By the way, what did the dean say to you just now? Nothing, the dean said that he couldn't hear clearly recently. I was thinking about this matter. Hades decisively found an excuse to fool over, and put his arm around Jane. Come on, the activities here are almost over, I'll take you to have some fun. Failure Diary. New book is starting, I will start writing from now on, and I will never stop. I will not watch dramas, travel, or get sick. I will not play games, or chat in groups. I will work hard to write. Life and death are like this. I am the keyboard in the dark, the guard on the great wall of the internet, resisting the cold flames, the light at dawn. I dedicate my life and glory to writing, tonight, every night. P.S. That is impossible, unless there are enough votes. V.S. Chapter 14 Liak Xia Hui Lao Qin. Why is there no one talking just for collections? Hey, someone come and make a sound. Arribity, let me see your handsome names. Is this your car? Jane asked in surprise when she saw the car in front of Hades. What else? Hades opened the car door and made an invitation gesture. I bought this with the prize money I saved from the competition. Come on, get in the car. You know, if someone hears you say this, you will be beaten. Jane got into the car with the help of Hades. Speaking of which, where are we going? The premise is that they dare to do it, and they can really beat me. Hades showed Jane his biceps, then went to the other side to get into the car, and said while starting the car, let's go to a place with a lot of delicious food. Chinatown. I've never been here before. Jane looked around curiously and took a deep breath. Is the food here really delicious? Well, it smells very fragrant. Of course, my country of foodies is not in vain. Hades waved his hand and bought a string of candied haws on the side and handed it to Jane. Try this first, an appetizer. What is a country of foodies? What is this? Well, it's really good. Jane bit a candied haws and was quickly captured by the food. It's another name for China, because the average person is a foodie. This is called sugar gourd. Well, it should be translated like this. Take your time. There are still many delicious things. Hades looked at the watch. It's almost noon now. I'll take you to a big meal. There are always some common problems in the translation process between two languages, such as Romance of the Three Kingdoms translated into English becomes The War of Three Countries, and Water Margin translated into English becomes The Story of Three Women and 105 Men, which will instantly cause a sharp drop in the meaning. But fortunately, Hades translated the name of Tang Hulu into Chinese English, so Jane could understand it. Okay. Jane nodded decisively. What feast? Absolutely delicious feast. Hades smiled, but I have to ask you something first. What? Can you eat spicy food? No problem. I'm an expert at eating spicy food. Ho ho, so spicy. Jane took the ice water beside her and gulped it down without caring about her image and demeanor. It's okay, I just ordered medium spicy. Hades smiled and picked up a piece of fatty beef from the hot pot and stuffed it into his mouth. Originally, slightly spicy was their bottom line, but since you said you can eat spicy food, I ordered medium spicy. This is spicier than the Mexican peppers I've eaten, and it's very numbing. Jane complained while sticking out her tongue and exhaling, this is only medium spicy? Does it mean there are extra spicy ones? Of course, the hot pot here is the best. I searched for a long time before I found this place. Hades smiled and waved his hand. Lao Qin, give me a bottle of sour plum juice. Hades said the latter sentence in very standard Chinese. Hey, okay. A Chinese man who spoke Sichuan's Mandarin was not surprised that Hades, a blonde foreigner, could speak such standard Mandarin. Instead, he smiled and picked up a bottle of iced plum juice and walked over. Lao Gao, is this your girlfriend? Yes, Hades, who was called Lao Gao, smiled, took the plum juice from Lao Qin, unscrewed the bottle cap and handed it to Jane. Drink this, this will relieve the spiciness and it tastes good. By the way, Jane, let me introduce you, this is my friend, you can just call him Qin. Hello, Qin. Jane retracted her tongue and forced a calm and elegant smile. Hello, hello, nice to meet you. Lao Qin smiled and nodded to greet him. Lao Qin, who does business in Chinatown in New York, of course knows some English, but it is limited to daily language. At the beginning, when Lao Qin first met Hades who came to eat, he was really shocked by his fluent Chinese. However, in the subsequent conversations, Lao Qin gradually got to know Hades, and knew that he was a complete China expert and had always wanted to immigrate to China, so he gradually became friends with Hades. And the name Lao Gao that Lao Qin called Hades was actually derived from the Chinese name that Hades introduced to Lao Qin. This Chinese name was Hades's name in his previous life, Gao Yu. I'm sorry too. Jane continued to smile for a while, and then couldn't help but start drinking sour plum juice to relieve the spiciness. As for the fact that Hades seemed to speak Chinese, Jane was not surprised at all. Among the rumors circulating in the university, one of Hades's degree certificates was from the Chinese major of the foreign languages college. If Hades didn't speak Chinese, she would find it strange. Lao Gao, does your girlfriend speak Chinese? After delivering the sour plum juice, Lao Qin didn't leave in a hurry, but asked Hades in Chinese. No. Hades shook his head decisively. Then I'm relieved. This is the number of girlfriends. Lao Qin, who heard the words, immediately said with a serious expression, but the content of his words was very gossipy. I remember you brought no less than 5 different ones to eat here, right? Well, are you sure you asked me this question? Hades pondered and asked back, are you making yourself uncomfortable because you have nothing to do? Lao Qin, who has been single since birth, was known to Hades when they chatted. The problem is that after Hades taught him many tricks, he is still single. Hades began to doubt whether there was something wrong with his methods. After some questioning, Hades realized that it was not that he was a bad teacher, but that his apprentice was really bad. He read from a small notebook. The small notebook was the experience that Hades taught him, such as when to say what and when to do what. Lao Qin wrote it down one by one. Hades was completely confident that as long as he followed the love manual he said step by step, there would be absolutely no problem, but you can't read with a small notebook in front of other girls. Hades still remembers that when he helplessly covered his forehead and asked him why he didn't write it down, Lao Qin's answer was, I forgot it when I was nervous. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Hades still remembers that he even dragged Lao Qin to the bar to play, and then directly pulled 2 girls over. After a night, Hades confidently asked Lao Qin about his progress. He told himself that he had taught others how to make hot pot base for a whole night. Are you the reincarnation of Lu Ziyi? So, Hades had no choice but to give up the plan to help Lao Qin, who has been single until now, get out of his singleness. Street Diary. Today, a big guy on QQ reading asked me a question, and then I answered it. As a result, the news that the answer was heard by others kept floating. 4 hours later, more than 8,000 people heard it. I, a street idiot, finally experienced the feeling of the writer's backstage message every minute. But why didn't anyone collect or vote? Is my voice not good? R. Q. Chapter 15. Something is wrong. This is why Hades told Lao Qin why he was feeling uncomfortable. Ahem, this is just curiosity. Lao Qin blushed. As the person involved, he naturally knew why Hades said that. Lao Qin, add some dishes. At this time, a person on the side shouted. Okay. Lao Qin responded and said hello to Hades, then Lao Gao, you guys eat first, I'm going to do something. Okay, Hades nodded, you go first. What were you talking about just now? After Lao Qin turned around to get busy, Jane asked curiously. It's just some things about whether the food is delicious. Hades brought the topic back without changing his expression. How is it? It tastes good, right? Sour plum juice is very effective in relieving spiciness and stimulating appetite. Well, it's really delicious. Jane pulled out a piece of paper to wipe the sweat from her forehead and stuck out her tongue. It's just too spicy. Hot pot, if it's not spicy, it won't taste good, Hades introduced while eating. In fact, chili can also stimulate appetite and dispel cold and dampness. Eating some appropriately is very beneficial. After Hades and Jane finished eating, Hades said hello to Lao Qin, paid the bill and left. Lao Qin was also at the shift change time, so he packed up and went home. He took out a strange instrument and pressed it, but the instrument didn't respond, so Lao Qin breathed a sigh of relief and entered his room. Jane Foster, PhD in astrophysics. Lao Qin put on a pair of slightly strange glasses, took a tablet with a completely black screen and started operating it. After uploading the photos he secretly took, he looked at the information and took a deep breath. The teacher is Eric Shavig, the top American physicist, on the list of reserve personnel of S.H.I.E.L.D. Not good. Although the current name of S.H.I.E.L.D. is not called this, because its original name has too many characters, it is suspected of being watered down, so it is directly called S.H.I.E.L.D. As he spoke, Lao Qin operated on the tablet, and after noting a girlfriend on it, he moved Jane's information to a folder. There were hundreds of files in that folder, all of which were the information of those who appeared close to Hades. Then, Lao Qin clicked on a software, and after a period of confidential communication loading, he was connected to a communication channel. How is the situation? A person with a head like an ancient bronze spear and nicknamed Suzaku typed and asked. Lao Qin, there are some changes. An astrophysicist girlfriend appeared next to him. The problem is that the identity of the girlfriend's teacher is very sensitive. It is Eric Shavig. Suzaku, the top American physicist. Lao Qin, yes, the information has been uploaded to the file. You can check it. Also, has the organization not made a decision yet? Suzaku, the joining of a foreigner requires layers of review, and the most important thing is that he grew up in an orphanage. All the information before we noticed him cannot be checked and confirmed now. Can you ensure that he is not a spy pawn specially thrown out by S.H.I.E.L.D.? Lao Qin, no, whether from words or actions, my judgment is the same. Suzaku, Qin Feng, you are a qualified soldier and should not mix personal emotions with the mission. Lao Qin, I did not mix personal emotions. I analyzed his behavior pattern realistically to draw this conclusion. I am very sure that my judgment is correct. Moreover, for such a talent, if we don't take this opportunity to pull him in, do we have to wait until he is noticed by other organizations and then pulled away? Suzaku, the organization will make a decision as soon as possible. You must pay attention to yourself and don't expose your identity to Hades in advance. Now our relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. is very tense. Then, the communication was cut off. Fuck. Qin Feng couldn't help but swear, then lay back, took off his glasses, and closed his eyes helplessly. He knew that due to the special identity of Hades, such a cautious decision was necessary, but in his opinion, Hades was not suspected of being a spy. Although the relationship between S.H.I.E.L.D. and his own organization is very tense now, they are not mortal enemies. At most, they do not interfere with each other's actions and do not have any contact with each other. Under such circumstances, would S.H.I.E.L.D. specially train a Hades who is so clear, a prominent person to join his organization? Even the most brain-dead leader would not make such a decision. Hades's identity destined him to not be able to reach a high position in his organization, and the greatest contribution he could make was obviously not in line with such a position. No one would be willing to do a business that loses money, especially a business that loses so much money, which is one of the reasons why Qin Feng is so sure. Since Jane's body has not recovered yet, Hades did not intend to do something that everyone knows. After taking Jane to stroll around Chinatown, he bought a lot of delicious snacks for her, and then politely sent her back to the hotel. Anyway, there is a long way to go. Then, Hades drove back to the villa. It was already 1 o'clock when we went to Chinatown. We had a hot pot and strolled around the street to enjoy the scenery, and then sent Jane back to the hotel. It was already past 5 o'clock when Hades returned to the villa. This person Hades opened his notebook, shook his head, and began to search for information about Qin Feng on the internet. Something is wrong. Hades had never paid attention to this aspect of Qin Feng before. He always thought Qin Feng was just an ordinary person. Moreover, Hades had only obtained the death taxi system for about 2 months. Before obtaining the system, he was just an ordinary person, so it was naturally impossible to find out. After obtaining the system, he was busy driving and had not come here to eat hot pot. He came alone. Qin Feng had no abnormal behavior at all, so he had never found any problems at all. This was the first time he brought a female companion to eat hot pot here after obtaining the system. So, Qin Feng's secret photo of Jane instantly attracted Hades' attention. With Hades' current physical and intellectual strength, even if there was only a slight abnormality, he would be discovered and quickly analyzed a lot of possible results. Therefore, although Qin Feng had done a good job, it was far from enough for Hades, who had already left the category of ordinary humans. Diary of a Street Thief. 12,473 people have listened to it in one day. If it weren't for the fact that none of the votes for collection and recommendation have increased, I would have almost believed it. It should be due to a bug. Degree. Alas, the author of Street Thief is begging for votes online. Chapter 16, A Smile That Makes One Charming. Hades, who discovered Qin Feng's unusual behavior at the hot pot restaurant, was concerned about it, so after returning to the villa, he began to search for his news online. From Qin Feng's professional method of secretly taking photos, Hades could only think of one answer: an agent. The question is, which organization's agent is he? I am just an ordinary taxi driver now, with just a dozen doctoral degrees. There is nothing special about it, except that it is a little bit special. So, what is the purpose of collecting information about people around me, to check my background? The purpose of doing this is to pull me in? After thinking about it, Hades felt that it was more likely that the organization behind Qin Feng wanted to pull me in. Because what Hades has shown now, in the eyes of others, is undoubtedly an absolute genius, and a genius who has not joined any force. In this case, after ordinary people come into contact with him and get to know him, they will definitely think about how to bring him closer to their organization so that he can play a role. Otherwise, what other reasons are there? Hades has never shown his extraordinary physical fitness in front of outsiders, and has never participated in any grievances between forces. He is just a slightly less ordinary taxi driver. In this case, he is still targeted, so there should be only one possibility that he is favored by his talent. After guessing Qin Feng's purpose, Hades began to further screen based on this conclusion. Okay, Hades finally tapped the keyboard, exhaled, and then looked at the things displayed on the computer and read, Qin Feng, 28 years old, a Chinese citizen, came to Chinatown, New York at the age of 27 to open a Xiaolongan hot pot restaurant. After reading a lot of information, Hades fell into contemplation. Information, no problem. It's just an ordinary Chinese coming to the United States to start a business. Hades collected all the information about Qin Feng from the databases he already controlled, and there was no abnormality. Could it be that he was wrong? Impossible. Hades shook his head. Master, the firewall is attacked by unknown hackers. At this moment, Luoshan issued a voice prompt. Sure enough, hearing Luoshan's prompt, Hades' face did not panic as if he was caught, but smiled. Sure enough, there is something fishy. If no one came to check, it would be fine. Maybe Hades really had to doubt his judgment, but now someone came to check. It was just like shouting at him that there was nothing wrong here. It's not like someone came to check the water meter for no reason, right? And it was after he had just checked Qin Feng's water meter? If this is a coincidence, it's really a bit too coincidental. Hades twisted his wrist, moved his fingers, and then put his hands on the keyboard. If I am not born as a keyboard warrior, the keyboard path will be like a long night. Keyboard. In a secret base in distant China, a man with headphones is confused. He is the intruder that Luoshan reported to Hades. His hacking skills are really good. After discovering that Hades has been in various databases after searching for Qin Feng's information, he immediately tracked back to Luoshan, and quietly cracked the outer defense and reached the door of the core. Then, he triggered the security question. Normal people would not think of answering security questions when there is no answer, and this man is the same. He decisively chose to invade the core database through other means, but found that the confidentiality measures and methods of the core database were extremely perfect, without any loopholes or opportunities to take advantage of, so he curiously clicked on the security question to try his luck. After a short audio file was downloaded, Luoshan's gentle voice sounded in the headset. Please tell me the answer to security instruction 1. A friend came from afar. Isn't it fun? The man answered subconsciously. If it was a typed explanation, the man would definitely consider it carefully and would never answer so rashly, but now Luoshan asked him to say it out loud, and people's subconscious reactions are sometimes faster than the brain. After saying it, the man regretted it. Who knows if this security instruction deliberately set up such a question and then made an answer that is completely unrelated to it. The answer to safety instruction 1 is wrong, Luoshan said, sending the alarm signal to Hades. Please tell the answer to safety instruction 3, the next sentence of don't be afraid of the clouds blocking your view. It's because I'm at the top. The man answered without hesitation. He knew that when he answered the first question and got it wrong, the people over there had already received the alarm message, so now he just wanted to be naughty. It's already exposed, what else is there to be afraid of? This can't be wrong, right? The answer to safety instruction 3 is wrong, Luoshan reminded in a gentle tone. Please tell the answer to safety instruction 4, the next sentence of looking back and smiling at 100 charming people. The 6 palaces are all pale, this can't be wrong. The man said speechlessly, and his hands began to jump on the keyboard at the same time to deal with the attack from Hades he just discovered. The answer is wrong, the 3 chances to answer have been used up. Sorry, your IQ is in arrears, welcome to come next time. Luoshan reminded gently, and then stopped talking, almost pissing the man off. However, this also made his hands move faster and faster. He wanted to defeat the person who dared to invade their firewall and technology. And then ask him why he set such questions, and what the answers to those questions were. In the villa, Hades showed a smile of crushing IQ on his face. Are you kidding? Could it be that I really give you the correct answer? Hades spent a lot of effort on the answer to this security question. It cannot be a meaningless combination of numbers and letters, which is too uncool. It cannot be the real correct answer, which is equivalent to being defenseless. So, Hades transformed these poems and proverbs. Instruction 1. If a friend comes from afar, whip him dozens of times and drive him to another courtyard. Instruction 2. If a friend comes from afar, he must be punished even if he is far away. Instruction 3. Don't be afraid of the floating clouds blocking your eyes, just because you are in this mountain. Instruction 4. Looking back and smiling, 100 charms are born. At this time, silence is better than sound. Not only does it rhyme, but the meaning is also completely clear and reasonable. This is simply modern and bold. Failure Diary. I talked with the big guys today and found out that there is a reason why I failed. The big guys can easily make 10,000 yuan a day, but it's hard for me to make 4,000 yuan a day. No, keep working hard and keep typing. P.S. Please vote. Chapter 17, A Battle Without Gunpowder. Hades thinks that with such a security command answer, basically, other people can only choose to use the method of forcibly breaking through the defense. And he is still very confident in his own technology. After all, he is also the world's top network security engineer. What he gives himself must be the best. He can be sure that even Tony Stark's Jarvis will take at least 10 seconds to break through. Well, it seems better not to say it. However, Hades is not discouraged by this now. Who is Tony Stark? The son of Destiny in the Marvel Universe, the protagonist among the protagonists, a big guy whose wisdom is recognized by even the gods. If you are not as good as others, just admit it. It's not a big deal. It's better than being like an ostrich. Hades is very self-aware. He knows that he was just an ordinary person before he got the system. If he got involved in the main storyline, he would die. That's why he has been planning how to return to China. As for the dozen doctoral degrees, that's just because he has patience and clear goals that people of this age don't generally have. Of course, the 500 initial intelligence points are also indispensable. Ahem. It doesn't mean that the more doctoral degrees you have, the smarter you are. Just like now, Hades dares to say that he has more doctoral degrees than Bruce Banner, but he dares to say that he is smarter than Dr. Banner? Go to bed. Let Hades study gamma rays or cosmic magic, and Hades can guarantee that he will be confused in minutes. Judging from the more than 15,000 intelligence points given by the system to Eric Shavig, Hades was abused, not to mention that he still remembers that in the Marvel Universe, Dr. Banner's IQ is higher than Eric's. But in the end, the intelligence of the system does not represent IQ. The judgment of this thing is very vague, and Hades has not figured it out yet. His current guess is that the judgment of intelligence should be based on the knowledge mastered by the target and the learning speed. A lot of things, and then use some unknown evaluation method to get the highest score. This can explain why Eric's intelligence is so high. Being able to study the cosmic cube, use its energy, and use his own algorithm to directly calculate the location of the 9 realms through the stars, this is enough to show Eric's knowledge of energy application, astrophysics, etc. However, Hades is not panicking, because he has a golden finger. Without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles, and without accumulating small streams, one cannot form a river or sea. As long as you drive a taxi slowly to pick up passengers, one day, even if Thanos stands in front of you, Hades will punch you to death. But now, die for me. Hades' fingers flew, and in the duel of keyboard warriors, it was obvious that he had the upper hand. Fuck, brothers, I can't stand it anymore, come to help. The man roared and instantly attracted several brothers next to him. So, I can't stand it anymore, you can't be short and weak, monkey, I told you to make trouble every day, and other remarks came out from his brothers' mouths. However, although they said so and so, their bodies were still very honest, and they joined the battle one by one. Although Hades was very strong, he was not so strong that he had no rivals in this field. Although he was already the world's top, he was only 40% to 60% with the man before. Now with his brothers coming up, he couldn't stand it in an instant. However, Hades was not panicked. Seeing that he couldn't stand it, he took the final measure of physically disconnecting the network. With a click, Hades unplugged the network cable connecting the villa to the outside world and entered the closed network mode of the internal local area. This is the safest way. As we all know, a good cook can't cook without rice. Even Tony's artificial intelligence Jarvis can't hack into a computer that is only plugged in and not connected to the internet. Hades's Laotian database is not on the internet. The server is in the villa. Once the network is disconnected, it is no different from disappearing directly. Damn, you don't follow the code of conduct and bully me because I have fewer people. Hades cursed and called up a folder to prepare. Don't blame me for being unjust if you are unkind. Hey? Where are the people? The man called Monkey and his brothers in the secret base saw victory in sight, but the opponent suddenly disappeared, and they felt a suffocating feeling of punching into the air. However, not long after, they found that the opponent came again, and brought a few chickens. Chickens refer to puppet machines controlled by hackers. What's the use of a few more chickens? Monkey snorted disdainfully, and several people took action, first taking control of the chickens, and then attacking Hades with all their strength. They didn't realize that Hades didn't take up much running memory for these chickens. In other words, Hades just took control of these computers, and then symbolically controlled them to come to Monkey and his brothers to flirt. Or rather, he slapped them lightly, with more intention of seducing than hurting them. Then, they were instantly subdued by the Monkey and his brothers in a rage and turned into their own shapes. Why does it feel a bit strange to describe the process like this? In the eyes of the Monkey and his brothers, this was an appetizer sent by Hades, but what they didn't know was that this appetizer was a piece of meat from a giant beast. In a seemingly normal office building, several office workers suddenly found that their computers were stuck. One person suddenly got stuck because he was downloading something with color, but what if several computers in an office area got stuck at the same time? It's not possible that everyone is doing this kind of thing, right? However, these people did not panic, but ran the software on the computer desktop that the technical department told them to open when they found something wrong. Soon, a full 6 intrusion warning messages were sent to the technical department. After a while, more than a dozen people who looked like computer experts came over, accompanied by several people in black suits. A battle is about to start, but this is a battle on the internet, without the smoke of gunpowder. Damn, what's going on? Monkey and his friends were about to break through Hades' Laotian database, but Hades quickly cut off the network cable again. Then, Monkey and his friends found that the few broilers in their hands had been taken over, and at the same time, more than a dozen masters began to track them down. The other party called for help. This was the subconscious reaction of Monkey and his friends. Call for help. More people? Sorry, we have nothing more but more people. Monkey was so angry that he quickly made a phone call to call brothers from other branches to help. Street Diary. Has it been updated for 4000 today? Or did I remember it wrong? P.S. Please vote. Chapter 18 SHIELD? Please recommend. Soon, the reinforcements called by Monkey joined the battle. Not Bodhisattva. But it was almost the same, because when they joined in, Monkey and his friends were almost unable to hold on. After the reinforcements invited by the Monkey joined the battle, they counterattacked soon. The black suits were almost unable to hold on. The other side is a very large organization. After the discussion of the technicians, one person finally came to negotiate with the black suits. They have very advanced technology, and there are more people than us. We need support as soon as possible. No problem. The agent nodded and called his superior. He needed to inform his superiors of this matter. A huge organization had organized and premeditated to attack them. The network intrusion was launched. The situation is very serious, and it is necessary to report to the superiors and prepare for technical support as soon as possible. Then they called for help again. Monkey found out that things had changed. They had just fought back for a while, and the other side suddenly had a bunch of new forces to attack them. What if they can't beat them? Of course, they called for support. So, the people on Monkey's side also began to call for reinforcements, and reported the news that the enemy tried to invade our database to their superiors. They have more people. The technician on the black suit side wiped the sweat from his forehead. Request support from the headquarters. Hurry. We can't stand it anymore. Okay. The black suit reported to his superior with a serious face. The black suit's level was not enough. He explained the situation to his superior, and then his superior reported to the higher level headquarters superior. This is Phil Carlson, a man who looked very kind and whose hairline was barely visible, answered the phone. Agent Wells, what's up? A large hacker group is attacking the network database of the New York branch, said Agent Wells. I have arranged for many technical personnel from the branches to assist, but the other party is constantly increasing the intensity of the attack. We are about to be unable to hold on. Request support from the headquarters. I will arrange people immediately to let them hold on. Carlson's face was serious. After hanging up the phone, he immediately arranged for the technical personnel of the SHIELD headquarters to contact the branch to join the battle. At the same time, he also called the director. Such a big thing, of course, must be reported to the director. What's the matter? Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, who was looking at the night view by the window, received a call from Carlson and asked after the call was connected. Director, a hacker group with a large number of personnel is attacking our branch. Where are you, Director? Carlson was halfway through his report when he found that everything was black in front of him and he could not see anything. I'm here. Fury silently turned on the light next to him, and the light finally illuminated his boiled egg head. You continue. The technical staff of the branch can't hold on, and it's still the same after contacting multiple branches for assistance, so they asked our headquarters for support. I just asked the technical staff of the headquarters to assist them. Carlson continued to report. Let them figure out what's going on. Fury frowned and said, the hacker organization that can attack our SHIELD, I'm very curious about their origins, and report to me immediately if there is any latest progress. Yes. Carlson nodded, hung up the phone, and began to organize technical staff to join the battle. All the technical staff of SHIELD went out and started to attack. Can't hold on, brother. Report to the headquarters and request reinforcements. Monkey's side was about to fall in an instant. So, one call after another was dialed, and finally, in an office, a middle-aged man who was approving some documents received the call. Director, we have been attacked by a huge hacker organization. They have a lot of people and are very skilled. We can't stand it any longer, a subordinate reported on the phone. We need to request support from the headquarters. I will immediately order the technical staff of the headquarters to reinforce us, the man frowned. Do you know where this hacker organization came from and why they want to attack us? It's not clear yet. The incident started from the Minon branch. I will send someone to ask them immediately. They should know the cause of the incident. The subordinate said. Go quickly. Remember to notify me immediately if there is any latest progress. The man said and hung up the phone. Hacker organization? What hacker organization has the ability to attack us? The man frowned, stood up and walked around twice, but didn't think of any clues. He had to sit down and wait for the news from his subordinates while reviewing the documents. Almost all the technical staff of the two organizations joined the battle, and the battle entered a white-hot stalemate. The two sides went back and forth, and neither of them was convinced. After a while, the man received a call from another subordinate. "What? SHIELD?" The man stood up suddenly. "Are you sure? We broke into one of their databases and found out that the other party was a branch of SHIELD. A voice came from the other end of the phone. "Director Zheng, what should we do now? Why did they attack us for no reason?" Zheng Xian said speechlessly, and suddenly remembered something. "We are currently in the upper hand, right?" "Yes, Director Zheng," the subordinate on the other end of the phone replied. "So far we have the upper hand, but the other party is SHIELD. How should we deal with the relationship between our two organizations next? How do you deal with it?" Zheng Xian was relieved after hearing his subordinate's answer. "They attacked us first, we don't know who they are, so we fought back with all our strength. This is normal. I didn't hear anything just now, and you didn't open the database to look at it, do you understand?" "Okay, Director Zheng, I understand Director Zheng." The subordinates immediately understood what Zheng Xian meant, and after hanging up the phone, they said to their subordinates, "Director Zheng said that the other party attacked first, we don't know anything, it's just a reasonable self-defense counterattack. Keep going." Zheng Xian lay back in his office chair, crossed his legs happily. Oh, it's my turn to defeat you." "Take out the phone and put it aside." Zheng Xian has a comfortable smile on his face, closes his eyes and rests leisurely, as if waiting for someone to hit him. The phone came. After a while, the phone rang. Zheng Xian glanced at it and found that it was not the expected person, but the subordinate who first reported it before, so he immediately answered the phone. "What's the matter? Have you found out the cause of the incident?" Street Diary. "The contract is about to be signed. Everyone go and invest, you can earn starting coins. In addition, let me say here that if you vote for me, I can get better recommendations, so that I can get better results. I will set up a fag here. If this book is recommended by Sanjiang, I will put it on the shelf for a minimum of 20 chapters, and rewards and extra chapters are counted separately. So, please give me a recommendation vote. Thank you for your support." Chapter 19, Bringing Fire to Others. "It has been found out," the subordinate said. "It started with a technician code-named Monkey in the Minan branch. He found that someone had found out about a member of our organization called Qin Feng stationed in New York, USA, on the internet, and then invaded. When he found that he couldn't beat him, he called people together. As a result, the other side also started calling people, and then it became like this now." Zheng Xian was confused. At the beginning, it was just two people fighting. How come it has turned into a fight between the big bosses of two countries? So, it was the other side that started it. Zheng Xian seemed to have taken a reassurance pill, and he became arrogant in an instant. "Okay, you continue to fight them, give me the evidence, I will negotiate with them, go ahead and get as much as you can. I didn't tell you to stop, so don't stop." "Yes. By the way, check the information of the person who just dotted our people." "Yes." "What? A database was hacked." Fury stared at Carlson on the other side of the video call. "How could it be? All our technicians combined can't beat them." "Yes," Carlson said with a very solemn face. "Director, the other side has more people than us, what should we do now? Do you know where they came from?" Fury didn't dwell on why he couldn't beat them, but asked like this. "If they can't win, then the only possibility is that they are not as skilled as the opponent. Could it be that their own people will let them win in public?" "One thing," Carlson nodded, "many technicians reported that the opponent's attack methods are very familiar, like those in Asia." "Asia?" Fury thought for a while. The only one in Asia that can have so many high-tech hackers is the Spear Bureau. "It's very likely," Carlson said, "but, Director, we don't have any evidence now, so They should not have any need to, and they will not fight us for no reason. This will cause international disputes, and they are not in the right. Wait, you just said that they broke into the database of one of our branches, right? Fury asked. Yes. Coulson replied. Then they must have read the information inside. Even if they didn't know before, they should have known it was us now. But if they are still attacking now, go check the cause of this matter. Something is wrong, Fury cursed. They have evidence to prove that we started it first, otherwise they wouldn't be so confident. Based on Fury's understanding of Zheng Xian, that person must have enough confidence and evidence to pounce on him fiercely. This means that it must be our side that started it first, so the other party is right. I'll go right away. Coulson's face became more serious after hearing Fury's inference. After a while, Coulson sent the things that the technicians found out to Fury. Someone controlled our computers and used them to attack SHIELD, and then SHIELD counterattacked. The guy who first controlled our computers is being tracked down. Coulson's face was livid. Director, could it be that they directed and acted it out themselves? It's very unlikely, but it's not impossible, Fury frowned. Send me a copy of the results and evidence, and I'll contact them. In addition. At this point, Fury slammed the table hard. The person who started it must be found for me. In the villa, Hades, the culprit of this incident, plugged in the network cable, quietly went online, entered the war between SHIELD and SHIELD, and began to OB on the edge. Fuck, it seems to be a big deal. Hades muttered to himself after taking a closer look at the battlefield. What's going on? Are you so easily angry? So you call so many people to start fighting? SHIELD is fine, but where did so many masters come from on the other side? Hades blinked, and suddenly found that he seemed to have made a big deal. The computers that he controlled as chickens to lure the monkeys were discovered by Hades accidentally. One day, when he was helping a company deal with network security system problems, he found traces left by the intruders, and then curiously chased after them, but found that the other party was well defended, so he chose to quietly invade the computers close to them. From some information inside, Hades learned that this company was actually a branch of SHIELD. And this time, seeing that he couldn't beat the other party, Hades had an idea to use such tactics and successfully directed the war to SHIELD. The famous SHIELD, isn't it a piece of cake to deal with these hackers? Hades thought so, so he did it. However, what he didn't know was that the opponent he originally provoked, which was originally an existence that was not weaker than S.H.I.E.L.D. So, S.H.I.E.L.D. and S.H.I.E.L.D. fought each other. But this is not what I want. Hades was confused. He originally wanted to use S.H.I.E.L.D.'s knife to kill a wave of hackers with a large number of people. How did it suddenly become two large organizations fighting each other? In the Marvel world, there is a large organization that can tie with S.H.I.E.L.D. and win by 10%. Hades' mind instantly popped up the answer. S.H.I.E.L.D. Fuck you, Immortal Board. As soon as this guess appeared in his mind, Hades instantly guessed the cause of the incident. Qin Feng is a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. He found that he was a good material and wanted to recruit him, so he investigated the people around him, but he was discovered by himself and then doxed. When he did Qin Feng, the technicians of S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered that they began to invade him. He fought with the other party. If the other party couldn't beat him, he would call for help. If he couldn't beat him, he would lead the war to S.H.I.E.L.D. to get out of it. If S.H.I.E.L.D. is attacked, it will definitely fight back. If S.H.I.E.L.D. can't beat them, it will definitely call for help. After a few rounds, I have escaped by escaping and drawing fire on others, directly dragging the two largest organizations on the Earth in the Marvel world into a cyber war. No novel dares to write like this. Hades is so depressed that he is about to vomit blood. For now, we can only choose one side to join, otherwise we will definitely be taken care of badly. Hades scratched his head. S.H.I.E.L.D. is definitely not okay, That's the serpent shield. I still have Qin Feng, so shield is better, right? No, I have to stay in the United States, so shield is definitely not okay. But then Hades changed his mind. When the time comes, I will explain to the people over there. There should be no big problem, right? Failure diary. Ah, I have to start online classes on the 20th, my god. I'm dying, I'm dying. Please vote. Chapter 20 Fox, Boiled Egg. Hades will not dream that he will not be found out. If the plan went exactly as he expected, then the result is self-evident. Hades can hide without being discovered with a high probability. But now, the matter has become a big deal. Hades is also helpless. Under such developments, this matter must have been reported to the directors of SHIELD and SHIELD. With the wit and resourcefulness of these two people, Hades doesn't even need to think that they will find out the truth in the end. That means that it is only a matter of time before he is exposed. With the power of SHIELD or SHIELD, it would be easy for them to arrange themselves. After all, Hades' current strength is not enough to reach that level. So, Hades knows that he has to think of a way now. After Fury got the evidence sent to him by Coulson, he took out his mobile phone, opened the address book, found the contact named Fox Zheng, and called him. Soon, Zheng Xian, who was waiting quietly in his office chair on the other side of the ocean, heard the phone ring. He opened his eyes, held the phone in front of him, and looked at the name of the incoming caller displayed on the top. Zheng Xian's face showed a cunning smile like an old fox. The name of the incoming caller was Black Heart Stewed Egg. Zheng Xian deliberately waited for half a minute before answering the call. The moment the call was connected, his tone and attitude changed instantly, and he became extremely warm and hospitable. Hello? Director Fury? What a rare guest! I wonder what brought you here today. Life is like a play, all depends on acting skills, and the skill of changing faces is just basic training. Director Zheng, Fury's originally gloomy face also smiled. His tone was very kind, but what he said was very direct. It's almost time to stop, right? What does Director Fury mean? What should I stop? Zheng Xian pretended to be stunned and asked with an innocent look. If you are not familiar with him, you may really think that he knows nothing. But Fury is obviously not one of those people. From the note Fox Zheng he gave to Zheng Xian, we can see that he is old Fox Zheng. I mean, this farce, it's time to end it. Fury knocked on the table. Director Zheng, don't tell me you don't know about this. Taking advantage is enough. If we continue, both of us will lose face. Director Fury, this is a bit too much. What is taking advantage? We are just launching a self-defense counterattack against the invading enemy. Zheng Xian did not deny that he knew about this. Didn't someone attack us first? The matter has been investigated. Someone has fooled both of our organizations. Fury's eyes twitched, and he ignored Zheng Xian's words, but said to himself, now, you can choose to stop, or I will give you a small gift, such as catching your personnel in the United States. Don't worry that I don't have evidence, I can make a lot of them at any time. After that, Fury hung up the phone. Although he finally turned the tables on Zheng Xian, in reality, he had already surrendered, so he hung up the phone quickly, not giving Zheng Xian the chance to show off in front of him. Out of sight, out of mind. He Zheng Xian laughed triumphantly. After laughing for a while, Zheng Xian called his subordinates and said, okay, let them stop. Everyone will be rewarded for this today. By the way, the person who first doxed our people online, Zheng Xian thought for a while and asked, did you find out his identity? Currently, we have only located a villa area in New York, the subordinate said, we are investigating further. Well, find out who it is. Zheng Xian nodded and said, by the way, see what SHIELD does to this person, and remember to report the situation to me. Yes. Director, they stopped. Coulson called and reported to him not long after Fury hung up the phone. In addition, we have currently investigated that the person who used us at the beginning, we have initially locked his address, which is a villa area in New York. Are there any results from the data screening? Fury nodded and asked. There may be only one person in the villa area who has such technology, Carlson said after sending the information to Fury. Hades, a graduate of MIT, he has a doctorate in network security, and it is entirely possible to do such a thing. Wait, 13 doctorates? Fury asked after clicking on the information and scanning it. So many? Are you sure? No mistake, Carlson said. We have verified repeatedly that Hades grew up in the Green Orphanage in New York City. He has excellent grades. He has always been ranked first in any competition or exam. This is not just excellent grades, this is a natural talent. Fury touched his chin. Have we not recruited such a talent? Fury originally wanted to directly charge the culprit of all this, but after seeing how outstanding Hades was, he changed his mind. The thing has been done, the consequences have been produced, and the loss is irreversible. Even if Hades is locked up, it can't make up for it. But wouldn't it be wonderful if such an outstanding talent as Hades was brought into the organization to make him redeem himself for his crimes? With more than a dozen doctoral degrees, he is really a genius that ordinary people can't do, and it is totally worth recruiting. Of course we recruited him, not just us, but almost all high-end laboratories, companies, organizations, or national departments at that time, all sent him letters of appointment, Carlson said helplessly, but he rejected them all. Rejected all? Fury asked puzzledly, then what is he doing now? It's not like he doesn't do any work, right? Then where does he get the money? After investigation, Carlson paused and showed a doubtful expression. He is driving a taxi now. Fury? Driving a taxi? Zheng Xian asked in confusion, are you sure you are right? Such a talent, those big companies and organizations don't rush to get him, but let him fall to driving a taxi. After S.H.I.E.L.D. just confirmed Hades' identity, S.H.I.E.L.D. also followed closely to find out Hades. I am really right, said the subordinate, and we searched the database. Hades was recommended by Qin Feng as a candidate for our S.H.I.E.L.D., but because of the sensitivity of his identity, we have been investigating him. Push diary. This push finally signed the contract today, 6 days after it was issued. Congratulations, I should add 200 more words. Ahem, please give me a reward. V.S. Chapter 21 I love driving a taxi. What does Qin Feng's recommendations say? Zheng Xian frowned and asked. He is very familiar with Chinese culture, speaks Chinese just like the authentic Chinese, and is very eager to live in China. He once revealed his desire to immigrate to China in the future. He has an IQ beyond the ordinary and has always been the first in all the competitions or exams he has participated in. The subordinate reported. Zheng Xian. Such a person should be recruited first. Zheng Xian asked with his eyes wide open, why does it take so long to investigate? Because of Hades' identity, he grew up in an orphanage. With such an identity background, he is likely to be a spy trained by other organizations since childhood, the subordinate said. In view of this, we decided to conduct a long-term data verification of the people around Hades before making a decision. Let me ask you, if our S.H.I.E.L.D. has a person who has been trained since childhood, always takes the first place in international competitions or exams, and has obtained 13 doctoral degrees from the world's top universities, Zheng Xian asked with a smile, will we be willing to send him to change his nationality and become a spy for S.H.I.E.L.D.? No, the subordinate hesitated for a while and then gave the answer. That's it. You don't want such a talent, but you change his nationality and send him to another country? Do you have a mine at home? Is this how you use talents? Zheng Xian shouted while slamming the table, hurry up and contact the person over there, the one called Qin Feng, and quickly get this done. The nationality issue is easy to talk about. I will arrange it, Don't let SHIELD take it away. Yes. Coulson, you are in New York now, right? Fury was shocked by the news that Hades was driving a taxi, and was stunned for a while before he reacted and asked. Yes, Director. Coulson nodded. Very good, then this mission is handed over to you. Fury nodded. Go and talk to Hades, who is driving a taxi now, and make sure to bring him into our shield. You can agree to any conditions as long as they are not too excessive. As soon as possible, immediately. The shield should have known about it by now. Don't let them get ahead of you, understand? Okay, I'll leave right away. Coulson accepted the mission without hesitation, and after hanging up the phone, he changed into a suit and drove off. On the other side, Qin Feng's residence. What? Go find Hades right away and ask him to join our Shenmao Bureau. Qin Feng looked at Zuck on the other side of the video with a puzzled look on his face. The organization's review passed so quickly. He was just depressed and wanted to sleep, but a sudden video call instantly made his sleepiness disappear. Unless it is a very urgent matter, he will not be notified in this way. As expected, he received an urgent task, but the content of this task made Qin Feng a little confused. Yes, Zuck nodded and said, this is an order from the headquarters, requiring you to act as soon as possible. Go to him immediately, and invite him to join our Shenmao Bureau. As long as the conditions are not too excessive, you can agree directly. The nationality issue will be directly resolved by the director. What you need to do is to get Hades in. Yes. Qin Feng didn't say much. Understanding the urgency of the matter, he went out immediately and drove to the address obtained by tracking Hades, who had not yet obtained the system. Although he didn't know what happened, Qin Feng knew that something big must have happened, and this matter was related to Hades, which made the shield and shield notice Hades at the same time, and even rose to the point of asking the director to come forward. Qin Feng was not surprised that Hades' talent was enough to make the director move for him. The only thing he was curious about now was what big thing Hades was involved in that made shield and shield notice him at the same time? Well, let me think about it. At this moment, Hades didn't know what was happening outside, let alone that shield and shield sent people to win him over. He was still struggling with how to deal with the future. First of all, Hades must stay in the United States to drive a taxi now, because he is familiar with what happened in the United States and can maximize his own strength to prepare for the future. If he returns to China, Hades will really be confused about what is going to happen around him. Then, if he wants to stay in the United States, he must not join the shield. May I ask, how long can a person who refuses the invitation of shield and joins the shield live in the United States? Well, although it may not reach the point of being forgotten, he will definitely be taken care of in every aspect, and his life will be very uneasy. Hades himself wanted to return to China to live, but now the arrival of Goldfinger has changed his mind. He wants to maximize the use of Goldfinger so that he does not have to fear what will happen in the future and does not have to hand over his fate to others, so he can only stay here temporarily. Besides, there is no necessary connection between wanting to return to China to live and joining the shield. Hades is very clear about this. It is better to join an organization that is similar to shield and he does not know anything about it. Hades set a goal for himself, which is to kill Thanos and live his life without worries. In order to be able to kill Thanos, he has to stay in the United States now, but he does not want to join shield. Then the question is again, how to deal with the door-to-door invitation that is likely to come soon? Could it be possible to tell others, I love driving a taxi. Driving a taxi makes me happy, and makes my life meaningful. Every time I pick up a passenger and send him to his destination, I feel that I have not come to this world in vain, so I refuse all your invitations. Hey, it seems good to say this? Hades quickly shook his head and shook off the magical idea in his mind. The problem now is not what Hades says, but what he does, because no matter what he says, the people of Shield and Shield will not listen. They came for only one purpose, that is, to let Hades join their organization. So now, what Hades wants to think of is a way that allows him to not join SHIELD and stay in the United States without being arranged for care. Finally, when Qin Feng rang the doorbell, Hades finally came up with a way that could barely be considered a way. Falling diary. Today I wrote another 10,000 words, I am so awesome. Oops, it seems that I said something I shouldn't say. Why do I feel like there are some cold eyes looking at me? Chapter 22, Pinching the Teacup, Seeking Votes and Rewards. Hades had just come up with an idea when he heard the doorbell ring. Luo Shen, who is it? Hades asked after he came out of his deep thoughts. Master, the one who rang the doorbell is Mr. Qin Feng, Luo Shen replied. Excuse me, can you open the door? Hades' villa area is not open to people who don't live here, but this obviously doesn't bother Qin Feng. He found a remote corner, temporarily blocked the surveillance, and then climbed over the wall to come in. Open the door for him. Hades shook his head helplessly and said, he really came fast enough. So, Qin Feng walked in smoothly all the way. Welcome to my home. Hades poured a glass of water and handed it to Qin Feng, then motioned him to sit on the sofa. I have to say, you came really quickly. I have a mission, so I have to hurry. Qin Feng saw that Hades knew of his arrival, and instantly knew that Hades already knew his identity, so he didn't say anything polite, but went straight to the point. Lao Gao, I think you already know the purpose of my visit this time. I want to invite you to join the Shenli Bureau. Yes, I know, Hades nodded, but, I'm sorry, Tu can't agree to it. Why? Qin Feng was stunned, and then he immediately reacted and said, has anyone from SHIELD come before? No, Hades shook his head and sighed, old Qin. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't, because I have to stay in the United States. Now that this has happened, SHIELD will definitely send someone soon. If I agree to join the SHIELD, I will definitely have trouble moving forward in the United States in the future. Why do you have to stay in the United States? Qin Feng persuaded, our director has already said that as long as you are willing to join, he will come forward to help you change your nationality. I know, I want to, but I said, I really can't at the moment. Hades smiled bitterly and shook his head, no one threatens me, but there are some reasons that cannot be said, which makes it impossible for me to leave the United States now. Wait a minute, Qin Feng took out an instrument and pressed it, and said, now all the electronic equipment around is blocked. Lao Gao, tell me honestly, is there anyone threatening you? No, Lao Qin, no one can threaten me. Hades shook his head again, don't worry, I will not join SHIELD, I will only be in their name to deal with them, and, when my business is over, I will change my nationality and immigrate to China. I hope your director is willing to help then. Don't worry about that, no country will refuse a genius like you to immigrate here. Qin Feng frowned, can you tell me why you must stay here? I can explain to my superiors. No, Hades raised his eyebrows, but you can give my mobile phone number to your superiors, and I will tell him, so you don't have to worry about being blamed. Oh, by the way, at this point, Hades pointed to the thick ceramic teacup in Qin Feng's hand. Try it, can you crush it? Crush. Qin Feng was thinking about doing something. When he heard Hades' words, he looked at the teacup in his hand, subconsciously squeezed it hard, and found that it didn't move at all. Then he shook his head and said, no. Watch it. Hades put his right hand in front of Qin Feng and shook it, indicating that there was nothing strange in his hand, then took the teacup from Qin Feng and squeezed it gently. Crack! The thick ceramic teacup shattered directly. I know what you want to do, so let's not do it. I'm afraid of hurting you. Hades threw the fragments into the trash can beside him, clapped his hands, smiled and said, old Qin, let's go quickly. If you leave later, I guess you will run into the people from SHIELD. Qin Feng looked at his own hand in confusion, then at Hades' hand, and then turned his sight to the broken pieces of the teacup in the trash can, and he could not help but remain silent. Based on this move, Qin Feng knew that the idea he had just thought of, that is, the plan to knock Hades out and take him away, would not work. Knock out? Let yourself be knocked out. That Qin Feng swallowed his saliva, and then asked, Lao Gao, I have a question. What? Hades asked after taking a sip of water. You just crushed the cup, how can I drink water? After a while, Qin Feng, carrying a teacup of Hades, ran out in a flash, fearing that Hades would chase him out to ask for the teacup. Hades! Qin Feng's coming this time has cost me 2 teacups. I, Hades, will remember this account. However, through the art of words, Hades successfully made Qin Feng think that he really wanted to join the SHIE, but had to stay in the United States for some reasons, thus achieving his goal. The SHIE should have been fooled, and Hades was still very satisfied with it. I, Hades, am the performance instructor. Not long after Qin Feng left, Luo Shen started to remind him, Master, the surveillance shows that Phil Coulson, who is on the watch list, is about to arrive. The watch list is a list made by Hades, which records some important characters in the movie. As mentioned earlier, it was written by Hades to prevent himself from forgetting, and later it was added to Luo Shen's database by Hades. Open the door for him. Hades said after secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not the dumb fury who came, but Coulson, the good guy of Marvel official, who has the title of Village Chief of Marvel Novice Village. However, Hades will not relax much. After all, as a person who can become the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. later, Coulson will definitely not be a good person. At least, he will definitely not lack basic skills such as observing words and expressions and tricking people. In other words, it's time to show real skills. Coulson came to the door of Hades' villa shown in the information, and when he was about to ring the doorbell, the door opened by itself. Seeing this, Coulson retracted his hand that was stretched out to the doorbell, smiled politely at the surveillance, and then entered the villa. Welcome, Mr. Coulson, Hades smiled and pointed to the sofa in front of him, please sit down. Thank you, Coulson narrowed his eyes when Hades called out his name, but his smile did not change. He sat down on the sofa and asked with a smile, so, I guess Mr. Hades already knows where I'm from. Of course, the famous Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency, Hades nodded, to be honest, I didn't expect things to get so serious. The situation is indeed very serious, because one of our branch databases was hacked and all the data was lost. Coulson said with an embarrassed but polite smile on his face. Flop diary. Today, a bunch of people in the group said that I was a big boss. Then, I quietly read their books. Everyone is a big boss, deliberately trying to trick me, a loser. Sure enough, the group got rid of me. Chapter 23 Hail Hydra. Ahem, is it so serious? Hades coughed twice, and did not say anything like you must have a backup. You did it, and you are still talking nonsense in front of others, looking for a fight? Hades would not do this, although he is very confident that Coulson can't beat him, but there is an entire shield behind him. Yes, Coulson smiled politely and nodded, so, Mr. Hades, I guess you also know that the purpose of my visit this time is to invite you to join our Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. First explain the loss Hades brought to them this time, and then tell the purpose of this visit. The implication is that either you choose to join, or SHIELD doesn't mind calculating who should be responsible for the loss this time. Well, Hades scratched his head, Agent Coulson, what should I do after joining your organization with a long and difficult name? It depends on the personnel arrangement, but for talents like you, we generally let you go to in-depth study of various professional knowledge, Coulson said. Mr. Hades, what do you think? In fact, I would rather drive a taxi here and live my life comfortably, Hades spread his hands helplessly, then stood up, poured Coulson a glass of water and handed it to him, but, obviously, I don't seem to have any right to choose now. Yes, Coulson politely took the tea and put it aside. The director's order to me is to pull you into our shield. He dared not drink water carelessly. What if Hades put something in it? Director, is it Nick Fury? Hades asked with a smile. It seems that you have obtained a lot of information from us. Coulson narrowed his eyes again. You know that this will only make us pay more attention to you, right? What's the matter? Compared with what I am going to say next, these are just child's play. Hades waved his hand and didn't care. I can join S.H.I.E.L.D., but only in name only. You can invite me to help when there are important things that need me, but on weekdays. You can't get involved in my daily life. In return, I will tell you this matter, Agent Coulson, a very interesting thing. Hades had a mysterious smile on his face. I think this matter is worth the reward as a condition for my free movement. Mr. Hades, you go first. Coulson frowned and said, if this matter is really worth it, I will explain it to the director. Very good, Hades nodded. However, this matter is quite sensitive, so I need to block all communications around me. Luo Shen, the blocking mode is on. Hades ordered. The blocking mode is on. Luo Shen replied. Can I talk now? Coulson asked after putting his hands on his waist as a precaution. Of course. Hades took out a tablet and handed it to Coulson. At that time, I invaded your organization and accidentally intercepted a confidential document, and in this confidential document, I found a secret. What is this? Coulson frowned and looked at the pile of data files on the tablet screen. Hades. I told you not to study hard, but you can't understand the big secrets in front of you. Ahem, Hades had to cough twice, and he could no longer maintain his mysterious smile and said, this is the internal capital flow account of your branch. I found traces of modification. After careful investigation, I found that a large amount of funds each year were used in a company that has nothing to do with your organization, but in fact your accounts show that this money was used in other areas. Then, I curiously tracked it down and eavesdropped on the CEO of that company. Hades smiled. Agent Coulson, why don't you guess what I heard? What did you hear? Coulson asked with a frown. Well, although I don't really understand what they are saying, it doesn't sound like a good thing anyway. According to myths and legends, it should be the slogan of an evil organization. Hades shrugged, showing a look of ignorance. If I remember correctly, it seems to be High Hydra. It's okay. Coulson pressed the headset and said to the team over there, it's nothing, I just took the initiative to close the microphone and communicate with Mr. Hades. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you, Mr. Hades. After explaining the situation to the team on the other side of the headset, Coulson tried his best to smile and stretched out his hand to Hades. The relevant documents will be delivered by me in person soon. It's my honor to join SHIELD. Hades also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Coulson. The two nodded at the same time tacitly, and then Coulson left Hades' residence. Okay, Hades. Coulson took out a homemade instrument and scanned the villa. After smashing and throwing away the 5 eavesdropping devices, he sighed and said, I don't know whether it is good or bad to do it so early. After leaving Hades' villa, Coulson's face was no longer smiling. Director. Coulson called Fury. Hades just agreed to join our S.H.I.E.L.D., but he has some requirements, I need to discuss with you. What requirements? Fury asked. It's not convenient to talk about his requirements on the phone, Coulson said. Director, are you available now? Yes, Fury seemed to realize something and nodded. I'll wait for you in the office. After a while, Coulson came to the Triangle building, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., entered the elevator, swiped his ID, scanned his pupils, verified his fingerprints, and went straight to the top floor. Director. However, after arriving at Fury's office, Coulson didn't see anyone at first glance. and couldn't help asking in confusion. "I'm here." A shadow that blended into the night in front of the French window broke away. It was Fury, who had his own racial talent. "Tell me, what did Hades tell you?" Coulson didn't speak, but looked around the office. "If it's not safe enough here, then I'm afraid you have to go to the president's office to tell me." Fury saw Coulson's thoughts at a glance. "I have turned on the shielding device. Now, sit down and tell me what happened that requires so much trouble." "Failure diary. I will recommend it tomorrow. I'm so excited. It shouldn't be an annoying series or a popular recommendation, right?" Chapter 24, Name. Fury knows Coulson very well. Not long after Coulson joined S.H.I.E.L.D., he and Fury experienced the Captain Marvel incident together. Until now, Coulson has always been Fury's most trusted agent. So, when Coulson said on the phone that he had something to say in person, Fury realized that Coulson had something important to tell him. "Hades showed me something." Coulson was relieved, sitting on the sofa, scratching his increasingly rising hairline. "Those are some fund records with abnormal flows. Someone embezzled." Fury frowned, but soon shook his head and denied what he said. "Embezzlement is a small matter, Coulson can handle it by himself, there is no need to make such a big scene." "No," Coulson shook his head and said, "Hades traced these abnormal fund flows at the time and found that these funds flowed to a company, and he was in a good mood and eavesdropped on the CEO's phone call in that company, and then he heard Hi Hydra." "Are you sure?" Fury's pupils shrank instantly, and after a long time, he reacted and asked, "How did he know about Hydra?" Fury didn't say anything like "this is impossible." He knew that this had no practical significance for understanding the matter, but would interfere with his judgment. He doesn't know. At least, when he said it, he didn't act like he knew what the name meant. He just thought it was the name of a terrorist organization purely from the connection between the name and ancient mythology, so he kept it as a secret. Coulson said, "Of course, it is possible that he was pretending. This news needs to be verified," Fury said after a pause, "but it can't be handed over to the people in our organization because if it is true, then it means that there are big problems in our organization." "Yes, so I agreed to his conditions." Coulson nodded and said, "He asked that he only be in our organization in name only and not hold any actual position. We can only ask him for help when we need him. At other times, he said he wants to be free and drive a taxi." Fury. Is driving a taxi so popular these days? Fury couldn't understand Hades's thoughts, or he was a normal person. Without knowing the function of the death taxi system, he should not understand Hades' thoughts. He obviously has such a good future and has such a high talent, but he doesn't do anything but be a taxi driver? Forget it, let him go. Anyway, we can find him when there is something. With what he knows now, he really can't be allowed to work in S.H.I.E.L.D., otherwise, if he accidentally tells about Hydra, it will be bad. No problem, agree to his request, and at the same time, Fury thought for a while and said, assign him to your team and manage him directly. Yes. Coulson agreed. And after a pause, he asked, Director, if there are really Hydra people in our organization, how should we deal with it? If it is true, so far, we don't know how big they are and how deep they have penetrated. Fury frowned, think of the worst case scenario. At present, no one else can be trusted except you and me. As for the internal investigation, I will do it secretly, Fury said after thinking for a while, you don't have to worry about this. Just pretend that you didn't hear anything today. Do you understand? Forget about this matter, and everything is as if it never happened. I understand. Coulson nodded. XXXX. Remember to tell Hades to pretend he doesn't know about this and not to tell anyone else about it, Fury warned, this is top secret, not included in the archives. Yes. What? He didn't agree. Suzaku asked in surprise, why? Didn't you take any measures? Even if you knocked him out and tied him back, it would be fine. It has to be said that Qin Feng and Suzaku's brain circuits are really the same. That's what I was planning, but, Qin Feng scratched his head, I don't think I can beat him. Suzaku. Are you kidding, Qin Feng? Suzaku looked unbelievable. You are a top special forces soldier, can't beat Hades. Being sent to a place like New York, USA as an undercover, it can be said that Qin Feng's ability is absolutely top-notch. He is a top special forces soldier in combat, reconnaissance, and intelligence. The problem is, can such a person beat a doctor who is obviously engaged in academic research? To be honest, Suzaku doesn't believe it. Look, what is this? Qin Feng took out the teacup he had taken back from Hades. This is a cup. Zuck looked at the cup in Qin Feng's hand carefully, and after confirming that it was not something strange, he asked, what do you mean? I tried to crush a ceramic teacup with a wall of 5 mm thick, and I couldn't break it with all my strength, Qin Feng said, but Hades showed me that he had nothing else in his hand, he just held it with his hand, and then crushed it easily. Are you sure it's not a mechanism? Zuck asked. Of course not, I checked it carefully, Qin Feng shook his head, although this alone doesn't mean anything, I think if I really take action, it will damage our current relationship and his impression of our organization, so I didn't take action. Does he have a good impression of our organization? Yes, at least, I think it's better than S.H.I.E.L.D., Qin Feng nodded and said, when I invited him, he said that for some reasons, he had to stay in the United States, so this time he had to be listed in S.H.I.E.L.D. and couldn't join our organization, but after he finished those things, he would try to change his nationality to our country. Do you know the specific reason? Suzaku asked. I asked, but he refused to say, Qin Feng said, I think it may take some higher-level people to talk to him. He himself also said that he could give his phone number to a higher-level person and let his superiors talk to him. I understand, I will explain the relevant situation to my superiors. Suzaku nodded, quickly edited and organized the information and intelligence he obtained, and reported it to his superiors. Failure Diary. I'm here today to send a short message. I'm going to recommend it. Please vote for me. This is a transition chapter. It's a bit boring, right? I think so too. I've been writing it and revising it for a long time, but I'm still not satisfied. Chapter 25 Hairline. Failed. Zheng Xian muttered as he looked at the information reported in the document, I have a good impression of the S.H.I.E.L.D. and China. It seems that he has extraordinary strength and can crush a 5 mm thick ceramic teacup in one go. For some reasons, he must stay in the United States, but he is only listed in the S.H.I.E.L.D. I hope that the superiors of the S.H.I.E.L.D. can contact him by phone. These things have a lot of information. Zheng Xian rubbed his forehead, looked at the last string of phone numbers on the document, shook his head, and didn't plan to call it now. It's 10 o'clock in the morning, but it's 10 o'clock in the morning in China. It's already late at night in the United States. And in New York, Hades' residential villa. Hades didn't do anything else, but wrote and drew something on a piece of paper. Too many things happened in the past few days, so he had to plan the route for the future. Of course, the main line is still to drive a taxi, and the others are all branches. After finishing the plan, he turned on the TV out of boredom. As expected, he found that the TV was still full of reports about Stark Industries, and Hades turned off the TV immediately. He suddenly remembered something. At this time, why not buy Stark Industries stocks quickly and wait here? There is a mine at home, and you don't want to make a lot of money steadily without losing it. In the novels, as long as it is written about traveling through Marvel, the first gold is almost all made from here. Hades said that although he is not short of money, he can still make a lot of money for free. Early in the morning, Hades drove the death taxi out to get a cup of soy milk and fried dough sticks for a full meal, and then started working. Last night, he programmed Luotian to automatically buy Stark Industries shares outside, and also upgraded her security program. Luotian's security program had not been upgraded for a long time, which was why the monkey easily broke through the outer defense, but now Hades's intelligence has risen to 966. Under this premise, when upgrading Luotian's security program, its efficiency will naturally rise. Moreover, because the level of understanding of these knowledge has also increased, the technical means used by Hades when upgrading the firewall have also become much more advanced. In general, it is the strange hacking technology that has improved the cat.jpg. He took 2 more orders, bringing his number of orders to 671. Hades added all the points added from these 2 times to his body, making it 839,8345 points. The body is inseparable, and Hades does not intend to widen the gap between his body and intelligence too much. What he wants is balanced development. Just as Hades was about to continue when he was continuing this simple and happy life, a phone call successfully interrupted his happiness. "Hello, Agent Coulson." Hades glanced at the caller's contact note displayed on the phone, and asked after answering the call, "Is there something coming to your door so soon?" "Of course not," Coulson said, "I have prepared your ID and am about to give it to you. Are you at home now?" Because Hades had searched out and destroyed all the eavesdropping devices and surveillance cameras in his house, Coulson naturally didn't know whether Hades was at home. The 2 of them naturally tacitly agreed not to mention this matter again, because Coulson needed it for his job, and Hades was just human nature. "Ah, I'm driving a taxi outside now." Hades glanced at his watch, "but it's almost noon now, so I'll go home right away. I'll be there in about half an hour, and Agent Coulson, you can come back then." Hades naturally wouldn't say anything like leaving the documents there and going back to get them. He knew that the news he revealed to Coulson yesterday could undoubtedly cause a violent earthquake within S.H.I.E.L.D., and he personally threw the fuse of this earthquake to Coulson. Of course, when this earthquake will break out and how serious it will be depends on how capable Fury, the king of agents, is and how vigilant he can be. So, Hades absolutely doesn't believe that Coulson has nothing to tell him in person today. Soon, Hades drove back to his villa, and Coulson was already waiting at the door. "Excuse me, Agent Coulson, your hairline." Hades pointed to Coulson's forehead in surprise. "Let's go inside and talk about what happened yesterday." Coulson shook his head with a helpless smile. He was a little confused when he went back home last night because of what Hades said about the Hydra personnel inside S.H.I.E.L.D. "Okay." Hades nodded and waved his hand to let Luotian open the door. The 2 came to the villa. After entering, Coulson handed the folder in his hand to Hades and said, "This is your ID." "Thank you." Hades took it and looked at it, raised his eyebrows and looked at Coulson. "You are directly a level 3 agent right away." "Yes, because you know," Coulson blinked and hinted, "your talent." "Oh, I see." Hades nodded. "Luotian, turn on the shielding mode." Shielding mode is on. Luotian automatically closed the curtains, and the sound in Coulson's headset also became a dead sound. "Hey, it's because of what you said about Hydra." Coulson breathed a sigh of relief and took off his headset. Hydra was a terrorist organization during World War II, and it was on par with S.H.I.E.L.D. We always thought that it was completely destroyed, but I didn't expect to hear it again from you. It was a pleasant surprise. It seems that I seem to have gotten into something big again. Hades spread his hands helplessly and began to perform. "So, is the Hydra you mentioned powerful?" "It's not a question of whether he is powerful or not. He is the kind that is really rare." Coulson shook his head. "Let's put it this way, if Captain America hadn't led the Howling Commandos alone to destroy the Hydra conspiracy, I'm afraid the result of World War II would have been directly reversed." "Wow," Hades appropriately expressed his surprise, "so why do they still exist now?" Flop diary. "I really want to update it, I really want it. I work hard, you vote, understand? VS. Chapter 26 Fast and Refreshing, Seeking Votes. We don't know either. If your evidence wasn't irrefutable, we would even doubt whether this is true, Carlson said solemnly. Director Fury asked us to treat this as if it didn't happen and no one should mention it, because if there are really Hydra remnants in the organization, then no one can be trusted at the moment. Hades. Remnants? Do you have any misunderstandings about your shield? No, shield? Hades complained in his heart, but he didn't show it on the outside. Instead, he nodded solemnly, I understand, I can't tell anyone anything. The self-cultivation of an actor is that no matter how funny it is, he will never laugh. Unless you can't help it. Yes, that's it. Carlson was very satisfied with Hades' strong comprehension. Don't tell anyone, just pretend nothing happened, you just continue to drive your taxi. By the way, you are assigned to my team, so don't worry about being assigned any tasks. In fact, Hades coughed twice, you can still assign tasks, such as letting me drive a taxi to pick up people, you know. Coulson. This person suddenly changed his personality and wanted to contribute to the organization? No money? Coulson asked tentatively. Of course. Hades didn't even think about it, and said this directly, if you don't pay me for doing things for others, I dare to drive, do you dare to sit? That's right, Coulson's train of thought was successfully led astray by Hades. What you said makes sense, but the problem is, we obviously have a special car, why do we have to spend money to take your taxi? Well, of course, it's because my taxi has some very outstanding characteristics. Hades smiled sweetly, you can try to take my taxi once, but it's charged according to the agreement in advance. I just need to go to Stark Industries to do some things, Coulson said after hesitating for a while, then how about you take me there? From the level and method of driving, as well as the way of dealing with some problems, a person's character can be analyzed. Since Hades has been listed under Coulson's team, Coulson naturally wants to know more about him. Of course, no problem, Hades raised his eyebrows, fast or slow? Steady or comfortable? Coulson thought seriously, fast and comfortable. Wait, Hades, calm down, calm down. Coulson held the seat cushion with his left hand and the upper right handle with his right hand. He was wearing a seat belt. His expression was no longer the usual gentle smile, but was tense and pale. We can slow down. Slow down? That's not possible. Hades shook his head decisively, turning the steering wheel left and right to control the death taxi to avoid the vehicle in front. Besides, Coulson, didn't we agree to let you experience the outstanding features of my taxi before getting in the car? Yes, but, Coulson smiled reluctantly. Even though his body had 3 points fixed on the car, it was still shaking because the car kept changing lanes left and right. Isn't this too cool and too fast? Ha ha ha, that's why it's called outstanding features. Hades turned around and laughed. Car, there's a car in front. Coulson could no longer maintain his facial expression and pointed to the front and shouted loudly. Don't worry, my driving skills will definitely guarantee safety. Hades turned the steering wheel to the left, and the car narrowly avoided the car in front. How is it? Is it fun? It's really fun, but it's a bit tiring. Coulson is a top agent after all, and he still has good psychological quality. Even though Hades was driving at a speed of 120 miles per hour in New York City, after the initial panic, he finally put on a forced smile on his face, and even had the energy to make a joke. Although he was still panicking, after all, it was inevitable that no matter who it was inevitable that there would be times when the horse stumbled before the horse. Coulson felt that if he was not careful, it was hard to say whether the people in the car could be safe at this speed. He naturally didn't know the special features of Hades's death taxi. Moreover, he could see that Hades' driving skills were absolutely top-notch. Apart from anything else, with this skill that could shuttle through the roads in New York City at 2 p.m. at this speed without causing traffic accidents, he could definitely be called a great god. Although sitting in this car requires some necessary psychological preparation. After a while, "We're here," Hades did another beautiful drift parking. After glancing at the watch on his hand, he turned around and looked at Carlson with a smile. "How is it?" 17 minutes, from my home to here, fast enough. "It's really fast, but I have a few questions." Carlson, who has adapted to it, showed a classic gentle smile on his face. "Hades, can I ask, did you modify the traffic light time just now? And you should have done this before. What about your violation record?" "What? Traffic violation record?" Hades scratched his head and laughed. "Is there such a thing? I was lucky with the traffic light time." Coulson. The violation record was naturally deleted by Hades and Luotian. As for the traffic light time, if Hades wants to drive fast, the vehicles on the road cannot be too dense. Otherwise, even if Hades' current driving skills are level 5, a god-level character, if there is a traffic jam on the road, how fast can he go? A good cook cannot cook without rice, and a car god cannot travel without a road. It's the same principle. Unless the death taxi can fly, that's another story. So, when you need to reach your destination quickly, under the preset program, Luotian will directly modify the traffic light time along the way online according to the backup plan left by Hades in the traffic police department to ensure that there will be no congestion on the road, so that Hades can drive the death taxi faster. Carlson was keenly aware of this. There was no way. When the car was going too fast, Carlson thought about whether there was a traffic light to limit Hades, but after more than a dozen traffic lights, the lights were green all the way, allowing Hades to drive unimpeded. If this was a coincidence, it would be too much of a coincidence. Your driving skills are very good, and the method of controlling traffic lights is also good. It can reduce safety hazards and delete violation records. Okay, it's up to you. Carlson's eyes twitched, and he didn't say righteously that Hades must be punished according to law. However, Carlson still shook his head and persuaded, "It's better to do less of this kind of thing. You can surpass the god of death countless times, but the god of death only needs to catch up with you once." Failure diary. The penultimate day before the class started, I changed the plot 5 times. So tired, I want to sleep, even though I didn't get up until 11 o'clock. Chapter 27 Hulk. Don't worry, I'm Hades, the god of the underworld, and the god of death is just my subordinate. Hades joked, "By the way, you don't seem to care about speeding." Although the system gave him the title of Hades, the god of death, but Hades felt that Hades in himself it is more suitable for him, and it is also more noble, so he likes this title more. By the way, what is the meaning of the title of the god of death given by the system? It can't be just for the sake of looking good and sounding good, right? That's because the agents of our organization have the power to be exempted from punishment for speeding. After all, there are many times, such as arresting criminals, when speeding is required. Carlson sighed helplessly, "But this power is not for you to abuse, so I advise you not to do this normally, it is too dangerous, and your car is not a bulletproof car assigned by our organization, it is easy to have problems." Okay, no problem, Hades nodded quickly. He didn't intend to let Carlson know that his taxi actually has some very special characteristics. "What did you come to Stark Industries for?" "For some recent events," Carlson replied. "You should also know, Tony Tucker was kidnapped and now escaped. We found some problems in this process, so I will talk to Ms. Potts about this issue." "It sounds like a very difficult job. Such a big shot is very busy, right?" Hades said. "How is the progress?" "Although I would like to say that there is a lot of progress, there is actually nothing," Carlson sighed. "I have carried out so many missions. To be honest, this mission is the most difficult one for me. Potts has been busy with company affairs and has no time to see me, and Mr. Stark has been doing something in his house and has not appeared for a long time. Inexplicably, Hades' mind suddenly appeared a picture of Coulson pouting and aggrieved. JPG. Ugh. Tisk tisk, Hades smacked his lips after quickly clearing his mind. It seems that this mission is indeed very difficult. Yeah, but there is no way, Coulson said helplessly. Stark Industries is not like other small companies. It holds great power and has a high status. In other small companies, we can just take out our ID to forcibly bring the target out and ask whatever we want, but this time it's difficult. Okay, no more talk. I made an appointment with Miss Potts before, and now I have to go, Coulson said after a pause. Do you want to come with me? Me? I won't go. I have to drive. Driving makes me happy. Hades shook his head decisively and refused. Besides, remember our agreement. Don't call me unless it is a network technology or personnel transportation problem to be solved. Okay. Coulson had to nod. This requirement was originally agreed upon before, and it is natural to fulfill it. When Coulson entered Stark Industries, Hades began to check the reward for the 672nd mission in his mind. Coulson paid Hades the fare before he got on the bus. There was nothing much to say about Coulson's physical fitness. Hades chose the highest physical fitness and added 2 points to himself, which became 840 points. In terms of skills, Coulson gave Hades a big surprise. There are a lot of skills related to agents, such as level 3 free fighting, counter-reconnaissance, and reconnaissance, but Hades didn't even look at them. It's not that he doesn't like them, but compared to the high-ranking skills, choosing these level 3 skills is really not worth it. Level 4 skill interpersonal communication. Are you the first socialite in American comics? When Hades saw this skill, this sentence popped up in his mind. No wonder Coulson can become friends with all the heroes, and no wonder he is an agent but people can't feel disgusted with him. Well, it seems that I have to think of a way to make Coulson spend $10,000 to ride in my car. Hades immediately thought about this level 4 skill and began to wonder if there was any way. Oh, that's right. Hades thought for a while and finally came up with a solution. Coulson participated in the Thor incident, so when the time comes, let him and Professor Eric take my car together, and then they can pay the fare together, right? The reason why the two of them have to pay the fare together is naturally because of the judgment mechanism of the system task reward. Hades once encountered a situation where two people pooled money for him, and then he discovered this judgment mechanism of the system. Whoever pays the fare, the system rewards Hades with the physical fitness and skills of that person. If the fare is paid by two people together, then the two will be rewarded together, and the task coefficient will be calculated separately according to the money given by the two people. After choosing the reward, Hades started his happy journey of brushing points again. However, he had just finished an order and brushed his physical fitness to 842 when he received another call from Coulson. Hello, Hades answered the phone. Coulson? What's up? Yes, I'm done here, Coulson said. Can you pick me up? At? Hades asked curiously. Don't you have a private car? You're so rich. Indeed, Coulson smiled helplessly and said, but I parked the car over there, and didn't drive over. Coulson drove the car when he delivered the documents to Hades, but later he was taken to Stark Industries by Hades in a taxi, so the car naturally parked at Hades's house. Okay. Hearing this, Hades naturally had to go to Stark Industries to pick up Coulson. How is it? How is the situation? After Coulson got in the car, Hades asked knowingly, any progress? No, Miss Potts said Mr. Stark doesn't want to contact anyone else now. Coulson shook his head. We'll make an appointment to meet again next week. It's really troublesome, Hades sighed. So, is it slow and steady this time, or fast and refreshing? Just normal speed, no rush. Coulson's eyes twitched, and he quickly said, observe traffic rules. By the time Carlson was sent to the villa area, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. After thinking about it, Hades did not go out again. He cooked a meal and a dish at home, and while eating, he used a tablet to browse the information on the internal intelligence website of S.H.I.E.L.D. This is what Carlson mentioned by the way when he gave him the certificate. The internal intelligence website of S.H.I.E.L.D. will collect a lot of information, and agents who have reached the corresponding level required for intelligence can view it. There was a fierce armed conflict between the military and a suspected experimental creature at Corvo University. The experimental creature was huge, not afraid of bullets, and had great strength. It was green all over. It was temporarily named the Hulk. Please report the situation to your superiors immediately if you find any information. Hades' hand paused here after seeing this information, and he was stunned. Hulk. Failure diary. Some people actually say that I'm a bad writer. I'm such a conscientious author, but someone actually says that I'm a bad writer. Wow. Degree. Chapter 28. My car is awesome. The Hulk, also known as the Green Fat Man, is a muscular giant with a green body. It is said that the angrier he is, the stronger his defense and strength are. He is the Avengers' first pure physical output warrior. What? Thor? That's a different battle method. Hades had an idea in his mind. If he lets the Hulk take his taxi and then lets him pay for the fare. Wow, I'll be rich. Hades' eyes sparkled. However, it is very difficult to implement this plan successfully. For example, Hulk's size means that he will definitely not be able to fit in the death taxi. This is not a matter of squeezing in. I wonder if letting Hulk sit on the roof counts as carrying? Hades couldn't help but think. Shaking his head, he put this question aside, and at the same time temporarily put aside the question of whether Hulk would pay for his fare after arriving at his destination, and began to think about the most critical issue. That is, how to make Hulk willing to take his own car instead of rushing up and smashing his own death taxi. Hades fell into deep thought. Are you sure? Sam looked at Hades, who was leaning on the taxi in front of him, wearing a peaked cap. You want to use this thing? Can you operate it? What do you use it for? Of course I will use it, and I will only use it for an hour, and I promise not to break it. Hades smiled and handed over a stack of brand new US dollars. As for what I use it for, it's none of your business. It's agreed that I will use it for an experiment for $1,000, and you just need to avoid it a little bit. Okay. Sam took the stack of US dollars, checked it carefully, and found that there was no problem. After hesitating, he asked, You won't drive it away, right? Didn't I show you my ID? I'm an FBI agent, I won't do this kind of thing. Hades leaned aside and explained patiently, Now, go home and take a rest, and come back in an hour, okay? Okay. Sam was very considerate and saw the holster exposed when Hades leaned aside. He immediately stopped talking and drove away in his car. This is not cowardice, this is from the heart. Hey, finally got rid of him. Hades breathed a sigh of relief, then turned around and looked at the machine in front of him. It was a pile driver. In front, there was a powerful excavator saving people, and in the back, there was Hades' pile driver testing. Yes, Hades found this worker named Sam, gave him some money, and asked him to go home and rest first, while he planned to drive this pile driver to test the defense of the death taxi. Hades had conducted a series of tests at home, but the degree and intensity of the tests were naturally not that great, and he only had a rough understanding of it. Now that he wanted to carry the Hulk, he planned to increase the intensity of the tests and test the defense of the death taxi. So far, the pile driver is something that is both easy to find and it can make the test process more concealed and undetectable, and it can also make the experimental test results more credible. It is the most cost-effective equipment without spending so much money. $1,000 is enough for one use. Do you have to buy one for one test? What's the concealment? Isn't it telling others that you are going to do something? As for the driving operation problem, there is no need to worry about it. Hades read the operating instructions and teaching videos online and almost understood it. Even now, there is no problem to go directly to the test. Besides, Hades was just for a test. All he needed to do was move the hammer of the pile driver to the death taxi and smash it down. Death taxi, I'm you. Ahem, don't make a fuss. This is for your own good. Think about it. If you don't test it before, when you use you to carry Hulk, what if he crushes you or smashes you with his butt? Hades pretended to persuade the death taxi for a few words, and then climbed onto the driving seat of the pile driver without hesitation. Start the machine, move the hammer, aim at the front hood, and wait for a while. I don't know what the professional term is, please don't criticize me. Hades thought about it and moved the position of the front hood that he was aiming at to the rear hood. What if he couldn't hold it, wouldn't it be useless? After thinking about it, Hades moved the hammer outward again, ready to hit the edge of the rear hood. Then he smashed it. After a loud noise, Hades moved the hammer away and jumped down to check the condition of the death taxi. Wiping off the dust on the pile drivers above, Hades took out a magnifying glass from the equipment bag specially prepared for this experiment and observed it carefully. It was very good. There was no paint falling off or any deformation, as if nothing had happened. Now, Hades finally had a bottom line in his heart. Jumping back into the cab, Hades operated the pile driver to hit the rear hood, front windshield, ceiling light and other places that could be hit. No, it was several times. After wiping off the fallen dust with a rag, Hades carefully observed it with a magnifying glass, and then found that the death taxi was still unscathed. Great, my friend! Hades couldn't help but marvel at the defense of the death taxi, and then decisively took out a box and a bottle of super glue from the tool kit. Opening the box, Hades took out a customized standard cone-shaped titanium alloy metal block from it. After applying glue on the bottom of the cone, Hades came to the pile driver, cleaned the lower surface of the hammer, and glued the cone titanium alloy metal block on it. Well, if this is also okay, it should be able to withstand it, right? Hades thought about it and climbed onto the driving seat of the pile driver again. As we all know, under the same pressure, the smaller the force area, the greater the pressure. It's like a large caliber bullet and a small caliber bullet hit your head at the same time. Although you are both dead, the degree of misery after being dead is different. Author's self-evaluation, genius metaphor. Hulk's power is not just something that can be simulated by a pile driver, it is at the level of tens of thousands of tons. However, when Hades used this modified pile driver for testing, it was different. Although it was just a small thing, it can be said to be a qualitative improvement in the destructive power of a single point. Failure Diary. I'm going to recommend it today. If there is no unexpected hint of votes, I'm afraid I'll be cold. Degree. Chapter 29. Getting on my car, still thinking about getting off? Quickly, Hades completed another series of tests. After taking off the titanium alloy metal block with glue cleaning water, he cleaned the death taxi. Hades looked at the brand new and unscathed death taxi, and his face was full of shock. It is worthy of being a system carrier death taxi that can be compared with the 5th level skills, it is so terrifying. The 5th level skill is a nearly godlike existence. By analogy, the death taxi may be the same. Combined with the experimental results obtained from these tests, Hades made a bold guess. Death taxi has level 5 defense. Of course, Hades is not very clear whether this is the case. What he knows now is that Hulk in normal state should not be able to cause effective damage to Death Taxi. As for whether it is infinite defense, it depends on the later advanced experiments to judge. Now, Hades has to go to do something. In addition to Hulk's body, Dr. Banner's wisdom is also unique. The big guy who can study the gamma-ray cosmic cube mind gem, and Tony created Ultron together, has 8 doctoral degrees, and in the official ranking of Marvel, Dr. Banner's IQ is higher than Dr. Eric. In other words, whether Dr. Banner is in normal state or Hulk state, he can bring himself absolutely considerable income when taking his own taxi. Hades will not let go of such a large income so easily. If I remember correctly, Dr. Samuel Stern, codenamed Mr. Blue, works in the Department of Cell Biology at Grayborn College in New York. Hades has hacked into his computer and asked Luotian to monitor the emails he received in real time. Now, all he needs to do is wait and see. Finally, another day passed, and Hades, who had just finished the 683rd order and raised his body to 85784215, waited for the news from Luotian. Ah, finally, Hades breathed a sigh of relief, it's coming soon. On the other side of New York City, there is a dock full of abandoned ships. Okay, a middle-aged man in a brown jacket counted the money in his hand and said to the man and woman in front of him, "Come with me." At the same time, he calmly pressed the small button that the FBI officer had given them not long ago. Soon, a miniature camera pre-installed in a hidden position on his boat started up, taking pictures of the man and woman on the boat and transmitting them to a villa in a villa area in New York City. Target confirmed in analysis, Elizabeth Ross, Robert Bruce Banner, reporting completed. Instantly, Hades received the message and obtained the satellite positioning of the ship that Banner and Elizabeth were on. Although Hades did not know when the two people came to New York and where they landed, this did not affect him to make sufficient preparations to successfully obtain this information. For example, in Hades' memory, the two people came here illegally on a small boat. This is easy to do. Hades directly found all those people who had boats on the other side of New York City and often did smuggling work, and then after some gentle persuasion and warning of the FBI about the temptation of money, they secretly installed micro-cameras on their boats. Rich, willful. Hades naturally would not lack this little money. As for whether the source of these micro-cameras would be suspected, there is no need to worry. Hades forged hundreds of identity information and bought them from different companies, and the security can be fully guaranteed. The micro button given to them is used to turn on the camera. Hades didn't know when Banner and Elizabeth would come, so he could only do this to prevent the micro camera from running out of power. As for whether they would leak the secret or deliberately keep it secret, reality is not a movie. Few people will go against the authorities, and Hades has paid enough. If this is the case, they still cannot be found due to some factors. Well, in that case, Hades will consider himself unlucky. At worst, he will wait at Grayborn College and let him sit later. Hades has tried his best. If he can squat there, it's perfect. If he can't squat there, then he can't squat there. He'll talk about it next time. God rewards hard work. Finally, after Hades has made so much effort, he successfully squatted there. Alas, it's so hard to get a customer. Hades sighed and lamented the difficulty of life. Then he looked at the moving direction of the satellite positioning and drove the vehicle there. It's still far from the suburbs. Taking the subway should be the fastest. Standing in front of the map station sign, the beautiful woman looked at the location of Grayborn College on the map and said to the man next to her, "Do you mean to let me squeeze into a metal car underground with hundreds of New Yorkers?" The man asked with a helpless smile. "That's right," the woman nodded, and wisely changed her mind, "then let's take a taxi." "Hey, my friend." Just then, a taxi slowly stopped beside them, the window rolled down, and a man in a peaked cap stuck his head out and said to them, "Want a taxi?" The man and woman standing in front of the map sign looked at each other, and without thinking much, they got in the car and sat in the back seat. This is a very normal way to solicit customers. However, after they got in the taxi, the driver's words made them stunned at the same time. "Welcome to Hades Taxi." The driver took off his peaked cap, turned around, and showed his handsome face with a gentle smile. "Nice to meet you, Dr. Ross, and Dr. Banner. Yes, this driver is naturally Hades. God will not let down those who work hard. He successfully squatted on Banner and Elizabeth. The reason why Ross is not used is because Ross always thinks of that general. It's really not for watering the word count. Banner and Elizabeth looked at each other and subconsciously wanted to pull the door handle on the side. Would an ordinary taxi driver know their names? It's conceivable, but it's absolutely impossible. However, of course, the door had been locked by Hades, and their actions were in vain. After all this effort, can I still let you run away? Hades said, it's useless for anyone to come today. Get in my car, the door is locked, and no one can get off before reaching the destination. Street Diary. CEO Edition. Today, I recommended it on the internet, and pie with a few big guys. You can go to collect it, but remember to leave the ticket for me. Meow meow version. I am so happy to have sex with the boss. You can go and have a look, but remember to vote for me. Meow meow. D. Chapter 30 Carelessness. Who are you? Elizabeth asked cautiously, are you from the military? FBI. Don't be nervous, I'm not from the military, nor from the FBI, I'm Hades. Thought for a while, took out his ID and read it. Agent Hades of the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency. Sorry, this name is too long and difficult to pronounce, I can't seem to remember it. Elizabeth Banner. Are you here to arrest me? Banner asked. Catch you? No, of course not. In fact, I'm a taxi driver. That agent is just my side job. Hades threw his ID aside with a sincere expression on his face. My main job is a taxi driver, so sending passengers to their destination is what I have to do. But I always feel that you look a little familiar. Banner frowned at Hades' expression, and then seemed to remember something. Wait, what did you say your name was? My name is Hades. We have met before, Dr. Banner. Hades smiled and said, you were invited to attend the award ceremony at that competition. I was the first at that time. It's you, Hades. Long time no see. Dr. Banner breathed a sigh of relief, and finally smiled, but soon froze. But, you are driving a taxi now? And joined that what agent? People always have to do something they want to do, so that their lives can be meaningful. Hades shrugged. When I don't want to drive a taxi anymore, it won't be too late to do other things. As for that organization, it is used to obtain some privileges. I see. Banner nodded in understanding, and Elizabeth on the side also quickly reacted to who Hades was. Hades' reputation in the academic world is definitely no less than that of some famous professors. At that time, he was hailed as a rising star in the academic world. It's just that later, Hades went to drive a taxi and lived a low-key life, so no one had any impression of him. Now that it was mentioned, they naturally remembered who Hades was. Okay, let's not talk about that for now. Hades smiled and said, Dr. Banner came to New York this time to find a way to solve the problem of the body, right? You know. Banner and Elizabeth asked in surprise at the same time. The internal intelligence of the organization I joined explained it on the internet. Hades began to reveal information and pass the buck without caring at all. They intercepted all the messages on the internet and found the conversation between Mr. Blue and Mr. Green, so now they probably know who your target is, Dr. Samuel Stern of the Department of Cell Biology at Greybourne College. What should I do? Elizabeth looked at Banner with wide eyes. If that's the case. But don't worry, because it will take some time for the big guys above to argue, it will take some time for the relevant personnel to arrange, and it will take some time to find a way to deal with the Hulk in your body, Dr. Banner. Hades smiled and said, so, if Dr. Banner wants to go there to solve the problem in your body, if you don't know the Hulk inside, then I can take you there. It's just in time. Of course, Hades said solemnly at last, it's for money. Hades, Banner earnestly told Hades before getting off the car, thank you very much for sending us here. You also know the terribleness of the monster in my body. To be honest, I'm not sure about this experiment. If it really goes berserk, the consequences will be very serious. So I hope you can contact your superiors to evacuate all innocent people nearby, and don't get close to here yourself, okay? Don't worry, Dr. Banner, Hades smiled, I'll notify them. That's good. Banner nodded, and turned around and walked back with Elizabeth. Wait, Dr. Banner. At this moment, Hades called Banner again. What's wrong? Banner stopped. When you need a taxi, don't forget me, Hades winked, no matter when. I'll try, Banner laughed, but I can't promise. That's enough. Hades tilted his head, said hello, and drove away. What on earth is he thinking? Elizabeth stood beside Banner. To be honest, I envy him for doing what he wants to do, Banner smiled, pulling Elizabeth and turning to walk into the academy. He lives the way he wants to live, and is happy every day, even when driving a taxi. But I think he's a little weird, Elizabeth shook her head. For example, why doesn't he take the money I pay, and insists that I give you the money and then ask you to hand it to him? I don't know. Hey, almost fell. Hades wiped the non-existent cold sweat on his head and sighed. Fortunately I reacted, otherwise wouldn't all the previous efforts be wasted? Just when he was about to reach out to take the money handed over by Elizabeth, Hades reacted instantly. The death taxi system can only give itself bonuses based on the points and skills of the person who pays. So, this is what Elizabeth said, she must give the money to Banner and then Banner will hand it to him. The scene happened. It's weird, anyway, there are points to add. After finding a place nearby to park the car, Hades sent a message to Coulson that Hulk appeared near Greybourne College, the military was going to conduct an armed operation to capture him, and asked the residents around to evacuate immediately. Then he laid down his seat, lay down, closed his eyes, and began to check the system prompts in his mind. Death Taxi number 684. Mission Normal, sent Dr. Bruce Banner and Dr. Elizabeth Ross to Greybourne College in New York City. Mission Status, completed. Mission Coefficient, 1%. Please select the type of physical fitness and skills to be added. Then, Hades was dazzled by a string of numbers on the selection interface. Intelligence, 57,625. But I have no transformation, and I can travel the world with just one word. This is too powerful, Hades sighed, and then chose the bonus points as intelligence. In an instant, Hades's intelligence was added by 577 points. Then, Hades' head swelled, his eyes went black, and he fainted. Ah! When Hades woke up, he saw that it was already night outside. Damn, I was careless. Hades, whose thinking speed became very fast, frowned and shook his head. Damn it! Failure diary. Will the domineering president be constipated? When constipated, does the cold eyes narrow dangerously, and a sneer appears at the corner of the mouth and says, "Come out by yourself," and then the president grabs the poop and says, "Very good poop, you have successfully attracted my attention," and kisses it hard again. Ugh! No, I can't enjoy this kind of joke alone, so I share it with you. Chapter 31 Big Boss. Not long after waking up, Hades figured out a lot of things, such as what time it is now, why he has become like this, etc. When the system comments, it chooses the highest item among all the related items of the target. For example, if the thinking speed points in intelligence are the highest, then the thinking speed points are the highest. But when the system adds points to Hades, it is real. As long as it is included in its comment range, it will be added together. For example, playing a game, a person's combat power is 10,000, that's because his attack power is 10,000, and the others are 0, and Hades's combat power is also 10,000, but his attack power, defense power, spell strength, etc. are all 10,000. What are you doing? Don't eat my chestnuts. I only have these snacks left. Things are good, but if they come too much at once, it will cause some negative effects. For example, now, Hades, who just recovered after sleeping for a few hours, and some of his physical symptoms. In fact, there is a reason for this. After all, there was nothing unusual when he strengthened more than 200 points at a time before, so when he strengthened 500 points this time, Hades subconsciously thought there was no problem, and then, it seems that my hands are not following my brain. Hades looked at his hands and moved them subconsciously. He has thought of many actions in his mind and controlled his body to do them, but his body seems to have a 200 milliseconds delay between his mind and his mind, which means it will be a few beats slower. It looks like being drunk. What is this? Hades subconsciously looked at the data column in his mind, and was attracted by the change. Intellectual Soul, 154-396-6577. Is this the reason? Hades looked at the change and frowned, so the change this time is so big, and there was no special feeling before. What does this represent, a change in the spiritual level? Or something else? Hades is now puzzled. Although there are many doubts in his heart, at this moment Hades only knows one thing, that is, to improve his body and intellectual soul to match. I have to improve my body to 1000 as soon as possible, but before that, Hades glanced at the night outside. This time should be soon, right? The only thing Hades is now thankful for is that he sent the message to Coulson to evacuate nearby people before strengthening, otherwise it would be too late now. Picking up the phone that he muted, Hades was startled. More than 30 missed calls. All from Coulson. Hello? Hades called. Thank God, you finally answered the phone, Coulson said hurriedly. Where are you now? I'm at home, Hades scratched his head. After a while, he was gradually able to control the coordination of his hands and brain. Have the irrelevant personnel evacuated? Of course they have evacuated. The crazy people in the military want to catch that thing in downtown New York. Fuck. What's in their brains? Coulson rarely swore. If it weren't for your intelligence, we wouldn't know that they were going to do such a dangerous thing. When they asked us for help, they said they wanted to catch a fugitive suspect. Yeah, it's official rhetoric. Big things become small things. Hades smiled. Have they started to act? Yes, immediately, we asked to intervene in this action, otherwise who knows what they are going to do. Coulson complained angrily for a while. Okay, I won't talk to you anymore, they are about to take action here, you just stay in your house, don't come out before the matter is over. Of course I understand, Hades said with a smile. Coulson, let me remind you one thing, stay away, don't get close, let them solve the problems they cause. Of course I know, Coulson said, I won't go up to die with such a big guy. That's good. Hades said, then I'll hang up first, and wait for your good news tomorrow. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Hades lay on the flat seat, opened the car window, and after waiting for a while, he heard the sound of the helicopter and started to act. The reason why Hades lied to Coulson that he was at home was naturally to cover up what he was going to do next. Pick up the hood that only shows the eyes, nose, and mouth that has been prepared long ago, put it on, and then put on the hood. After adapting to it, Hades set off with a bag. However, after rushing, when Hades arrived, the ugly monster with exposed bones, Abomination, had already appeared. Seeing Abomination smash the house and jump out, Hades hid for a while, and walked into the laboratory after it walked away. There was no need to think about it. He would definitely not be the opponent of Abomination now. Hades was very sure of this. Unless a random punch could produce hundreds of tons of force, Hades would never fight with such a pervert. Failure to stop the birth of Abomination was harmless. It was fine to leave it to Hulk to deal with it according to the original plot, and he would take action to achieve the main purpose of his visit this time. I can't let you get these things. Hades sighed and walked into a messy laboratory. In the laboratory, Banner's blood samples were scattered everywhere, and there was a fainted female colonel in military uniform lying in the corner, and another person. A person with a very big head. Dr. Stern? Hades asked. In the movie, Mr. Blue Dr. Samuel Stern's brain was injured and the blood of Banner, who he copied, dripped into it, which caused a mutation and turned into a supervillain with a huge head and super intelligence. Yes, a villain. You are a warrior with a strong psychological quality. You don't want to reveal your identity. You know who I am. You have a certain intelligence ability. You walk with a strong and steady pace. You are not panicked at all when you see me like this. So, are there any secret warriors who come for Banner's blood? Dr. Stern, who fell to the ground and could not move, said with a creepy laugh. Almost, Hades was not surprised that Dr. Stern guessed his purpose based on so little information. He said his purpose calmly and frankly, I came here to destroy these blood samples. What? Dr. Stern's smile on his deformed face instantly faded, revealing a surprised expression. Failure diary. Today, several big guys in the group said that I was very strong, much stronger than them, and then I went to read their books. The first Sanjiang Little Trumpet introduction. The second homepage recommendation. Me. Sure enough, the group got rid of me. Chapter 32 Goodbye. You didn't come here to take Banner's blood? Dr. Stern asked in surprise. Of course not, this thing is too uncontrollable. Hades shook his head, picked up the unconscious female colonel with his right hand, took off her pistol with his left hand, and threw her out. What's more, for some reasons, I'm afraid those people have noticed this place. I can't put such a dangerous thing in their hands, so you didn't leave blood samples anywhere else, right? Have you also injected something? Dr. Stern saw Hades throw the female colonel out and answered irrelevantly, just give me some time, I can make you stronger, just use that blood. Become like that ugly monster, or turn green like Hulk. Hades smiled and shook his head, without explaining his ability. No, doctor, I pay more attention to appearance. They are just failures, including me, Dr. Stern said word by word. I can transform into a perfect work, as long as there is enough time and experimental samples. This is the blood of God, this is a God-making experiment. Well said, Doctor. Gods are just stronger people, there is nothing to envy. Hades went back outside and brought in some things from the neighboring chemical laboratory and the things he brought with him this time. He took out the things inside and began to place them in every corner of the laboratory. I think it's better for me to do what I like, rather than a so-called god. You want to ruin it all. Dr. Stern seemed to finally be unable to suppress his anger. You want to ruin the possibility of becoming a god? Ruin the path of human evolution. Don't put such a big hat on me. There are so many paths for human evolution. No one knows what will happen tomorrow. Hades emptied the bag, shook it twice, and threw the bag on the ground. Maybe doctor, you can really make perfect improvements, but those people will probably come here soon. By then, well, I don't want to face a group of Hulks in the future. One is enough. You want to kill me? Suddenly, Dr. Stern calmed down, his tone was flat as if he was talking about a stranger, and his previous expression was all fake. You are worried that a force will use the blood for experiments, so you want to destroy the blood samples, and you have also been strengthened, so you should also belong to a big force. From your words and actions, you will not kill innocent people, so you are inclined to the official and decent. You are worried that I will be captured by that force, but logically your force will protect me. From the level of intelligence you know, the force you belong to is an official and decent organization with sufficient strength. If so, as long as your organization absorbs me and protects me, other organizations should not confront you head-on for me, because the gains will not outweigh the losses, and they may not achieve their goals. However, you still want to destroy everything, which means one thing. I have analyzed hundreds of situations. My intuition and reasoning tell me that the biggest possibility is that you are from the same organization, and there are two opposing forces in it, one positive and one negative. The positive force is weaker and cannot protect me in the organization. I will definitely be taken by the negative force to help with research, so you are worried about causing serious consequences and have to eliminate these possible factors in advance. Dr. Stern analyzed and said, "Is that right?" Although the last sentence is a question, Dr. Stern said it in an affirmative tone. "Yes, almost all of them are right," Hades clapped and nodded in admiration. "I have to say, drive. Stern, your IQ is probably unparalleled. Just relying on this little thing, you can infer so much correct information." Hee, Dr. Stern laughed. "So what? Wisdom that cannot be supported by the body is ultimately futile. I don't want this to happen, but it has to be this way." Hades shook his head helplessly. "Dr. Stern, if an evil organization asks you to help them study the manufacturing method of Hulk, will you help them?" "Evil? What is evil? What is your definition of evil?" Dr. Stern asked. "The forces that are against you. The forces that take human life lightly, think that the world needs to be purified, and pay any price for it, the organizations that are anti-social, anti-law, and anti-human morality." Hades squatted down and looked at Dr. Stern. "Will you help them?" "You should know what my answer will be," Dr. Stern sneered twice and said. "I don't distinguish between justice and evil. I don't care what my experimental results will be used for. I only care about the only thing I care about is completing the purpose of my experiment. What do society, morality, and law have to do with me?" Stern was not unaware of the consequences of his answer, but his intuition told him that the man in front of him would never believe his lies. Since it was futile, it would be better not to say it. It would be more comfortable to just say what he would do. "So this is the difference between you and me, and those organizations," Hades said softly. "The reason why humans are human is the existence of human nature, the formation of society, the constraints of laws, and the self-assessment of moral standards. If these things are abandoned just for some purposes, such people and organizations are called evil by me, and I am destined to not be on the same path with them. So, in your eyes, I am also a member of evil," Dr. Stern said with a sigh. "I understand, come on." Before that, Hades smiled. "Have you left Dr. Banner's blood sample somewhere else?" "No," Dr. Stern closed his eyes, leaned against the cabinet, motionless. "Goodbye." "Me too." Holding the pistol he got from the female colonel, Hades opened the safety, aimed at Dr. Stern's forehead and heart and fired once each. After waiting for a while, he found that Dr. Stern was no longer making any sound, so he put the gun on him and turned to go out. He closed the door of the laboratory, picked up the female colonel, walked to a farther place, and threw the female colonel directly into the bushes. Hades pressed the remote control, and in an instant, a violent explosion occurred in the laboratory not far away. Failure Diary. When I was about to post this chapter, 3,555 favorites, 555 votes, and 555 people. Do you control the backend of Kidian data? vs. Chapter 33. It's impossible to gamble. Hades prepared some special items. Boom, when he came this time. For insurance, he also went to the chemical laboratory of Greyburn College to get some materials and configured them on the spot. These materials are enough to destroy everything in the laboratory and leave only some ashes. The big boss Dr. Stern only has extraordinary intelligence but no super body, so the bullet can kill him. In addition, this powerful explosion is enough to completely destroy all the blood of Banner and Dr. Stern's body. As for whether he left Banner's blood somewhere else, Hades plans to go to Dr. Stern's house tonight. It's okay to gamble, but that's something you do when you have no other choice, which is obviously not the case now. Under normal circumstances, Hades would never gamble. He prefers to do things that are sure. As for the aftermath of this time, Hades had already considered it. It was not reflected in the movie due to some factors, but Hades didn't believe it at all. When it really happened in reality, the 9 Hydra would miss such a good thing as Banner's blood. For Hydra, isn't this a perfect weapon? Moreover, this time, Hades notified S.H.I.E.L.D. in advance, so they knew the power of Hulk in advance and participated in this operation. In this case, it is almost natural and extremely fast for Hydra to know about Banner's blood. Therefore, Hades made up his mind to destroy all the things here in advance, so that such a horrible thing cannot fall into the hands of Hydra. As for the big boss Dr. Stern, Hades can only say that he is unlucky. If he hadn't left when he arrived, then naturally he would never be able to leave. Hades didn't want to have another opponent who was almost as smart as a demon, which would be a headache. As Dr. Stern said, if he didn't die, he would either be taken away by the military or by S.H.I.E.L.D. where Hades was. No matter where he was, Hades felt that he would most likely work for Hydra in the end. This kind of scientist who was devoted to his own research was the easiest to be used by Hydra, because Hydra had no bottom line and could provide him with all the materials needed for research, including people. So, from the beginning, when Hades saw Stern, he had already decided to kill him to eliminate future troubles. If he didn't kill him now, what was the difference between him and S.H.I.E.L.D., which took in Hydra scientists after the end of World War II, waiting to be bitten back? Things over here are solved, over there. Hades listened and heard some roars again, curled his lips, and walked towards the direction of the death taxi. Let's just run away first. I can't beat it. Although the death taxi has been proven to have strong defense, it has not been tested how long it can withstand the bombardment of the Hulk's level. In addition, the purpose of coming here this time has been completed, so Hades naturally chose to run away. I can't help much, at most I can protect myself. What to do, to cause trouble? Besides, Hades doesn't want to expose his own abilities and the special nature of the death taxi yet. The reason why he took the risk of this action is to eliminate future troubles. Let him get involved in things in front of the 2 giants when the attention of all walks of life is focused on this. It's impossible to imagine. As for his original plan to carry the Hulk, it has naturally been abandoned by him. No, it should be said that it has been postponed to a long time later. If this plan is really implemented, then, all the major forces will receive such a message from their subordinates: a taxi is carrying the Hulk who just smashed several streets and killed another shit yellow giant. I think every powerful person will have such an expression on his face at that time. So, the plan is too high profile now, which does not conform to Hades' low-key personality and the principle of making a fortune in silence. So, Hades drove the death taxi and returned home in a flash. Hello, Coulson. After returning home and decomposing all the clothing and equipment used this time with chemical solutions, Hades changed into pajamas, lay on the sofa, and started calling Coulson. How is it? Thanks to your intelligence, all the people around were evacuated in advance, otherwise I don't know how many people would have died today. Coulson said, Today I have learned a lot, God. I never thought that there would be such a thing in the world. I saw it on live TV, it was really scary. Hades waved his hand to signal Luo Shen to turn up the TV sound a little so that Coulson could hear it faintly. I don't know what the military thinks, such a monster can be created by them. God knows what's in their heads. Coulson said the most swear words today, and his emotions were also it was the most exciting one. Fortunately, the Hulk killed the yellow giant who was smashing things everywhere and ran away, otherwise half of New York would have been smashed into ruins today. It sounds like the Hulk seems to have his own consciousness, and he doesn't want to cause trouble, Hades said, putting himself in the perspective of a completely unaware bystander. Where did he run to in the end? I don't know. He jumped hundreds of meters, and the helicopter couldn't catch up. The most important thing is that we dare not chase him, Coulson replied. Now we are dealing with corpses and ruins. Fortunately, it was the military that caused the incident. The compensation and other things in tomorrow's news will all be handled by them. otherwise there will be trouble. It's a blessing in disguise. Hades chatted with Coulson for a while in a normal way, fully demonstrating the curiosity of a bored person staying at home about major events happening outside, and then hung up the phone. Okay, Hades turned his head. Loschen, where is Dr. Stern's home? Soon, Hades got Stern's address information, changed his clothes, took another set of equipment and drove out in the death taxi. Arriving at a bar, Hades blended into the crowd, quickly changed his clothes, quietly left the bar, waved to stop a taxi, and headed to his destination. Of course, his own car could not drive over. Hades' actions were naturally as fast as possible, because with every extra second, some forces would notice that it was obviously not a laboratory explosion, and at the same time, they would think of coming to Dr. Stern's home to find what they wanted. Street Diary. Human, immune system, why do I have a fever of 40 degrees Celsius? Immune system, because you have a virus in your body, so you have a fever. Human, why do you have to have a fever of 40 degrees Celsius if you have a virus? Immune system, because the virus can't live long at 40 degrees Celsius. Human, but I can't live long at 40 degrees Celsius either. Immune system, I admit that I have a gambling element, but today you and the virus must die. Chapter 34 Goodbye. The taxi stopped a few hundred meters away from Dr. Stern's home. After getting off the car, Hades walked to a small alley to change his equipment, hid in the night, and headed for the destination. After a while, he arrived at the location. Hades took out an infrared telescope from the toolkit and observed the situation in Dr. Stern's home. Very good, no one was there, and there was no sign of damage to the things. Lucky, I came early. Hades did not relax his vigilance. After observing around, he found that there was indeed no ambush. Of course, there is no need to worry about surveillance. Hades has already let Loschen control the surveillance in the vicinity. As for those that are not connected to the network, Hades has also observed their locations. After comparing with what Loschen found, he took out a few pieces of special ice cubes prepared in advance from his bag and destroyed all the surveillance one by one. With Hades' strength and throwing accuracy, it is more than enough to destroy these surveillance with special ice cubes, and the ice cubes will melt, leaving no evidence, which is the perfect tool for committing crimes. Why do you feel like a villain? Shaking his head, Hades dealt with all the factors around him that might expose himself, and climbed over the wall into the house. Taking out the prepared instrument, Hades turned it on and scanned. There are many ways to find Banner's blood, and the dumbest one is to search everywhere. However, this method is too time-consuming and too inefficient. Hades chose a simpler way. Banner's blood has a certain amount of gamma radioactivity. Based on this, Hades had already designed an instrument in advance for searching. A smart person naturally has sufficient preparation and plans before doing anything, and Hades is like this. Really? Hades scanned the entire house, but did not find any gamma ray reaction. Okay. Since he didn't find it, Hades naturally wouldn't stay here for long. He quickly packed up his things and ran away. He took another car back to after disposing of the equipment in the toilet in the same way, Hades returned to the bar and joined the carnival. Have you heard about Hulk? That big monster, I saw it with my own eyes, and it ran away as soon as it saw me. In the flashing lights of the bar, Hades was lying on the sofa with his arms around him, drinking and listening with interest to an excited young man next to him bragging to others. Bragging, just listen to it, it's not someone with hatred. Hades is too lazy to expose others, it's better to do less than more. But someone stood up. Hulk's punch can reach hundreds of tons. I really can't understand why he can confidently say such a thing, a voice said. He has dark circles around his eyes, obvious wrinkles, thin limbs, and weak movements. He has only drunk 2 cans of beer from the beginning to now, and he is already drunk. How dare such a person say such presumptuous words? You leave first, Hades looked to the left, patted the two girls in his arms without changing his expression, gave them a few big bills each and asked them to leave, then sat up and looked at the person on the sofa on the left with his whole body tense. "Dr. Stern? I thought we would never see each other again." Yes, the person who spoke was Dr. Stern, who Hades thought had died long ago. "Yeah, I thought so too, but things are unpredictable. Who knew there was such a magical power and such a magical thing in the world?" Dr. Stern, who was neatly dressed and had a normal-sized head, was smiling on the sofa beside him, looking at everything around him with interest. "You know what? I have never been to a bar, but I didn't expect to come here after I died." "After death?" Hades frowned. "Yes, after death. I am not like Hulk, who can have strong body defense and self-healing ability. Under such shooting and explosion, I certainly can't survive." "Drive." Stern didn't seem to mind at all that Hades in front of him was the culprit who killed him. He spoke very calmly, while reaching out his hand, as if trying to grab a bottle of beer on the table. However, under Hades's gaze, Dr. Stern's hand just passed through and couldn't touch the beer at all. "Soul." Hades had a guess. "That's about it." Dr. Stern looked at the beer on the table with regret, then touched his head. "After I died, I floated out of my body and watched you finish the cleanup. But you couldn't hear me, and neither could anyone else. Then some information was transmitted to my mind, which let me know something." "What is it?" Hades asked, "and why did you follow me?" "I can only follow you, and I can't move far from you. I didn't know why before, but until the information was transmitted to my mind," Dr. Stern showed a shocked expression on his face. "That's a miracle. I finally understand why you said God is just a stronger person, because you are a being that can become a god." "What do you know?" Hades straightened his body and looked at Dr. Stern. "About my secrets?" "Yes, some, although not complete, but through my inference, I have successfully inferred a lot." Dr. Stern nodded. "I finally understand what it means to sit in a well and look at the sky. It turns out that I have always been a frog in the well." "So, why did you become such a soul state?" Hades asked seriously. "Is it related to my secrets?" When Stern said that you are a being that can become a god, Hades understood that Stern knew the function of the system in his body. Why did he know? How much did he know? Why did he become like this? Why could he only be in his own range of activities? At this time, a lot of questions lingered in Hades' mind. "You're not stupid, Hades, use your brain." Dr. Stern pointed at Hades' head, smiled and asked, "Why are you called Hades? Why is your car called Death Taxi? Why do I exist by your side in this form after I die?" Put all these questions together, isn't the result obvious? As if a thunder exploded in Hades' ears, Hades instantly figured out many problems that he hadn't figured out before. Failure diary. Today, the big guys in the group found out that I was writing a failure diary, so they all said they wanted to write one. So, if everyone is writing a failure diary soon, don't be too surprised. Chapter 35 Becoming a God. How did the name Hades come from? Hades was once very curious about this, and he asked the old dean. The old dean explained that he didn't know why he gave Hades such a name at the time, but he did it, and he forgot the reason. Of course, there are some unusual factors in this. Hades didn't know it before. After his death god rental system was activated, he roughly guessed that this was the name given by the system to the old dean. But why did he give himself the name of Hades instead of Thanatos? Isn't the system called Death God Rental? Now, combined with his intelligence can be upgraded to Wisdom Soul, Hades can roughly guess that the system can also be upgraded. After the upgrade, it will be the Hades with a higher status than the God of Death. How to upgrade? Hades guessed that either he could take the guests to make orders after reaching a certain number, either one's physical fitness must reach a certain standard, anyway, there should be a limit. Speaking of tasks, why were all the previous tasks normal? What would a special task be? Looking at the system prompt in his head, Hades had the answer. Death Rental Order 685. Special task: deliver the soul of Dr. Samuel Stern to 124 Grand Street, New York City. Task status: unfinished. Sometimes, the accumulated problems are not so difficult to come up with answers, just because there is a saying that those who are involved are confused, and those who are on the sidelines are clear. Just like now, when Dr. Stern said it, Hades understood it. It seems you understand, Dr. Stern smiled. It's 0:08 now. I noticed that you seemed to be able to see and hear me after midnight, and I died around 8 o'clock, so there are probably two guesses. One is that you can see the soul of the person you killed after midnight, and the second is that you can see the soul of the person you killed 4 hours after the death of the person you killed. My intuition tells me that it is the first one. What does this mean? Hades thought, it must be killed by me personally, and it must be midnight the next day. Anyway, this is about all I know. As for now, Dr. Stern sat up from the sofa. Take me back home first. Because he couldn't touch the object, Dr. Stern was floating all the time. The so-called sitting on the chair was just controlling himself to look like that. Okay. Hades had a special mission, so he naturally couldn't not do it, and turned and walked outside. After Hades left, the people around him began to whisper. Generally speaking, they were discussing who Hades was talking to just now, whether he was crazy, etc. Hades could see and hear Stern, but the others couldn't, so in their opinion, Hades suddenly pushed the girl in his arms away for no apparent reason, and then chatted with the air. It was a little scary. However, after a while, they began to immerse themselves in the happy atmosphere brought by the disco and alcohol, and completely put this matter behind their minds. You can't choose my intelligence as a bonus item, for your body can't bear it, Stern said slowly after getting in the car. Other people's intelligence is only particularly outstanding in one or a few aspects, so they can bear it even if it is very different from their body. But you are different, you add all of them together, thousands of aspects are instantly raised together. If the body is not upgraded to a certain point, it can't bear it. This is also why your intelligence breaks through 1,000 points and becomes a wisdom soul, while others are only intelligence even if they have tens of thousands of points, Stern said with a smile. The chosen one, why are you helping me so much? Hades didn't rush to start the death taxi, turned around and asked, it's obviously me who killed you. Then what's there to worry about? It's just the death of the body. After getting rid of that burden, I reached a level that I could never imagine before, and learned a lot of knowledge. Stern waved his hand. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for letting me get out of that well, letting me see the vast world, and seeing the real possibility of becoming a god. As for why I want to help you, Stern showed a fanatical smile on his face, because I want to conduct a real god-making experiment. I see the real possibility of becoming a god in you. Thank you for your good words, Hades smiled and said, in that case, why not tell me something more? I am willing to tell you, are you willing to listen? Stern suddenly put away all his expressions and asked calmly. Of course, Hades was not surprised by Stern's change. But turned around and started the death taxi. But you won't tell me more. Ha ha ha, that's right. Stern suddenly laughed nervously again. Of course I won't tell you more. If you can't figure out those things by yourself, then you don't deserve to be a god. Anyway, thank you very much, Dr. Samuel Stern, Hades said sincerely while driving. If it weren't for you, I would still be confused for a long time. You're welcome. I'm waiting for the day when you become a god. Dr. Stern looked at the things outside the window and said lightly, if we can meet again at that time, please tell me. I'll try my best. They were silent all the way, and soon they arrived at number 124 Grand Street. Have you been here too? Dr. Stern looked at Hades with a smile. He saw some surveillance cameras that were destroyed along the way. Of course, Hades was not panicked at all about being caught by the person involved, although he had never thought that he would be caught by a dead person before, just in case. Looking at it now, that thing is really some garbage that should be destroyed. I thought it was the blood of God before, Dr. Stern said with a smile, but you should be more cautious. Sometimes, high technology may not be a good thing. It seems that I missed something. Hades instantly understood what Dr. Stern meant. Lead? How did you store it? A special small freezer with a small bag in it. Banner, the blood of the human body is not as fragile as that of ordinary people. It is easy to preserve. You have fallen into a misunderstanding. Dr. Stern nodded. It is under the floor under my bed. You can find it later. I neglected it. Thank you. Hades thanked politely. Failure diary. Someone posted a post as evidence, saying that I will definitely fail. Am I not a failure? Whether I am a failure or not, I can't bear to say this. Brothers, help me out and let me get rid of failure and show him. Of course, I will try my best to write it well. Chapter 36 Battle. You are welcome. Dr. Stern stretched, opened the car door, walked down, leaned against the car and sighed. This car is the only thing I can touch. Perhaps it is because Stern became like this because of the system. The only thing he can touch now is the death taxi. You said that you can only be within a certain range around me. Hades also got out of the car and leaned against the car. What will you do next? You don't think I can always exist in this state, do you? Stern patted the death taxi, the car of Hades. Well, it's just the car of the death now, but sooner or later it will be. What do you think the duty of the death is? Transporting souls. Hades nodded in sudden realization. I understand. This time, it should be true that we will never see each other again. Well, who knows? Stern smiled, his body gradually becoming illusory. He looked at his home and suddenly felt a little melancholy. I have spent my whole life on scientific research. Now that I think about it, I haven't enjoyed the beauty of life. I think it's good not to see each other again, Hades said, otherwise it's always like this, it will scare me. People like me can't stand being scared, right? Hades did not say the last sentence to Stern, he had completely disappeared. Hades turned around and said this to the dark alley not far away. In the alley almost completely shrouded in darkness. The dim light was completely swallowed up by the darkness before it shone a few meters. Except for the occasional dripping sound, there seemed to be nothing else. Hades stared at the darkness, as if he could see something, waiting. Please, your breathing sounds like thunder. Yes, I'm talking about you. Don't look at others, the one with night vision goggles. After a long while, Hades shook his head helplessly. As soon as the voice fell, not long after, several footsteps were heard in the darkness, and then a team of armed people wearing black armed uniforms and night vision goggles came out. FBI, raise your hands, don't move. Although those people were confused, the captain still subconsciously shouted at Hades with a gun. Is there really someone? Hades raised his right hand and scratched the right side of his head, then scratched the left side, looking confused. I was just talking casually. As for whether it was just talking casually, only Hades knew. Turn around and put your hands on your head. The captain ordered. I won't repeat it for the third time. Okay, don't worry, Hades sighed, and did not turn around, but took out his ID. I am a third-level agent of the Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau of the Homeland. We are all family, don't get excited. While speaking, Hades has been observing the other party's expression. Throw your ID over. The captain said. Okay, watch, I'm going to throw it. Hades smiled, scratched his lower back with his right hand, and then threw the document out. However, along with the document flying out, there was also a black flash bomb. This was taken out from the weapon belt on his lower back by Hades while he was tickling, and the fuse was pinched. Hades came here and naturally couldn't help but consider the existence of enemies, so he armed himself in the car. Flash bombs are the most useful deterrent weapons in dark environments. They can make enemies, especially those wearing night vision goggles, lose their combat effectiveness instantly. Hades didn't know which force this FBI team came from. Maybe it was the FBI, maybe the military, maybe SHIELD, maybe Hydra. Anyway, people from these forces often do things that borrow the name of the FBI. For example, Hades himself, he is one of them. So, no matter what, Hades plans to subdue them all first. While throwing the flash bomb, Hades turned his left hand back, grabbed the frame of the Death Grim Reaper's taxi and jumped from the spot. Everyone was attracted by the certificate, and then the flash bomb that flew out with it instantly burst into a strong light and sound. Hades estimated the time of the flash bomb explosion very well. When the flash bomb exploded, he was in the air with his back to the flash bomb, and he closed his eyes and put his right hand close to his eyes, so it did not affect his vision. As for the loud noise of more than 200 decibels caused by the flash bomb, first, the place where the flash bomb exploded was 5 meters away from Hades, exceeding the effective range of 1 to 2 meters. Second, Hades had 2 more earplugs in his ears at this time, which were hidden when he scratched his head. Although the effect is not great, it is still a little bit, anyway, it is better than those soldiers who are in close contact. Besides, Hades himself has a physical fitness that is much better than ordinary people. Such a flash bomb has no effect on him at all when he deliberately avoids it. But yes, it was different for the soldiers facing the flash bomb. Although the captain barely reacted and closed his eyes, this barrier was useless under the effect of the flash bomb. The other team members were wearing night vision goggles, which made things worse. In an instant, all of them were blinded by the strong flash, and they were temporarily deafened and tinnitus because of the loud noise of up to 200 decibels. However, despite the tinnitus, dizziness, headache, and eye pain at this time, they seemed to have experienced many such trainings, and they did not panic like ordinary people, but relied on their previous impressions to accurately fire left and right at Hades' position. They predicted that Hades would lie down or roll left and right, so the sweeping area was large. Unfortunately, Hades predicted their prediction. They only thought of 3 layers, while Hades had 5 layers. So, Hades perfectly avoided all bullets in the air. The purpose of grabbing the frame with his left hand was to give himself a leverage point. With a force on his arm, Hades threw himself in the air to the other side of the death taxi. Although the visual effect created by a large number of bullets hitting the death taxi was great, they did not leave any traces on it. The death taxi that could withstand the hammering of the hydraulic press modified by Hades, could it not withstand these bullets? Then, Hades, who fell on the other side of the death taxi, jumped to the side and escaped from the range of the bullets. The effective time of blindness and deafness caused by flash bombs is not long, but it takes at least 10 seconds to recover a little, and it takes at least a few minutes to fully recover. Especially this kind of flash bomb at night, plus some soldiers are wearing night vision goggles, so the duration is even longer. Street Diary. The pigeons at home have been cooing and cooing. Is it hinting at me? Chapter 37. Did you do it? There was plenty of time. Hades went around and attacked from behind the group of soldiers. In a few seconds, he knocked them all unconscious without any resistance. A fist weighing tons was no joke. Hades still controlled himself and used less force, which saved their lives. Based on the skills of these soldiers, their reactions to emergencies, and their reactions when they heard his identity, Hades was sure that they were definitely not from the FBI. There were such powerful people in the FBI, but the FBI did not participate in the Hulk incident at all, so there was no possibility that they would send a team of elites to search here. After knocking all these people unconscious, Hades walked to the trunk of the Death God's rental car, took out a rope, and called Coulson. These people had seen his face and knew his identity. It would be troublesome if he let them go directly. Then kill them directly? It didn't seem too good. At least, Hades was not sure that he could make these soldiers disappear without a trace before the police arrived. Bullet shells, bodies left behind if they were to be killed, equipment, and possible witnesses, there were too many things to deal with. Such a fierce gunfight, and it happened in New York City. Even if the police here are lazy, they should come soon. If they can't handle it, it will definitely be more troublesome. So, Hades planned to let Coulson solve the problem. With the support of S.H.I.E.L.D., it's a waste not to use it. As for the problem of exposing his own strength, the Hulk has come out, and Iron Man will soon, so it's harmless to expose his strength. Besides, he only exposed himself to Coulson, and it doesn't matter if it's his own people. Now that Fury and Coulson have known the problems within S.H.I.E.L.D., his specialness will not be exposed by them, but will be concealed and kept secret as a trump card. Hello. Coulson answered the phone quickly. He didn't seem to be asleep, and there was no sleepiness in his tone. Hades? Why are you still awake? What do you want to talk to me about so late? Yes, it's a little urgent, Hades said. Can you come to 124 Grand Street? There's something here that needs your help. 124 Grand Street, Coulson asked in confusion, and after looking around, he walked to a corner with few people. What happened? I don't know what happened. I just sent a guest here, and I was attacked by a team of fully armed soldiers. Hades put the phone between his shoulder and face, and began to tie up the fainted soldiers on the ground with his hands. Together, so, I think you need to come. After all, this group of people are still lying on the ground. You are still seeing guests off so late? Aren't you already at home? And, there is a group of fully armed soldiers. Coulson subconsciously lowered his voice when he heard Hades' words. Which force are they from? I couldn't sleep and went to the bar to play. Who knew I met an acquaintance, so I sent him back by the way. As for which force these people are from, I don't know. They are wearing FBI uniforms, but it's obviously not, Hades said. I explained my identity, but they still wanted to take action, so I had to take the initiative. Hades did not lie in this sentence. He did observe that the other party had the intention to take action, so he took action in advance. Regardless of whether the other party wants to kill or not, Hades has never had the habit of handing his life and safety to others. Wait, Coulson suddenly reacted, his voice full of surprise. How did you get them? I'll be right over. In Coulson's impression, Hades was just a highly intelligent person, but he had some quirks, such as liking to drive a taxi. So, until now, he realized the huge amount of information revealed in what Hades had just said. He eliminated a team of fully armed soldiers by himself? Or did the guest he was carrying have a special identity, such as a retired Special Forces soldier, who helped him do this? Coulson was going to ask Hades how he did it, but then he realized that this kind of thing couldn't be said on the phone, so after saying it, he immediately hurried outside. He is currently still in the place where Hulk fought against the Abomination. Hulk has naturally run away, but the body of the Abomination is still here. The military and S.H.I.E.L.D. are arguing here, and both sides want to strive for the ownership of this thing to their own organizations. Agent Coulson, where are you going? A suited agent with a hairline that had reached the back of his head noticed Coulson's actions and asked. One of my agents suddenly encountered something. It was a task I gave him before. So I went over to deal with it. Coulson smiled and said, Agent Sitwell, I'll leave this to you first. Okay. Sitwell nodded, then you go first. After watching Coulson get in the car and leave with a smile, Sitwell took out his mobile phone and made a call. However, the call was delayed. Fuck, what's the problem? Is there another one there? Sitwell cursed in a low voice. Agent Sitwell, the meeting has resumed. An agent on the side informed. Okay, I'm here. Sitwell had to hang up the phone and go to the negotiation meeting on how to deal with the corpse of the Abomination. After Hades tied up all of them, he first went to Dr. Stern's house, found the freezer that hid Banner's blood, and then destroyed the bag of blood. The radioactive lead coating was not enough to keep the blood at a temperature that was not enough to keep it warm. This was why Hades had overlooked this possible reason before, because ordinary people's blood could not be preserved under such circumstances and would have long been necrotic. But Banner's blood was different. Its strong activity allowed it to remain active in such a harsh environment. Hades had not known the characteristics of Banner's blood before, so he neglected it for a while and did not check it more carefully. After destroying the blood and erasing the traces of his presence, Hades returned to the street and waited for Coulson's arrival. To Hades's surprise, Coulson arrived earlier than the police. But it was good that way, saving a lot of trouble. A car drove up quickly and stopped beside the death taxi. Coulson got out of the car and walked closer. The closer he walked, the more surprised he was. "You did it." Coulson looked at the pile of tied-up soldiers on the ground, the pile of weapons and equipment, and the scattered bullets and craters on the ground. Finally, he turned his head and looked at Hades, who was leaning on the death taxi leisurely, one person. Street diary. "I killed my pigeon. You actually want to prevent me from writing a book for the readers. This is intolerable. P.S. In view of my loss of a pigeon, are there any readers willing to give some recommendation votes?" Chapter 38 Safe House. "Yes." Hades nodded and said. "How did you let it go?" "I'll ask you later." Coulson thought about it and decided to solve the matter in front of him first. The matter he was talking about was naturally the soldiers tied up on the ground. "How to confirm?" Hades asked. "Facial recognition." "Yes, just take a picture of their faces and upload them to the database." Coulson took out his mobile phone and took a picture of several soldiers' faces, then clicked a few times, then log into the database, search, and you can do something. What? Hades came over and asked. "Are they from our organization?" Coulson said with a confused look on his face. "Hades. The first show since coming out of the mountain, hitting one of our own people?" "No." Hades immediately reacted, "This one of our own may not really be one of our own people." Coulson also reacted immediately, and after some operation on the phone, he said in surprise, "I see that they have not been assigned any tasks according to my authority, and they should be on vacation at this time. Maybe it's because you don't have enough authority, and this is a high-level confidentiality mission," Hades suggested. "Why don't you contact Director Fury and ask him to help check it out?" "That makes sense." Coulson nodded and quickly called Fury. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Fury must have the highest authority to check the personnel transfer of S.H.I.E.L.D. If Fury can't find it, it means that the true identity of this team of own people is very questionable. At this time, although it was 2 or 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, Fury did not sleep, but was lying on the office chair in the office, swaying leisurely. He had just argued with the military boss for a long time about the disgusting corpse. In the end, after a fierce war of words, they decided to split the deal. Fury was very happy to reach a deal. At this time, he received another call from Coulson. "What's the matter?" Fury answered the phone and asked, with a hint of comfort in his tone. "Director, turn on the encrypted channel." Coulson said. "Okay, the encrypted channel has been turned on." Fury's face immediately became serious. He sat up straight, and pressed the encryption button on the phone. "What happened?" "Here are the information of several agents of our organization. Please use your authority to check their mission status," Coulson said as he transmitted the information to Fury. This team suddenly appeared in New York City to perform a mission and attacked Hades. "What?" Fury's face became more serious. "Is Hades okay?" "No, he solved all the soldiers without any injuries." Coulson couldn't help but look at Hades next to him. "I haven't asked how he did it. I plan to find out about these agents first." "Well, you're right, keep this matter as confidential as possible. I'll check the situation of these people first." Fury narrowed his eyes. He naturally realized the specialness of Hades instantly. After all, not everyone can deal with a team of elite agents without getting hurt. Before this, Fury's impression of Hades was that he was a highly intelligent person with quirks. However, he knew that after these things were figured out, his definition of Hades would have to undergo a drastic change. Fury started to look up the information of the agents on the computer. After a while, he said, "I didn't see the mission information. It shows that they are on vacation. That's what I saw here. So, it's not a question of authority." Coulson took a deep breath. "We seem to have caught a big fish. It's very likely that this is a good opportunity and it may also alert the enemy," Fury said after thinking for a while, "but we can't just let them go. I have a safe house somewhere. I'll lock them up there and ask them." Fury himself certainly can't run around. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., his every move must be under the surveillance of others. In the past, Fury didn't have to worry about being inside S.H.I.E.L.D., but now he feels that S.H.I.E.L.D. is more dangerous than the streets outside. Every time Fury thinks of being in the same building with countless enemies all the time, he becomes more and more eager to act, but he rationally shrinks back and holds on. Before knowing the situation of the enemy and our own strength, Fury will never act rashly. But now, this team of people cannot be let go, because this is an opportunity to confirm how big the internal problems are, and if they are let go, there will be endless troubles. "Okay." Coulson nodded, turned to Hades and said, "Let's transport these people to a safe house and interrogate them there." Hades naturally had no objection. Anyway, he was idle now and had nothing to do, and Banner's blood had been destroyed by him. The reason why Hades must destroy Banner's blood is that his blood can create many monsters like the Abomination. Hades doesn't care so much about the corpse of the Abomination. The Abomination who first received Banner's blood injection only has 14% of Hulk's ability, and cannot become infinitely stronger with anger. If others use the blood of the Abomination for experiments, they can only create experimental subjects that are much weaker than the Abomination. Reverse deduction and becoming stronger is not something that everyone can do, not to mention this kind of problem that even Dr. Banner can't solve. The most important thing is that if such an experiment is to be carried out, it is necessary to inject a replica of the liquid that Captain America had injected, and it is not as complete as the one that Captain America had injected, and there will be strong side effects. The cost is high, the effect is not that good, and it is easy to get into trouble. Hades is not worried that those people can do anything big with the corpses of the Abominations. At most, it will be a mutant soldier frenzy. Even if there is only Hulk, he can kill them all at will. In addition, the research and development cycle of such experiments can easily take several years. By then, the Avengers are estimated to have been formed, so there is no need to worry. Soon, Hades and Coulson moved all the soldiers into their car, and then Coulson led the way in front and left here according to the address sent by Fury. The American police who always appeared after the incident were no exception this time. They arrived at the scene with sirens whistling after Hades and Coulson left, but all they left were bullet shells and craters on the ground. The police wanted to investigate the surveillance, but found that the surveillance had been destroyed long ago. In addition, the superiors also sent a message saying that there was no need to investigate this matter, so it was left unresolved. Failure diary. Typing hard. Ding dong. Take out your phone and look. What is this Chicken Rio book? vs. Chapter 39 Aliens. Coulson drove to a remote location and stopped the car, followed by Hades. Is this it? Hades looked at the villa in front of him. Yes, it's here. Coulson nodded, entered the password Fury had just told him, verified his fingerprints and pupils, and explained to Hades. The director said that this is a safe house built before, and he changed the permissions. Currently, only he and I can enter. Others can't enter even if they have the password unless they demolish it by force. It's a very cautious measure. Hades nodded, opened the car door, grabbed the back collar of the soldiers in the car one by one, and easily lifted them out, let's move them in first. You. Coulson saw Hardy Hades's actions made him a little stunned, then he reacted, super strength. How else can I do it? Hades smiled and did not deny it. I'll explain it to you later, let's get the people in first. Okay, Coulson was a little confused as he watched Hades carry 2 people in easily, and then walked out without panting to continue, then he reacted and started to move people from his car. Although Coulson originally thought that Hades had the greatest possibility of having some special abilities, when this matter was really confirmed in front of him, he still felt a little incredible. What he was most curious about now was how Hades got his abilities, and who was better, Hades or Captain America. Captain America was Coulson's idol, so he subconsciously compared Hades with Captain America. After a few trips, the two moved all the soldiers who were tied up like dumplings into the villa. The director said there is a basement here, which has been renovated and expanded to hold them. Coulson said, "Follow me." After arriving at the basement, Coulson. Hades. You told me, this is a basement. Even though Hades felt that he had seen a lot of big things, he couldn't help but point at the venue in front of him and started to complain, this is an underground square. You need to take an elevator to go down to the basement. After the elevator opened, the lights came on, and Hades saw a very wide basement that could be called a square. Well, to be honest, this is my first time here. Coulson was also stunned for a while. He originally thought that the renovation and expansion meant a slight expansion of the area, but he didn't expect that Fury actually built an underground square here. I suddenly feel that the money in the organization, in addition to a part of it being embezzled by Hydra, I'm afraid that a larger part was embezzled by Fury. Hades sighed. Others embezzled public funds to build safe houses, he embezzled public funds to build a safe base. Ahem, Coulson had to cough a few times. This is a security need, a necessary thing, for the safety and sustainable development of the organization, especially in the current situation. Let's move those people down first, get them into the detention room, and then interrogate them one by one. After barely defending his own director, Coulson himself was almost unable to make up a story, so he quickly changed the subject. The two walked a few more times and moved the soldiers into the detention room. Of course, it was mainly Hades who did the work. Let's take a break first, and talk about what happened to you by the way. Coulson took a breath and said to Hades. There was no rush for the interrogation. All the people were already locked in the cell, and they were tied up and gagged, so they could neither commit suicide nor escape. So it was okay to interrogate them anytime. Now, Coulson was more curious about Hades. Hades had no objection, as he had already prepared his arguments and reasons. So, the two of them came to the meeting room. There's actually nothing much to say about what happened to me. Hades didn't collapse on the sofa like Coulson, he was still full of energy, so he rummaged through the boxes and cabinets without hesitation, and said, I believe you have seen it, super strength, I tested it not long ago, one punch is about 2 to 3 tons of force. What? Coulson wanted to stop Hades from rummaging through the boxes and cabinets, but was immediately shocked by what Hades said, and even the fatigue brought by not sleeping for a day dissipated by more than half, 2 to 3 tons. Yet, Hades finally turned over a small jar, opened it, looked at it, smelled it, nodded with satisfaction, walked to the side, picked up the coffee machine, and poured the coffee beans in the jar into it. You heard it right, that much. How did you do it? Coulson instantly became energetic and asked curiously, did you inject some medicine like Captain America? This data is very close to the data of Captain America back then. If so, where did your medicine come from? Is this the only possibility you can think of? Hades smiled and shook his head. Added water to the coffee machine, turned on the power, then walked over and sat on another sofa. Are there any other guesses? Not a potion? That's right, we have investigated your information, and you were completely normal before, at least you didn't show it in terms of physical strength, Carlson understood what Hades meant, and began to analyze it in a muttered voice, but besides this reason, wait, aliens. Interesting, you actually guessed it. Hades raised his eyebrows in surprise, with an interested smile on his face. Have you seen aliens? Otherwise, how could you make such a guess? Yes, I have seen aliens before, but they are a very scary creature. They can change into other people's appearance at will, and their words and deeds are completely the same. They can even have the memory of the object he transformed. After hearing Hades' admission, Carlson did not take any defensive actions, but still relaxed and fell into the state of recollection. At that time, I had just joined the organization and experienced that incident with Director Fury. Director Fury was not the director at the time, but an agent. There was also a woman who was also an alien with him. Later, Fury told me that she was not an alien but an earthling. People, just got superpowers, very strong ones. The reason why Carlson didn't take defensive action was that there was no need. If Hades had other purposes, he would have attacked him long ago. Judging from his ability, he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Now that he said it so frankly, it means that he has no ill will towards him at all. In short, it's useless to be on guard, so it's better to communicate harmoniously. Failure Diary. I killed the chicken called Chicken Rio. Damn, it actually wanted to prevent me from writing books for the readers. For the sake of killing the chicken, is there any big guy who will give me 2 tickets? Wait, kill the chicken? Why does it feel weird? Chapter 40. I'm from Apocalypse. This is normal. The universe is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. There are many powerful people. Hades nodded and said, no wonder you guessed it was aliens. It turns out that you have seen it a long time ago. I just guessed it casually, but I didn't expect it to be true. Carlson asked curiously, Hades, can I ask, what race do you belong to? Why did you come to live on Earth? Of course, if it is something that cannot be said, then there is no need to say it. I am just curious. There is nothing that cannot be said. Hades smiled, and heard the coffee machine next to him make a prompt sound. He stood up and said while pouring coffee, I come from a planet in the universe that is very far away from the Earth. That planet is called Apocalypse. Apocalypse. Carlson immediately memorized the name of the planet in his little notebook. No need to remember, that planet has been completely destroyed. Hades poured 2 cups of coffee and came over, as if he guessed what Carlson was thinking, and said, Apocalypse people, except for me, there is probably no second one in this universe. I'm sorry. Carlson said after a moment of silence. Nothing to apologize for. Hades handed a cup of coffee to Carlson, took a sip of the hot coffee, praised it, and said with a smile, I have been on Earth since I can remember. My memory of Apocalypse was only recently awakened, and then I found that my physical ability began to strengthen. This is why you didn't find my superpowers when you investigated. Thank you. Carlson took the coffee handed over by Hades and took a sip, automatically began to awaken memories and strengthen the body. Yes, it's like something I should know from birth. Hades nodded. Top eaters are born to hunt, that's something engraved in their genes, and so am I. Under the effect of genetic technology, after I reach a certain age, I will constantly obtain memories left to me by my ancestors, and awaken the physical fitness I should have. This is the conclusion I came to after systematic analysis and self-evaluation. Hades drank the coffee in one gulp. By absorbing energy and growing continuously, I can continue to become stronger. What energy? Is there no limit? Carlson asked subconsciously. Food, sunlight, and so on. Hades smiled and said, as for the limit, I haven't found it yet, but there will always be one. If it becomes stronger endlessly, what's the difference between it and a perpetual motion machine? Both are things that only exist in imagination and are not realistic. Even so, it's terrifying. Carlson sighed, it's like a race favored by God. There is no God. This is the power of science and the result of accumulation from generation to generation. Hades shook his head and said, the concept of apocalypse is that everything comes from science, but it is divided into known or unknown. You're right, it's true. God just gives us a belief to rely on, but when we really want to do things, we still have to rely on ourselves. Carlson nodded, and also drank the coffee in the cup, and then put the cup on the table. Hey, I understand it almost. I'm in a much better mood now, so let's go interrogate them. Although Carlson still had many questions to ask, he decisively gave up the idea and changed his target. The relationship was not that deep, and Hades had no obligation to tell him so much. It was beyond Carlson's expectation to get so much information. He knew when to stop and of course chose to leave other questions for later. Of course, it doesn't mean that Carlson will believe everything Hades said. He will report this information to Fury and let Fury judge the truth. Hades naturally doesn't care. Anyway, almost all of the things he said were not on him. Except apart from the fact that he can slowly become stronger, all the other information Hades said came from a certain bug collection in the neighboring universe. After being modified and edited, it became something that happened to him. Although there are DC comics in this world and Superman's setting is there, most people probably won't associate it with that. If they really associate it with it, Hades' words that the universe is so big that nothing is impossible can completely explain it. Fury wants to verify it. Even if Captain Marvel Carol is asked to check it, she won't be able to find it. As for the possibility that someone will forge or really find their biological parents in this world to expose their lies in the future, Hades naturally considered this possibility, but he didn't care, because by that time this lie is actually meaningless even if it is exposed. I will definitely not admit it. And if I don't have the strength to stand out from the crowd at that time, and don't have the strength to ignore those who want to make trouble for me, then I can just find a piece of tofu and kill myself. It's really embarrassing. Of course it's okay. Hades nodded, poured a cup of coffee for himself and Carlson, and the two walked towards the detention room. Let's interrogate this first, said Crit. He is the highest level agent among these people, and he should know the most. When he came to the detention room, Carlson pointed to the person on the far left and said, I agree, this person is their commander. Hades nodded and said. Although Hades controlled his strength and didn't beat people to death directly, it was still difficult for ordinary people to bear. The most intuitive manifestation is that until now, this group of elite agents are still in a coma. Crit was awakened by a basin of cold water. When he woke up, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. After seeing the person in front of him, he subconsciously wanted to move his body to get into a fighting state. But then, he found himself tied to a chair that was fixed to the ground, making him unable to move at all. Then, he remembered everything and the scene before he lost his memory. You are attacking the police, this is a crime. Crit gave up the futile struggle. The severe pain from the back of his neck forced him to give up, but he still refused to admit defeat. Agent Sedakrit, Level 5 Agent, joined the Strategic Homeland Defense Attack and Logistics Support Agency 8 years ago. According to the mission situation, you should be on vacation now. Carlson read the tablet, put it down, and showed a gentle smile on his face. Hello, Agent Crit, I am Phil Carlson, Level 7 Agent. Now, I have some questions to ask you. Fall Street Diary. As a Fall Street, you must have a dream. As long as you keep typing, thinking about the plot, constantly revising the first draft, and then asking for votes from readers, one day, I can evolve into Old Fall Street. Chapter 41 Catch Them All in One Net. The author of this chapter said that there is an apology statement regarding the Krypton in the previous chapter. It has been changed to Apocalypse. Sorry, woo woo woo. Crit was silent for a while and shut up instantly. Level 7 agents are equivalent to department heads within S.H.I.E.L.D., even his superiors are not as good as them. In other words, the matter is very serious. It seems that you also realize the seriousness of the matter, Carlson asked. Who sent you here? And what is your purpose? We are just carrying out normal tasks, and we can't find out with your agent level, because the mission is absolutely confidential. Crit thought about it and thought of a solution. Let me go quickly. If you delay the top secret mission, you can't bear it. Top secret missions don't mean you have the right to attack agents within the organization. Carlson shook his head and pointed at Hades, who was sitting next to him. He is an agent under my command, and he reported his identity at the time. Why did you attack him? As for your so-called top secret mission, Carlson leaned forward, I have asked the director to check it out. There is no such thing at all. Or is your superior higher than Director Fury? It was obviously him who attacked us first. Crit became emotional instantly. We just wanted to check his ID. The problem is that he attacked us directly. Carlson. Hearing this, Carlson turned his head and looked at Hades. Well, through micro-expression analysis and verbal communication, I think he has the intention to attack me, so I took the initiative. Hades thought for a while and said seriously, believe me, I have a doctorate in psychology. In fact, in the dim environment at that time and the equipment of these agents blocked, Hades didn't see anything about micro-expressions. He just took the initiative. That makes sense. Carlson thought about it and planned to selectively ignore this matter. Anyway, catching the big fish is the hard truth, so he turned his head and looked at Crete. Never mind that, you explain to me first, who assigned you the top secret mission you mentioned? Crete. That's the explanation? At that time, you needed night vision goggles to see clearly, and you told me about micro-expression analysis. Are you a titanium dog eye? Crete was a little autistic because of Hades' explanation. Of course, this is also the reason why he couldn't answer Carlson's other question. Don't play dead, Agent Crete. When the mission was assigned, you must know who assigned it to you, because the mission assigned through the system will leave a record in the system. Now, there is no record, which means that this is a private mission assigned in person, or someone deleted the record, in which case the problem is even bigger. Carlson tapped the table. Who is it? Crete closed his eyes and said nothing, just silent. Well, I haven't done these things for a long time. When I was in the academy, I was always the first in this course. I don't know if I'm rusty now, Carlson said as he stood up and walked to the wall next to him, pressing the switch. You should have experienced a lot of this kind of training in the academy, so it's time to see who of us has mastered it better. The switch was pressed, and the metal wall slid to the side, revealing a pile of torture instruments. Hades, do you want to go out first? Carlson took down after a tool. He said to Hades, the next scene. Okay, then I'll go make another cup of coffee. Hades nodded. He didn't have the habit of watching such things, so he turned and went out. When Hades made 2 cups of coffee, he saw Carlson sitting on a chair to rest, panting, and Crete was bleeding. How is it? Did he say it? Hades handed Carlson a cup of coffee and asked casually. Not so fast, otherwise he wouldn't be able to reach the level of a level 5 agent. Carlson shook his head and took the coffee. Thank you. Actually, I have a way, Hades said after thinking about it. He was a little impatient here, so he wanted to leave as soon as possible, so he made a suggestion. I don't know if you have heard that in ancient China, there was a punishment called lingchi. An hour later, Carlson and Hades, who had obtained the information, left the safe house together. Hades naturally went back to his home, while Carlson went straight to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. After Hades described in detail the origin and implementation process of Ling Chi, Crete initially felt that he could bear it with his willpower, but after Hades really took action, he succumbed not long after. Death is not terrible, but the most terrible thing is to suffer torture worse than death. Carlson came to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., met Fury in the director's office, and reported all the information to him. Apocalypse, recently awakened memories and superpowers. Fury frowned. I'll ask someone to verify it later. This kind of thing can't be confirmed now. Let's talk about the problem of the team of agents in our organization first. Have you found out who sent them on this mission? It has been confessed. Carlson took a deep breath. It was Sitwell, a level 6 agent in the organization. Crit also confessed a lot of things he had done before, as well as some lists of people he knew. So efficient. Fury asked in surprise, "Are you sure it's not false information?" It was so easy to confess. In fact, I don't think it should be false. Agent Crit begged me to kill him at the time, rather than let him continue to suffer punishment. Carlson shook his head. I was the one who interrogated them at first, but there was no obvious effect. Later, Hades seemed a little impatient, so he proposed a punishment called Lingqi from ancient China and implemented it with my consent. Lingqi, I know this punishment. I have seen it in some materials. No matter how cruel it is, useful is good. Mercy for the enemy is persecution for yourself, Fury nodded. In this way, the accuracy of this intelligence can be guaranteed. Of course, you can't completely believe it directly. You just need to keep a bottom line in your heart for the people on these lists. Don't mention it to anyone else outside this office, and don't show any abnormal behavior. Do you understand? I understand. Carlson nodded. I have arranged for the right people to start investigating this matter. Fury tapped the table lightly. After all the people are investigated and prepared, we will catch them all in one fell swoop. Flop diary. If you make a mistake, you must correct it and have the courage to admit it. Although I am a flop, although this may lose everyone's collection, I'm sorry. To express my apology, I will update another chapter in the evening. I hope everyone can tolerate me and don't quit. Degree. Chapter 42 Hades, am content and generous. It was already 7 o'clock in the morning when Hades returned home. Although he had not slept for a day and a night, Hades did not feel tired. After thinking about it, Hades decided to go out and drive a taxi to brush up his body. Since the intelligence will evolve into the wisdom soul after breaking through 1000 points, what will the body become after the evolution, and how much change will it bring to his body? Hades was very curious, so he planned to make his body break through 1000 points as soon as possible. Now, his body is 857 points, which means that if one order is calculated as 2 points, Hades has to run 72 orders. However, before that, Hades decided to collect the task reward from Dr. Stern first, and by the way, see what special rewards there are for the first special task since obtaining the system. Task rewards cannot be collected cumulatively. Hades has also done experiments on this. If the reward of the previous order is not collected, the next task cannot be triggered. This experiment cost Hades about 2 points of body, because Hades deliberately did not collect the reward and picked up the next passenger. As a result, the passenger did not trigger the task for Hades from getting on to getting off the bus. It can be regarded as one of the experiments that Hades lost the most. Death Taxi Order 685. Special Mission, deliver the soul of Dr. Samuel Stern to 124 Grand Avenue, New York City. Task status, completed. Task coefficient, 100%. Please collect the reward. Hades. Task coefficient is 100%. Hades was really surprised this time. Hades had already figured out how to calculate the mission coefficient. It was the fare paid by the passenger, rounded up to the nearest 100, and then divided by $10,000. This was also why Hades could only do it every time before. The reason for adding 1 or 2 points is that although this rounding up mechanism is really conscientious, the calculation base is too large, especially the rule that you cannot force the other party to pay you more fare, or give money to others first and then let others pay you, otherwise the task will be invalid, which limits your performance. If possible, Hades can give others $10,000 every time, and then let others pay him for fare, adding dozens of points at a time. After more than 600 orders, all points have already exceeded 10,000. By the way, this experiment that tested the rule that you cannot give money to others or force others to give money is also one of Hades' most serious losses. He lost about 1 or 2 points. Why is the task coefficient 100%? This is the biggest question in Hades' mind now. Dr. Stern did not pay himself, that's for sure, and it's still a question whether he can give it in that state. Hades probably had 2 guesses. The first one is that the task coefficient of special tasks is 100%, the second one is that the task coefficient of special tasks is calculated according to another rule that he is not clear about yet, such as the satisfaction of the other party. Dr. Stern wants to complete the God-making plan, so the task coefficient given to him is 100%. Shaking his head, keeping these 2 guesses in mind, Hades is ready to wait for the opportunity to verify them in the future. Now, the most important thing is to receive the reward. The task coefficient is 100%, which means that he can clone one of Dr. Stern's attributes and skills. However, Hades immediately remembered what Dr. Stern said to him when he was in the car: "You can't choose my wisdom, your body is too weak and can't bear it." Too weak. Heartbroken.jpg. A huge sadness surged in his heart. Hades opened Dr. Stern's data column with mixed feelings and began to choose rewards. The reason for his happiness was, of course, because he could get a very generous amount of points, and his sadness was not because of the phrase "too weak." If that was the case, Hades' psychological endurance was too weak. He was sad because he knew that a huge amount of points was in front of him, but he had no choice. Clicking on the reward, Hades saw the most conspicuous column, wailed, and was about to burst into tears. What a loss, a big loss. After a while, Hades recovered from his great sadness, looked at the 5-digit number starting with 9 reluctantly, and then decisively chose the body above. Seeing that the body added 84 points and became 941 points, Hades instantly completed more than half of the goal of breaking 1,000. But at this moment, he did not feel ecstatic, but a little sad. As the saying goes, picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons, Hades is almost in this situation now, but the reason is different. Although the watermelon was a bomb that would explode, Hades knew clearly that he couldn't pick it up, but if he just threw it away and picked up a sesame seed, Hades would still feel very reluctant. But after 2 seconds, Hades instantly became happy. Level 4 skill: Spiritual Intuition. Isn't this Stern's intuitive ability that can almost directly see the truth of the matter? Although this ability doesn't have much effect on Hades, who already knew the plot, but. Thinking of this, Hades blinked and realized the fundamental problem. Yes, this skill is really strong in other worlds, and it can predict the enemy's next move. It's like getting a big prophecy gold finger with no consumption and no cooling. However, in the Marvel world, although Hades can't say that he knows everything about the Marvel world in detail, Hades himself doesn't need to know that much about these things. He just wants to drive a taxi, fight Thanos, and go home to farm. Knowing the general direction of important things is enough for Hades. So, this skill, well, it's still very good. Hades happily chose to receive the skill. Great prophecy without consumption and cooldown. If you are not happy, do you have to wait until Thanos is killed before you are happy? Hades said that he is a very easy to be satisfied and generous person. For good things like this, the requirements are not high, and it will be good to do it about 10 times or 8 times. Diary of a Failure. Me, I'm sorry, Superman, I accidentally used the name of your hometown, Krypton, but now it has been changed to Apocalypse. You won't blame me, will you? Superman, I don't have any objection, but this Apocalypse seems. A sturdy hand rested on my shoulder, and I looked back. Darkseid, boy, you used the name of my planet. Me. It's so hard for mess degree. Chapter 43 Extremely Anxious Sitwell. Book Friends Group 6097175504. After getting the skills, Hades took a shower, changed his clothes, and went to work in high spirits. Carlson has gone home to rest. He didn't sleep all day, and he had experienced so many major events, so he was extremely nervous. Now that he relaxed, he fell on the bed and fell asleep when he returned home. Fury was naturally still in the office thinking about how to catch all the traitors in S.H.I.E.L.D. in one fell swoop. And there was another person who was extremely anxious at this time. That person was Agent Sitwell, whose hairline has reached the back of his head. After the negotiation, he returned to his home and couldn't sleep at all. He just paced back and forth, waiting for the phone call he was looking forward to. But, no. What's the problem? Sitwell cursed and scratched his head wantonly. Anyway, he didn't need to care about his hair now. No, I have to go and see. Grabbing the key, Sitwell changed his shoes and was about to go out. After thinking about it, he put the key back. If something really happened, then if he drove the S.H.I.E.L.D. car there, he would definitely be targeted by someone with ulterior motives. Sitwell didn't want to go by himself, but now all the people he could use, except for the missing team, were on missions outside and couldn't come back in a short time. And the current matter obviously couldn't be delayed for too long. So, Sitwell decided to take a taxi and ask the taxi driver to drive slowly past the target location. In this way, he could achieve his goal without being noticed by others and observe what happened. Soon, Sitwell went downstairs, waved to stop a taxi with the license plate HDS 666, and got on. There are no format restrictions for license plates in the United States. Special customized license plates only need to be reported to a special agency and paid annually. Therefore, in Sitwell's opinion, there is nothing special about this car, except that the driver is a little more handsome. Go to 124 Grand Avenue. Sitwell said after getting in the car. No problem, sir. The driver with a peaked cap smiled and asked in a polite tone, do you have any time requirements? No, just drive normally. Sitwell was stunned by the driver's question, and then he responded. Okay, please fasten your seat belts, welcome to Hades Taxi, have a pleasant journey, Hades said with a smile, then started the car and drove to the place he had been to many times in one day. It's fate, Hades thought while driving. The expression on his face was still a faint smile, which looked very polite and sunny, but in fact, Hades was constantly complaining in his heart. What the hell, I just want to drive peacefully, why do these people have to run to my car one by one? And this is my first order today. Hades complained helplessly in his heart, driving the death taxi straight to the destination. You can't just not do the task you have, right? The moment Sitwell got in the car and said the destination, Hades received a task issued by the system, and then he found that the passenger of his 686th single mission was a Hydra agent, and he had just arrested all his men not long ago. So, he is going there to see what happened. Hades guessed Sitwell's purpose. I guess that's it, otherwise he wouldn't take a taxi. This is to avoid suspicion. In this way, he should let me drive away at that time and won't stay there. Sure enough, when approaching the destination, Sitwell said, I suddenly remembered something. You continue to drive forward and slow down the speed. You may have to change the destination later. Don't worry, I will give you enough money. Of course, no problem. Hades agreed without even considering it, and then slowed down the speed to the speed of an ordinary person walking slowly. Sitwell's eyes twitched. Don't be too slow, about 15 yards will be fine. A car moving at a speed of 1 meter per second is easier to attract attention. Okay, okay. Hades made an okay gesture, increased the speed to 15 yards, and drove straight. This speed was just enough for Sitwell to observe most of the surroundings. The more he looked, the more frightened Sitwell was. The few cameras he could see on the street were all destroyed, and there were some obvious craters on the ground and walls. Most importantly, the house was surrounded by the police and a cordon was set up. Something big happened. Sitwell had only this thought in his mind at this moment. To be honest, when he had not received any news from his men after a night, he almost confirmed this guess in his heart. However, the fluke mentality of human nature made him still have a glimmer of hope in his heart, hoping that this group of people did not reply to him because of some other things. But now, it is obvious that his little hope has been completely shattered. "Sir, sir." The voice from the driver pulled Sitwell back from his dazed state. "Hey? What's wrong?" Sitwell asked. "Where are we going?" Hades had to repeat it again. "Or do you want to get off here?" "No, I suddenly remembered that I seemed to have forgotten something at home." Sitwell shook his head and said, "Take me back to where I got on the bus." "Okay, no problem." Hades turned the steering wheel and drove back to where he came from. After a while, Hades sent Sitwell back to his original position. "Welcome to Hades' taxi, looking forward to your next ride," Hades still said with a smile on his face. "The cost of this trip is $87. $100, the rest is a small amount fee." Sitwell handed the money to Hades and got out of the car, quickly returning to his home. He must now report what happened to his superiors immediately. And Hades, of course, started the car, expressionless, slowly left here, and continued his journey of brushing points. Humph, no wonder he is a villain. He is reluctant to give more money, and even gave less than passers-by. Failure diary. Research table. When you read this paragraph, you must automatically sort these words, so that you can understand the preface of this paragraph. Isn't it amazing? vs. Chapter 44. Pierce, who was confident in his plan, hurried back to the house, and Sitwell began to report the situation to his superiors. Soon, not long after, the important news that the team had disappeared was passed on through various secret and special methods, and finally reached the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Alexander Pierce. The identity of this team alone was not enough to attract the attention of people like Pierce, but the mission they performed and what happened to them led to the fact that no one could afford the consequences, so they could only report it up the chain until it reached Pierce. When the matter of the Hulk was over and S.H.I.E.L.D. began to argue with the military about the division of the corpse of the Abomination, Hydra quickly used its resources to find one of the key figures in it. The Hulk had already run away and it was difficult to catch him back, but by comparing the content of Banner and Stern's emails, they knew that Banner had mailed his blood to Stern. Having blood means that experiments can be conducted. Even if the current biotechnology cannot replicate a Hulk, a monster like the Abomination that was killed can be created. The military can do it, so there is no reason why Hydra cannot. So, Hydra unanimously decided to seize Banner's blood. Then, because someone had reported the situation in the laboratory, a sudden violent explosion and subsequent burning left nothing inside, so naturally, they set their sights on Dr. Stern's home. Would Banner's blood be stored there? Hydra said that whether it was the body of the Abomination or Banner's blood, I wanted them all. Then, the team they sent out just disappeared without a trace? Combining the intelligence that has been known so far, Pierce conducted an analysis. Strange explosion in the laboratory, our people disappeared, and there were signs of fighting. Pierce tapped the table lightly. Who caused the explosion? Did they take Banner's blood? Or was it all destroyed on the spot? Our people disappeared after fighting, but who fought with us? Why did they take our people away? Do they know our identities? Too many questions. This kind of thing should not be the concern of an old man like me. Pierce paused and sighed, but it's not your fault. A force that can do such a thing under the dual supervision of our organization and the military, a force that can make the police stop pursuing and not give us face, to be honest, I think it is a very difficult matter. Report to the commander. What is our next move? A subordinate asked. Follow the procedures and do what you should do. Pierce showed a confident smile on his face. You are all legal agents of the Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau, and you should do your job well. A serious incident has occurred within the organization, and the agents who are on duty have mysteriously disappeared. Of course, you have to report it layer by layer, and finally let the leader know and let him solve this matter. In the Chinese military tactics, there was a trick called borrowing a knife to kill people. Pierce's face became very relaxed when he said this. Fury is my most satisfactory successor. He will definitely find out for us which force did these things. Of course, before that, we need to make adequate preparations, such as making the mission records in the system traceable. You know, if Fury's knife is not used properly, it will hurt ourselves. Yes. Several men responded in unison. Fury is very suspicious. Although you have done this many times, you must not let your guard down. No matter how many times you have successfully deceived him before, as long as there is one mistake that makes him suspicious, we will all be finished. Pierce got up from his chair and walked to the French window, with his hands behind his back. Our actions must not be exposed. Especially after planning for so long, when everything is about to be accomplished. Long live Hydra! Long live Hydra! So, after a while. Ding ding! A doorbell rang, interrupting Fury, who was immersed in thinking in front of the small notebook in front of him. Putting the small notebook back in his arms, Fury spread out the documents on the table and looked at the monitor on the side. After confirming that everything was correct, he pressed the button to open the door and let the person outside in. What's the matter, Agent Anastasia? Fury asked without looking up while looking at the document on the table. Director, Anas came over with a document and sweat on his forehead. Something happened. Don't worry, Fury was shocked. Did something big happen again? Tell me slowly, what happened? Several agents of our shield disappeared while performing a mission related to the Hulk. It seems that they were attacked by a powerful force, Anas said while handing the document to Fury. The other party is under the jurisdiction of the military and us. They created an explosion and also had a conflict with our agent team. Now, our agents have no news, and most importantly, the police are not cooperating with us. Did you assign this mission? Fury looked at the mission description and member list on the document and asked without changing his expression. Yes, I assigned it last night, Anas nodded. Because it might be possible to get Banner's blood, I sent a team of agents to search and try to seize the initiative. You made the right decision, but next time, remember to report to me in advance for such a level of things. Fury raised his voice. This is an important item that may create something like the Hulk. You actually only sent a team with the highest level agents in the team, who are only level 5, to complete it. Are you crazy? I'm sorry, Chief. Anas lowered his head in shame. It's no use to apologize to me. What you need to do now is to say sorry to those missing agents. Because of your arrogance and miscalculation of the situation, they are now in danger of life and death. Fury knocked on the table wildly, and calmed down after a while. Agent Anas, in view of your serious mistake, you will be demoted to an agent level, and punished with 3 months' salary, and cannot participate in any work in the short term. Yes. Agent Anas buried his head lower in shame. As for the person who will temporarily take over your position, you can recommend it. You are more familiar with it. Make a list for me and I will make the final choice. Fury rubbed his temple and sighed. I will arrange someone to investigate the matter of that group of forces. Failure Diary. Today, a groundhog suddenly found me, and called me a big boss in one sentence, so I reached a pie deal with him. Then, I found out that his last book was a masterpiece of 4 million words, and the big author level was V5, and groundhog was his vest. Well, I'm not afraid of big bosses showing off their achievements, but I'm afraid of big bosses pretending to be newbies. Chapter 45 Waiting online, very anxious. Yes, Director. Anas still said with shame. Go out, Fury sighed and waved his hand. Remember to get the list done quickly, the position can't be vacant for too long. Yes. Anas responded and turned to walk outside. As he walked, his originally ashamed face gradually turned into a hint of pride, but it quickly disappeared. The king of agents? Isn't he being played around by us? Fury looked at the document with a tired face, until the sound of the door closing came and the electronic lock was automatically locked. Then he took down the hand that had been rubbing his temple, his face changed, expressionless, and his eyes were cold. Anas Gul'dan Fury took out a small notebook from his arms, wrote the name on the small notebook, turned on the computer, and searched for information about this mission in the internal system of S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing the result displayed in the mission system, Fury clicked in with cold eyes, looked at the mission release date, and found that it was indeed released at around 10 o'clock last night, which was not long after the Hulk incident ended. Hee hee. Fury sneered for a while, turned off the computer, stood in front of the French window, looked at the traffic in the distance, and said nothing. Interesting, really interesting. A butterfly in the tropical rainforest of the Amazon River Basin in South America, occasionally flapping its wings, may cause a tornado in Texas, USA 2 weeks later. This is the butterfly effect, and now, what is happening in SHIELD is the same, but this tornado has just begun to brew. Hades, who plays the role of the butterfly, is still driving his taxi at this moment. In the evening. In a luxurious sea view villa in New York City. What the hell is that? Tony Stark muttered to himself with a frown. In front of him, the TV was broadcasting news about the Hulk fighting the Abomination. Jarvis, is the system loaded? After watching for a while and turning off the TV, Stark came to the underground laboratory and asked the silver-white metal armor in the center. Sir, the system has been loaded, Jarvis replied immediately, but considering that the power unit has not been tested yet in your current mental state, I don't recommend that you start the first test now. Problems can only be found in practice. Tony waved his hand. I believe in my design, even if there is a malfunction, it's no big deal, help me put on the armor, we start the first experimental test. In fact, Tony has gone through many experimental simulations and calculations on the design of the Mark armor, and basically there will be no problems. Even if there are problems, Tony has prepared many backup plans to ensure that there is no risk. Jarvis can only make suggestions, but cannot oppose Tony's orders. It controls the mechanical arm to put on the accessories for Tony one by one. Finally, Tony picked up a steel mask from the table and put it on his head. Mark II, dressed. Start the helmet display. Checking. Load the home environmental conditions scan. Yes, sir. Tony gave the instructions one by one in an orderly manner, and Jarvis began to work non-stop, checking for loopholes, checking the performance of the armor, loading virtual walking habits, and finally. Everything is ready, sir, Jarvis reported, prepare to turn off the power and start the self-check program. You should check the sky first. Let's check the weather conditions and air traffic control, Tony said, start monitoring ground control information, we are going to set off. Sir, a lot of experimental calculations need to be done before the actual flight, and the power unit has not been tested yet, Jarvis suggested again. Jarvis, practice is the only criterion for testing truth, Tony interrupted Jarvis, get ready, set off. Who? After a while, Tony, wearing Mark II, flew out of the garage, accompanied by excited shouts. This feeling is so cool. Tony shouted twice, flew a distance, and controlled Mark II to start flying straight up. Let's test what this equipment can achieve. What is the record of the SR-71 Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft? The fixed-wing flight record is 85,000 feet, sir. Jarvis replied. Records are meant to be broken. The king asked me to patrol the mountain. Hades is in such a good mood that he is having a blast while driving home. After the order from Sitwell and the 5 orders that followed, Hades's body weight has now reached 953. According to today's momentum, Hades will be able to successfully break through 1000 points in 3 or 4 days. A little bit adds up to a lot, and Hades will feel happy as long as there is progress. Then, Hades stopped his ghost howling because he seemed to hear some unusual sounds. Like the sound of breaking through the air? Before Hades could react, a steel armor fell from the sky and hit the front windshield of the death taxi hard, making a deafening crash. The death taxi would naturally not be damaged, but the ground under the death taxi was different. It broke directly, causing all the tires of the death taxi to sink into it. Hades! You are poisonous! Are you really coming to me one by one? Turning on the wipers and scraping the steel armor off the front windshield, Hades turned off the death taxi, pushed open the door, and walked out. Ding ding ding! Hades came to the front of the car with a dark face, stretched out his hand and knocked the face of the steel armor 3 times with his knuckles. Who are you? Why are you smashing my car? Hades certainly recognized that this was Tony Stark who was testing the Mark armor, but he could only pretend not to know. Tony! What if you accidentally smashed a stranger's car during the experiment? Waiting online, very urgent. Sir, this car has no damage, Jarvis reported at this time. This is not in line with physical common sense. At the speed you fell at that time, although it has been decelerated, the power is enough to be comparable to a small missile. Even the most advanced bulletproof car in the world cannot achieve such a defense. This car has not even lost a bit of paint. Failure diary. Update, class, update, class tearing pedals selection. It's so hard for me. Please give me some votes to comfort me. Chapter 46 rejected. What? Tony was stunned, and then he noticed the scan data provided by Jarvis. The car really had no damage, and the driver was not injured. How is this possible? Tony originally thought that he was going to cause a disaster this time. He barely restarted the system when he fell, but there seemed to be a small error in the power unit, which caused him to fail to completely restart the power and hit the car straight. Even if the body of the car is made of gold titanium alloy and can withstand it, he hit the windshield directly when he fell, but now there is no trace of damage on this windshield. Why is this? Tony began to subconsciously analyze various possibilities in his mind. Hey, hey, hey! Hades knocked twice again. Are you listening? Tin can! Tin can! Hearing this, Tony sat up and pointed at the Mark II on his body, even though he had not thought of a way to deal with such an embarrassing situation. You call this thing a tin can? What else is it, a steel can or a titanium can? Hades spread his hands. Did you use the hood of my car as a bed? Sir, please get off and show your face, so I can see who is the big shot who has to smash my car in the middle of the night. Hearing this, Tony jumped down from the car decisively, then opened his mask and showed a smug expression. Tony Stark? Hades asked with a puzzled expression. Yes, of course it's me. Tony nodded without surprise, confidently waiting for the exclamation from Hades in front of him. Obviously, he thought too much. Hades not only did not say words of admiration with the surprised and admiring expression that Tony predicted, but his face returned to an expressionless look. Oh, Hades stretched out his hand and pointed to the death taxi next to him. So, you deliberately smashed my car? No, it's not. Tony was stunned for a moment. Then immediately reacted, I just lost power due to icing during the flight, and then I didn't have time to restart, so it crashed into your car. And what material is your car made of? Gold titanium alloy. What material is this glass made of? Tony couldn't control his curiosity. That's the material I researched myself. What's wrong with it? Hades had already thought of the excuse when he told Coulson that he was an alien, and now he spoke it out. You figured it out yourself. Tony raised his eyebrows and looked at the death taxi. Excuse me, you seem... Yes, a taxi driver, Hades nodded. I was bored, so I did some side jobs. How about this reason? Sounds good. Tony looked at the license plate of the death taxi. Let me introduce myself. My name is Tony Stark. My name is Hades. Hades tilted his head and stretched out his hand. A taxi driver. Jarvis. Tony asked as he stretched out his hand and shook Hades's hand. I have checked it, sir, Jarvis replied immediately. This taxi is indeed Mr. Hades's. Mr. Hades has been ranked first in grades since he was a child. He has won first place in all the competitions he has participated in, including nearly 100 international competitions. He also has 13 doctoral degrees from MIT. Wait, how many doctoral degrees? Tony interrupted Jarvis in surprise and asked. 13, sir. Jarvis repeated. But he looks only in his 20s. Due to his excellent grades, all the tutors of the 13 colleges signed a consent form for him. As long as he publishes enough papers and passes the defense and assessment, he can obtain a doctorate degree by exception. This is why Mr. Hades has obtained 13 doctorates at the age of 23. Jarvis explained. Well, actually I didn't want to choose so many, but the tutors came to me one by one, and then I had to agree. Hades spread his hands helplessly. Tony and Jarvis did not avoid him in their conversation. Although it was very impolite, it was very stark. Okay, Tony waved his hand, a little embarrassed. Hades, as compensation for this matter, I will give you $1 million. In addition, I specially hired you to work in my Stark company. The salary is negotiable. How about it? Tony has great respect for people with high IQs like him, which can be seen from his attitude towards people like Dr. Banner. Cars like the Death Taxi cannot be bought anywhere else, and Tony is sure of this, because if he could buy one, he would definitely have one. In other words, this was modified by Hades himself. Tony came to this conclusion after seeing Hades' doctorate in materials science and engineering. Such materials, let alone metals, are not a big deal, and Tony himself has seen adamantium. Attribute, the vision is very high, but Tony thinks the quality of the windshield glass is absolutely the best in the world. Whose glass can withstand a small missile bombardment with a thickness of less than 1 centimeter without leaving any trace? If such glass appears on the market, Tony must know it. Discovering such a talent, and because he is indeed in the wrong, Tony does not feel embarrassed at all. He apologized decisively and invited Hades to work at Stark Company with a high salary. However, Hades certainly could not agree. No, I'm not short of money. Hades shook his head decisively and rejected Tony. Wait, you just said no. Tony tilted his head and showed a puzzled expression. He wondered if he had heard it wrong. Yes, I just won't go. Hades leaned on the death taxi and said, I'm not short of money, and driving a taxi is very happy for me. I am very satisfied with my current life, that's enough. Okay, then can you sell me this glass material? Tony did not persuade Hades anymore, but changed the subject and asked, you can name any price, it can be the molding material, of course, it would be better if it is the production method. No, I made it by chance. Hades shook his head decisively again, I won't sell the car, forget it. Okay, I'll give you the $1 million right away. Tony turned around and was about to leave after hearing what Hades said. Tony has always been the only one who refuses others, but today he was rejected by others. Tony is not someone who can visit 3 times. Wait, I said I am not short of money, Mr. Stark, I don't need the $1 million, Hades said, as compensation, I think you can take my taxi once and let me take you back, how about it? By the way, on the way, we can also discuss your fully enclosed exoskeleton armor. I remember that this thing seems to exist only in theory now. I didn't expect you to make it now, and it was successful, so I am very interested in this. Hades added at the end. Failure Diary. I revised this chapter 5 times, and the more I revised, the less satisfied I was. It was stuck for 3 or 4 hours. Please vote. Chapter 47 Captain America's Shield. Now that you say that, I just realized. Tony stopped, turned around, pointed at the mark armor on his body and said, "You didn't seem to be surprised by it from the beginning." Before this, equipment like the mark armor was just a fantasy that appeared in comic novels. And now, such a thing that only exists in fantasy appeared in front of him, but Hades did not show the slightest surprise, which made Tony feel very strange. Why should I be surprised? What appeared in front of me was a technological creation, not a ghost. Hades spread his hands. Even if it is a ghost, there are scientific principles to follow, but there is no chance to study it yet. You are right, Tony thought for a while, opened the mask and said, "Hades, I like you very much, but you have to know that I never take taxis. If you don't want monetary compensation but want to discuss the armor with me, you can go to Stark Company to find Miss Pepper Potts tomorrow and make an appointment with her. I will talk to you when I am free." "Okay," Hades had to nod. "I will go when I am free." In fact, Hades was not so enthusiastic about giving Tony a ride. Because he knew that Tony's intelligence was definitely very high, even higher than Dr. Stern's, and judging from Tony's behavior, he would definitely not be stingy if he paid for the fare. Hades was a little panicked by such a high bonus. After what happened when he added Dr. Banner's points, he now had a psychological shadow about large-scale enhancements. If he couldn't resist, wouldn't he become a fool? The fourth-level skill Spiritual Intuition provided Hades with a reference. Hades felt that he couldn't bear it with his current body. The body and intelligence should develop in a coordinated manner, and there should not be too much bias. So, Hades just tried it. If it didn't work, forget it. He would talk about it later. Anyway, he was not in a hurry, very Buddhist. By the way, this matter. Tony pointed to the armor on his body again. "Don't tell anyone, I understand." Hades opened the car door and got in. "I didn't meet anyone tonight, I didn't see anything, and nothing happened." "Very good." Tony let the mask fall, walked towards the death taxi, raised his hand under the chassis, lifted the death taxi up, and then moved it to the intact ground beside. "I like to deal with smart people." "Me too." Hades smiled, started the car and left. "Did he leave before me just now?" "Jarvis." Tony looked at Hades' taillights with a confused face. "Just left like that?" "I'm sorry to tell you, yes." Jarvis said. "Okay, when he comes to make an appointment, I must leave him alone for a week." Tony decided decisively, but then he thought about it and changed his mind. "Forget it, thanks to him, nothing serious happened in this experiment, let's do it for 3 days." "Well, it's decided, it's 3 days." After that, Tony looked up at the sky, put his hands on both sides of his body, palms down, legs together, and posed a very standard flying posture. The power provided by the arc reactor on his chest began to push the power unit to eject, allowing Tony to fly straight up. "I'm going to pass over his head and surpass him," Tony thought happily, controlling the mark armor to chase Hades's death taxi. Hades, who was driving, heard the sound, looked in the rear-view mirror, and found the mark armor approaching him in the sky. He immediately realized what he wanted to do, and his mouth twitched. Tony is really arrogant now. However, Hades suddenly thought of a problem. It seems that Tony's system failed because of the icing problem before, and then the power unit malfunctioned, so he fell and hit his car. So, is his power unit repaired? Ah! At this moment, a series of screams came from far away, and then, with a loud bang, Hades braked suddenly, looking at the iron armor lying on the hood of the Death God's rental car with a dark face. I think after a long time, Tony raised his head, and because of his face, he didn't even open his helmet, and said carefully, "People always want to try new things, so it's not bad to take a taxi." "Hades, I remember you promised that you didn't see anything tonight and didn't remember anything." Sitting in the co-pilot of the taxi, Tony said in a muffled voice. Yeah, but as a person who hit my car twice in a row, don't you really feel a little bit ashamed? Hades drove the car expressionlessly. Mr. Stark, I think you did it on purpose. Ahem, how could it be? It was an accident, just an accident. What do you want to ask? Tony coughed twice, and decisively threw out his previous decision to leave Hades alone for 3 days, and said, Aren't you very interested in my mark armor? You can ask now. Okay, Hades thought for a while and asked the question he was most concerned about, how did you solve the shock absorption problem of the armor? To be honest, Hades thought that if the shock absorption function and the arc reactor were removed, he could now build an armor exactly the same as the mark armor. The arc reactor cold nuclear fusion technology and the shock absorption function are really black technology, and the rest are garbage. In Hades's view, cold nuclear fusion still has some scientific reason, but the shock absorption function of this mark armor feels like a bug. At least, Hades really has no idea about this terrifying shock absorption effect. Do you know Captain America? Tony thought about it and found that there was nothing to hide, so he gave an example. Of course I know, Hades replied casually, then he was stunned and turned to look at Tony. You mean, Captain America's shield? Yes, that's it, you reacted quickly. Tony nodded. Captain America's shield has the effect of eliminating vibrations. It was made by Dr. Myron McLean. It was actually the product of an accident. Later, the doctor tried many times but failed to make another piece of such metal. You re-derived it? Hades showed a surprised expression on his face. No, but I found a similar one through experiments. The formula of the function is not as strong as that shield, but it is completely sufficient, Tony boasted proudly, and the surprise from Hades made him feel comfortable. This is a familiar development. Failure diary. It's raining, cold, shaking hands, insisting on typing, asking for votes. Chapter 48 Sundara Personality. Captain America's shield is made of original adamantium alloy, which is almost indestructible and can resist extreme pressure, extreme temperature, radiation, electromagnetic spectrum, and other attacks, Tony introduced. Through the special structural arrangement of metal molecules, the effect of absorbing vibration is achieved, thereby reducing shock. This molecular arrangement has no requirements for the type of metal. Of course, different types of metals will definitely lead to different effects. You found such a molecular arrangement? Hades suddenly realized. Cool. Yes, although it is not as powerful as that shield, it is not much different. Although due to the special structure of the armor, it certainly does not have the same function as that shield, it is just resistant to beating and can greatly reduce shock. Tony expressed his satisfaction with Hades's surprise. Anything else you want to ask? Nothing else, Hades shook his head. I understand almost everything else. What? This time it was Tony's turn to widen his eyes. You understand everything else? Yeah, Hades nodded as a matter of course. Except for the shock absorption technology and cold nuclear fusion technology, I understand everything else. In fact, your armor is difficult to break through these two technologies, right? That's right. Tony stretched out his fingers and flicked the car window glass a few times. Seriously, can't you sell me a piece of this glass? I can exchange it with you for the shock absorption metal I made. No, the origin of these glasses is similar to the origin of Captain America's shield you mentioned. I made it by chance, and I don't know how to repeat it a second time, and all of these glasses have been used to transform this car. Hades shook his head. If you really want, I can do some experiments to try to make it again, but there is no guarantee that I can make it, and the effect will probably be much worse. Okay, I can provide you with a laboratory and experimental materials. Tony nodded in agreement. I plan to get some of this glass to build a few bulletproof cars. Okay, when do you start? Hades did not refuse, but agreed. In fact, although Hades lied about the origin of the glass on the death taxi, he was telling the truth about making a similar glass. Before getting the system, Hades had researched some inventions, one of which was special glass. He tested it and found that its strength was almost equivalent to Rupert's tear, but it did not have the fatal weakness of Rupert's tear. However, the system arrived later, so Hades stored these things. Now, since Tony wants to exchange, Hades naturally does not mind upgrading this thing. It is just an equal exchange. Anyway, the value of his things and his metal is not much different, so it is not a pitfall for him. I need to deal with some things recently, Tony said. This matter is not urgent. I will start after I finish those things. Okay, just call me when you are ready. Hades turned the steering wheel to avoid a car in front. It should be easy for you to find my phone number. That's right, Tony nodded. By the way, why do you want to drive a taxi? You're not short of money, and you don't have to worry about not being able to find a job. It's just a personal hobby. I just like the feeling of driving, and I also want others to experience this feeling. Hades said. I don't think there's anything special about this. Tony said, puzzled. Because it's normal mode now. Hades looked at Tony with a mysterious smile on his face. Do you want to experience the special mode? Oh. The taxi kept changing lanes on the road at a very fast speed, leaving the vehicles in front behind one after another, and every time it would find a gap to drive through like a needle, and pass by other cars in a thrilling way. Now I know why you say you like this feeling. Tony looked at the constantly changing tail lights of the vehicles in front of him, and kept exclaiming, it's really cool. Of course. Hades said, looking at the empty space ahead. He stepped on the accelerator again. Jarvis, hack into the system of the DMV and delete the ticket for this car. When they were about to reach their destination, Tony remembered this and said to Jarvis. Sir, the record of the DMV has been deleted by someone else, Jarvis replied, a very similar existence to me. You also have artificial intelligence. Tony turned his head to look at Hades and asked in surprise. To be precise, it is a quasi-artificial intelligence that does those things according to a pre-designed program. Which is not as good as your Jarvis. Hades waved his hand. Is it in front? Yes, just drive along that road. Jarvis has opened the access control. Tony nodded. Because Jarvis had notified in advance, the security guard did not stop Hades' car, but let him drive in directly. Thank you. Tony got out of the car. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. I mean 2 things. No problem, my mouth is tight. Hades leaned against the car door and made a zipper gesture on his lips. If there is nothing else, I will leave first, Mr. Stark. Just call me Tony. Tony waved his hand. The fare will be transferred directly to your account. I don't have the habit of carrying cash. As you wish, Tony. Hades smiled, turned, and got into the death taxi, started the car and left. This guy is very good, I feel I can get along with him. Tony watched Hades turn around and leave. Don't you think so, Jarvis? Sir, I think this is because Mr. Hades doesn't flatter you like most people do, but treats you like an ordinary person, and he himself is a high IQ talent with enough capital. Jarvis analyzed. Through analysis and comparison, it can be concluded that this is because you are a proud character, so you are more likely to have a good impression of people who don't deliberately approach you. Jarvis. Tony turned around and walked towards the villa expressionlessly. I'm here, sir. Jarvis replied. I wanted to upgrade you, but now it seems that we have to wait for a while. Sir, from a realistic point of view, not upgrading me will harm your own interests. Yes, I am happy to do so. My goal is to satisfy you, sir. Failure diary. Today, I went to Wanda Mall to buy something, and found a beautiful woman with a super beautiful back. Then, she turned around and chose something. Since you have the background to conquer the world, why look back at the messy youth? Chapter 49, If you are poor, you should be alone. Hades drove back to his villa. It was a complete accident to meet Stark today. but accidents also have unexpected surprises, so Hades planned to postpone his original plan. Just now, $1 million arrived in his account. Tony's note was the fare, but Hades also understood that there was a meaning of hush money in it. However, since he said it was the fare, it would be counted as the fare on the system's side, so, this also means that Hades can improve his physical strength to more than 1000 points today, and he can also obtain a complete skill from Tony. Hades dare not copy Tony's intelligence, and his physical strength is still 47 points away from breaking through the 1000 points and upgrading, so he must choose physical strength. Luo Shen, turn on the highest alert level of defense mode. Hades said, and then he dragged out a first aid kit from under the bed, opened some life monitoring equipment inside and connected them to himself. The highest alert level of defense mode is ready to start. Please tell me the answer to safety command 6, Luo Shen's voice sounded. If you are poor, you can only take care of yourself. If you are rich, you can have many wives and concubines. Hades said while connecting the equipment. The safety command has been passed, and the highest alert level of defense mode has been activated. After the defense mode was turned on, Hades also connected the instruments, took a deep breath, lay on the yoga mat, closed his eyes, and began to choose the task reward. The task coefficient is naturally 1, there is no doubt about this. So, Hades first looked at Tony's skill list. At a glance, Hades was almost blinded. There are more than a dozen level 4 skills. Artificial intelligence design, mechanical manufacturing, alloy manufacturing, physics knowledge, cold nuclear fusion knowledge, etc. Enough for me to fleece so many times, Hades sighed, and after thinking about it, he chose a level 4 skill that is most useful to him, cold nuclear fusion knowledge. The shock-absorbing alloy can be exchanged from Tony at that time, and Hades can also do other technical aspects of the armor by himself, so Hades will of course choose cold nuclear fusion knowledge to make energy. Mecha, a man's dream, Hades also wants to experience it. After choosing the skills, Hades is ready to choose the physical fitness bonus. Damn! Hades couldn't help but swear when he saw Tony's physical fitness column. Intelligence, 99,999. Shaking his head, Hades decisively discarded the dangerous idea from his mind and wisely chose Tony's body. 72 points of body were added to Hades' body, bringing Hades' body to 1025 points. At the same time, Hades felt a hot energy surging in his body, and the muscles of his whole body began to tense up uncontrollably, his veins were exposed, and his heartbeat accelerated, as if his body was about to explode. Hades roared, and punched the ground unbearably, instantly making a hole in the tile floor, and his arm sank directly into the ground. However, Hades, who wanted to use this to distract his sensory perception, found that his hand did not feel any pain at all, as if the punch just hit the foam. I hope I can faint now. Hades tried hard to restrain himself from feeling the indescribable pain that was surging all over his body. His body kept twitching, and he gasped and said, "This feels so damn sour." After about 10 minutes, when Hades was almost used to this indescribable feeling, suddenly, this physical sensation disappeared just like when it came. "Hey, it's finally okay." Hades relaxed his body and collapsed on the ground. His whole body was still dirty as if he had just been fished out of the water. "Ah, this smell." Hades sniffed and immediately smelled the stench emanating from his body. He frowned and quickly got up and wanted to take a shower. However, when he just stood up and landed, he seemed to use a little too much strength, and the tiles on the ground instantly cracked. "Well, it seems that I still have to adapt to it and make a renovation plan by the way." Hades looked at the cracked tiles under his feet. Tiles, smiled bitterly and shook his head, and walked towards the bathroom carefully step by step. Although it was only 73 points, just like the evolution of a certain level brought to himself when the intelligence broke through 1000 points and evolved into the wisdom soul, at this time, the physical body that broke through 1,000 points and evolved into the physical body also brought Hades a physical evolution. Whether it is strength, speed, reaction speed, hearing, smell, etc., everything has been greatly improved, so that Hades can't completely control his body now. Although he had an estimate in his heart and tried to lighten the force when he took action, Hades accidentally tore 2 towels and cracked the bathtub. Fortunately, the faucet is a toggle switch instead of a twist switch, otherwise it would probably be killed. Not bad. Hades stood in front of the mirror and observed his body, the discharge of impurities in the body, the shrinking of pores, and the shedding of dead skin have added a top whitening filter to me, by the way. Men like to be handsome, women like to be beautiful, this is human nature, and Hades is no exception. After a while of being conceited, Hades hurried to eat. Although the energy consumed by strengthening the body was not from Hades' body, but from the system, after sweating so much and eliminating impurities, he was actually almost like a marathon runner, and now he was starving. After paying for a full meal with 2 bowls and 3 pairs of chopsticks, Hades went out carefully and came to the garage. The garage was modified by Hades to conduct some tests on his own body and the death god. Coming to the dynamometer, Hades thought for a while and punched lightly first. 1.35 tons, Hades read the number on the display. This increase is a bit scary. A light punch has reached half of the previous full force, so what if a serious punch is too much? Hades thought about it and looked at the appearance of the dynamometer. Well, it's a bit worn out, and it looks like there's a lot of dust on it. Let's replace it with a new one, Hades said to himself. Since it's going to be replaced, I'll give it a serious punch. It doesn't matter if it breaks, right? Failure diary. Today, someone told me that he has a new girlfriend. With tears in my eyes, I said, I love writing. I don't need a girlfriend. I just need votes from readers. Chapter 50 Pluto is here. After carrying the completely broken dynamometer and putting it into the crusher to crush it, Hades packed the garbage and stuffed it into the trunk of the death god's rental car. Other household garbage doesn't matter. For things like this that may expose some of his secrets, Hades will choose to crush them first and then throw them into a trash can on the road. 1 o'clock is too long, forget it. Hades looked at his watch and decided to wait until tomorrow to execute the previous plan. Let's test the extent of the enhanced body first. After that, Hades came to the test bench, looked at the pile of experimental equipment, and started a series of tests. After a while, this is a bit unexpectedly strong. Hades looked at his hands and was a little stunned. With this physical fitness, if I continue, I think I will really become a Superman one day. After a while, Hades shook his head, collected the bullet shells and broken blades on the test bench and other experimental residues, and threw them into the crusher together. According to the test results just now, with Hades' current physical fitness, his body can block bullets. The bullets from the pistol hit his body, but Hades didn't feel any pain, and his skin just turned white. As for the rifle, Hades didn't try it. His intuition told him that he would still be effectively hurt if he was hit by a rifle bullet. However, after all, it was just over 1,000 points. Hades was already very satisfied with this level. When it reaches 10,000 points, it is estimated that there will be another evolution. What level can it reach by then? Will it be able to withstand missiles directly? Hades said he was looking forward to it. Now, after several hours of testing and experiments, Hades has almost mastered his body. At least he will not kick the floor when walking. At this moment, although Hades has not slept for a day and a night, he is still energetic and even wants to go out to do something. 2 o'clock, I don't want to sleep or go to do something. Hades looked at the watch, thought about it, changed a set of clothes, and drove out in the death taxi. Merlin Bar, Hades looked at the information on his mobile phone, confirmed it, and drove the death taxi there. This time, Hades did not come out to drive a taxi to brush orders, he was to conduct an experiment. After triggering the first special task, Hades has not yet triggered the second one. So he came out this time to do an experiment to determine some triggering conditions and reward mechanisms for special tasks. The fourth level skill, spiritual intuition, is not omnipotent, and Hades has also discovered this. The premise of this skill is that you must know some useful information before you can trigger that mysterious intuition. If you can judge without knowing anything, then this skill should be level 5. Therefore, this experiment is necessary. Do the triggering conditions and targets of special tasks have to be killed by yourself, people? Is the task coefficient of a special task always 100% or is it determined by other factors? These questions have been lingering in Hades' mind since the first special task was triggered. Now that Hades' short-term goals have all been completed, these questions have naturally become the things he wants to solve the most. In order to make the results of this experiment effective, Hades must find a villain, and a villain he has never met. In this way, not only will Hades be able to do it, but the villain will also be full of resentment towards Hades. If the task coefficient is a subjective factor that depends on the task target, such as if it is selected by the task target, then this task coefficient will not be 1. In this way, Hades can achieve his goal and solve the doubts in his heart. Stop! A muscular man standing guard at the door stretched out his hand to stop a man who was about to enter Merlin Bar. You are a stranger, do you have a recommendation? Or someone who brought you here? No, the man shook his head, but I have this. The muscular man was about to drive away the man without a recommendation, but after seeing what the visitor took out, the words "then get out of here" were suppressed in his throat and swallowed. How is it? The handsome man's face was pale and his eyes were dark. His hand holding the green banknotes was trembling slightly. It was obvious that he was a drug addict. $1,000. I heard that there are fun things in there. I just want to go in and play for a while. It doesn't matter if I go in. This $1,000 is yours. Gulp. The muscular man swallowed his saliva, looked around, and found that there was no one else. He took the money from the drug addict at a speed that was completely inconsistent with his huge body, and then picked up the fluorescent stamp next to him and stamped it on the drug addict's outstretched arm. Ahem, go in quickly. After the drug addict went in, the muscular man chuckled. Even if there was no recommendation, the entrance fee was only 500, and this person gave 1,000 directly. He made a fortune. The muscular man was delighted. At the same time, a smile appeared on the face of the drug addict who walked into the bar. This drug addict was naturally Hades, who came here late at night. Dark circles and pale complexion were all created by Hades through makeup techniques. Hades knew that he paid too much for the entrance fee, but he didn't intend to care about the extra money. The extra money was just for buying his life. Whose life was it for? Ankerson Crusoe. Hades gently read out the name of the target of this experiment, Pluto. Here it comes. Even though it was already 3 o'clock in the morning, for the men and women in the bar, this was the climax of their nightlife. Noisy music, turbid air, dancing bodies, flashing lights. But Hades had long been accustomed to this. In the past, as long as he wanted, he could immediately become the most shining man in the center of the stage, exuding charming charm, and then casually flirt with a few girls he liked to spend a night. But this time, Hades didn't come here to do these things. Where are you? Hades thought to himself, while making the same movements and gestures as the people present. He slowly looked for his experimental target. Street diary. I have 2 ways to drive a person crazy. One is to say half of the words.